We are ready. Have a good meeting.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Tonight is Tuesday, February 13th. Welcome to the Scituate Select Board meeting. Before I get started, I'm going to read our commitment to diversity and equity. The Scituate Select Board is committed to providing an environment of respect during meetings. We ask all members to interact in a polite manner, even when there is a disagreement. We value the participation of our community and want all participants, including marginalized and minoritized communities, to feel welcomed and respected, and we ask our committee members and all who participate to commit to these standards to support and respect our community. And with that, I will call the meeting to order and ask for the acceptance of the agenda. So moved. Second. Moved by Ms. Connolly, second by Karen Canfield. All in favor? Aye. Are there any walk-ins in here? A walk-in is somebody that has something to say on an issue that is not on the agenda. Okay, so I don't see that yet. And then we'll move to the report of the town administrator, Jim.
Good evening. Start with a wrap up of the storm. Just for the record, this is my new, it's called the February Nor'easter hairdo I got today. It's special for the meeting. So it looks like we're wrapping up. The storm turned south overnight, so it did dodge a little bit of major bullet. Even with the winds down a little bit, we did experience flooding in all the regular areas. Whole Park and Front Street, every part of the road, Cedar Point, Central Ave. We also had splash over pretty much along the entire coast. DPW crews are out now, they're cleaning that up as we speak. We were able to go all the way down to Central Ave to Cumberrock, late this afternoon, because it's still flooded. So if we can't get down tonight, we'll make sure the crews are out there first thing in the morning. Another high tide at 2:14 a.m. So if you're out late tonight or early in the morning, please keep that in mind. Also, the temperatures are going to drop a little freezing tonight. So if you're on the roads tonight or early in the morning, please beware of black ice. We will have crews out early, soft and safe. I want to thank the DPW, police and fire for their storm response. They did a great job. But also the town hall staff, the library, the council on aging, and the recreation commission. All our departments were staffed today. I know the library had a children's hour this morning. It was absolutely packed. And the parents were thrilled. So thank you to everybody who came in today and worked. We'll get through this as we always do, but it's going to be a little icy going overnight, so please be a little bit careful. The water treatment plant, the new carbon replacement project is going on schedule. The new carbon is in place at this point, so now over the next couple of days, the treatment plant will run the water to waste, let it do their testing, make sure everything's working all right. But until the plant goes back online, we do remind people that you may notice fluctuations in water flow, occasional discoloration. It's important to note that these changes will not compromise the safety or quality of drinking or bathing water. If you have any questions, you can call the water department at 781-545-8735. Apropos with the storm, our engineers from Foth Engineering were out on Cedar Point yesterday, starting to do the survey of the wall from Rebecca Road at the Scituate Avenue. This is necessary to get where we need to be for work and all those things. The first step, like the board knows, they will be designing not only replacement for that seawall, but also repairs for that seawall so we can maintain it until the new seawall goes in. They'll be there for 2 to 3 weeks. I would expect them to be back here tomorrow, so people should expect to see the engineers up there the next couple of weeks. From the town clerk, presidential primary, Tuesday, March 5th, 2024, at the high school gymnasium from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. In-person early voting will take place at Town Hall, 600 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, beginning on Saturday, February 24th, and that will be 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then during normal Town Hall business hours from Monday, February 22nd to March 1st. If you're going away prior to February 24th and will be absent during the early voting period in the presidential primary, you make it an absentee ballot or vote absentee in the town clerk's office. For you shellfishermen out there, these shellfish flats are back open in the North South River. They were closed. I wouldn't be surprised if they get closed again, given all the water we get today. Problems with Rockland's plant, but as of right now, they are back open. A reminder that transfer station and beach stickers are on sale. The Hummerock only beach stickers sold out in 8 minutes yesterday. There are still 37 non-resident beach stickers available at this point. So if people want those are available online only. The resident beach stickers can be picked up online, in person, or by mail. Sister cities are continuing the Sister City Film Festival, the Real Harbor. Cape Verde, Santa Catarina del Fogo will present the Volcano's Last Wish. That'll be next Tuesday, February 20th at 7 p.m. That's a change from tonight. And Ireland Rusko is on my left foot on March 5th at 7 p.m. Suggested donations are $10. Recreation Commission, if you're interested in working for recreation summer jobs, the application is available on the town website on the recreation page on the left-hand side. Volunteers, counselors, directors, and lifeguard positions are available, so go to situatema.gov, go to recreation, click on the links on the left. Finally, once again, the food pantry has asked that they continue to receive generous donations to the town of Scituate. The need continues to grow. Decaf coffee, canned instant hamburger helper, cranberry juice, canned mixed vegetables, baked beans, jello and pudding, beef soups, noodle rice and pasta type, canned white beans, and white tuna. They can be dropped off at the food pantry during normal operating hours or on the bins behind the old gates. Scituate Library, Village Market, and Shaw's also collect full food pantry. That is what I have this evening.
Thank you. On behalf of the board, I want to thank you, DPW, and everyone that works, all the town employees that worked throughout the last 24 hours, 48 hours to prepare. A lot of anxiety, I know, with planning, and then when it's bust, we're fortunate to have it be a bust. It was well worth all the planning that everybody did. So thank you to you and the entire staff. It's a lot of work. So I just want to say that. And does anybody have any questions for Jim? No? Okay, before we move on though,
It's not a question, an observation. We always complain about things, but I will say that on behalf of the dog walkers in town, the golf course apparently has plenty of trash barrels. You never hear that around here, so I just thought I would bring it up that you made a lot of people happy. Ian has made a lot of people happy, so it's a good thing. So thank you to the golf course and the dog walkers.
I like the DPW now.
Well, doesn't he have his own group down there?
Those are still picking up my active.
Okay, well, then thank you for that too. I just assumed it was the new management, but, so thank you for DPW too.
and before we move on, we have a recognition to give this evening. So we are in receipt of, on behalf of the International City County Management Association, otherwise known as ICMA, which is an industry association, presenting our own very own James Woodrow with recognition for 25 years of service to local government. Starting in retirement. It's a long time, but you are recognized not only for your achievement, but the significant contributions that you have given to many local governments around the state of Massachusetts. And this plaque was awarded to James at the 109th conference in October of 2023. It's a beautiful plaque. And we're very fortunate to have Jim Woodrow here as leader in the state, as one of the best town administrators. We're very fortunate to have him. Thank you for the past 6 years, and I look forward to many more.
Not too many more.
There you go.
Actually 28 for the first 3 years I worked in the association.
Ah, the truth. 5-year dues. All right. It's about the dues. Yeah, you pay your dues. Okay, so with that, we'll go to the first agenda item. Keith O'Callaghan, would like to come on up. It's a special event permit for the voyage for St. Patrick's Day weekend. Is it your 3rd year, Keith, doing this work?
6.
6.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
We have 7 hours.
Okay, excellent.
I have 25.
Okay. So, if you will, just tell a little bit for the public about your event again, and
Yeah, it's just a celebration for the St. Patrick's Day. We have bands, Irish dance with bagpipes, everything Irish for the weekend.
and it starts
Start and play that.
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You have events.
Yeah.
Okay. So it starts Friday at 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And you've notified all the butters, we have that documentation, and we have all the appropriate backup. This is both for a 1-day malt and wine license in addition to an outdoor entertainment, because you do a little bit of an extension.
Yeah.
To the left of
Yeah,
your
the
property.
tank up there, yeah. So we can site out.
Great. Does anybody have questions? Karen?
I would, not for Keith, this is a board procedural question. So this is the sixth year by year, whatever, of a successful, well-attended, great event that you've done very well, and we've received absolutely no pushback or complaints from the abutters in all that time. Is it within our purview to make a motion that, future complete applications, which we know what that means, which we've already done, do not need to come before the board, every year as an annual event?
I'm gonna take a leap and say, no, it's not appropriate, because we have the St. Patrick's Day parade that comes every year. Things change, I don't know. I understand your reasoning, but I'm not sure that it is appropriate.
I don't think I have the authority to issue a one-day liquor license.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Stand
still
it.
liquor license.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can come-
Actually, we were gonna be bringing something before the board about these types of things in the future, the next month or more.
In the policy review?
Well, this is, it was actually a separate thing I talked with Margaret about before.
Okay.
Here we said.
Yeah.
Yeah, mostly, I mean, some folks like to come in because they can get the, you know.
Well, it's good for
rewards of
publicity too.
I like going.
Oh, well,
Before,
I'd love to
I
have.
was
whoever-
terrified before.
Not so bad, right?
Mark your calendar for next year. Thank you for indulging
All right, any other questions or observations?
No, it's just been a great event for years, so keep it up.
Comments for one neighbor who's the opposite of the complaints that you're a fabulous neighbor. So thanks a lot.
Excellent. All right, we have a motion?
There are two motions this evening for this event. First is to move the select board approve a one-day wine and malt license to Voyage Restaurant for the annual St. Patrick's Day celebration in the outdoor tent on their premises on Friday, March 15th, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Saturday, March 16th, 2024, to 11 a.m. from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And on Sunday, St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, 2024, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And also move that the select board approve a one-day outdoor entertainment license to the Voyage Restaurant for the annual St. Patrick's Day celebration in their tent on the premises for the same dates and times as the other license.
Motion by Karen Canfield. Second by Karen Conley, all in favor?
Aye.
Slash.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Good weather.
I hope it'll be good weather.
Good weather, yes.
I think it will.
This-
I don't see Ed Kelly here. Is Ed coming in for the St. Patrick's Day?
Fine, okay.
Lorraine?
We are going to have, someone else's. See, okay.
All right, we can come back. Is anybody here for the
Liz
St.
Charlton.
Oh, it's supposed to come? Okay.
Unless she.
Oh, is somebody on joining us
Might be on.
remotely?
Let me make sure she's not in talking to shop, so I hear.
Okay. I forgot we have folks remote. We did do this as a hybrid meeting, so everyone knows we do have folks remotely joining as well. So I'll have to bring that if we see anything. If there are any questions on anything. We're just waiting for a moment to see if the applicant is out in the hall.
She's not there yet.
Okay, all right, so we will move on to our 6:35 for the Hawker Peddler Food Truck Initiative. So this is a request, I don't know if you wanna come up at all.
It's a little early, it was supposed to be 6:25, so maybe she thinks you have Liz Charlton.
Oh, okay, it's all right, yeah. So we're here to review, grant renewing, some licenses, but also talking about extension of them as well. So do you wanna just give us a little bit of
Yeah,
thoughts to what you're looking for?
first off, we're looking to do something for St. Patrick's Day. We were kind of like thinking of doing something fun and doing it together.
Okay.
Instead of doing something on the pier where everybody kind of in that way. I talked to the harbor master. he said it was fine, I think everyone else is
Yeah.
good with it.
Yeah.
It's a good time because no one's really fishing then too, so it's kind of like a really wide open spot there for that. And, I think we can get both trucks over in the loading zone, so it's not gonna feel like parking. Kind of, that's what I talked to the harbor master about today. So that was the first thing, and the second thing was kind of just maybe going for a year round, so we don't have to keep coming in for these as events come up, or,
Right.
you know, especially if you do get some nice spring days. I'd love to be able to, I'll speak for myself, but I'd love to be able to do a pop-up if you get 70-degree weather and it's a Friday night or something, or a Sunday afternoon, and do not have to come in and get a one-day permit. It's kind of hard to do that if, you know, you see it 5 or 6 days ahead.
And
the weather.
can you react that quickly?
I can, yeah, I definitely can, because I can be fishing on a Monday or Tuesday and plan for a Friday.
Yeah. Especially if you can see in the forecast that the weather's gonna be nice, like last Saturday, it was 50, almost 60 degrees out. You know, you can prep for that stuff, prepare to be able to go out for a few hours. It's just a nice little
That was the only
opportunity.
thought I had was with regards to safety and weather, but I mean, that would be up to your own discretion, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's personally, it's easy, because I can just keep the truck pretty much ready to go, and clean up, and everything just goes basically from the kitchen to there, so it's pretty easy.
Comments, questions?
How do the other restaurant food people feel about this?
I haven't had any complaints from anybody. Everyone I've talked to is more than, you know, helpful and thankful. I haven't had any kickback from anybody except for good, so.
Yeah.
Well, you're more than 300 feet away
We're
from
more than
it.
300 feet away there.
At
Yep.
least on the pier there.
On the pier we are.
Always maintain
I mean,
that.
I've never really never parked in any restaurant's property, you know what I mean? I've always been very, I mean, I'm a businessman, I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
Anything else. A lot of the local businesses buy fish from me, and I try to make sure that they sit in.
We had
Terms of everybody.
the year before. We had an issue, last year or the year before, at, I believe, Heritage Days, perhaps. There was a truck right across the street from.
From Lucky Finn.
Right. So.
Serving similar fare.
Yeah.
And they were not nice.
Yeah,
Because they were on private property, so you get into all this. I think the food truck business is great business, I mean, that's the way the world is going, so. Yeah, I'd be in favor.
Just, a question about this, have you had any conversations with the Board of Health, because if you're not consistently open, does that change your inspections at all? I don't know how that works.
So I know that the food permits are year round, so if it's on, like, if we get confirmation from you guys, or if it's private property, they don't need to get involved, I believe. I can reach back out to, and see, but if they're year round, they're year round, the food permits.
That makes sense. They're granted for-
Yeah, but I don't know enough about food prep to know that, is there any concern that, I just had a conversation with them, because if you're starting and stopping, it's a little bit of a continuous operation when, you know, days and conditions are the same all the time.
Right.
So.
Actually, Drew will be here
Yeah.
at the next, so.
Yeah, license wise, we probably fine, but I just like, obviously, they trucks, so.
Well, I assume that they're subject to the same potential drop-in.
Well, exactly,
Yeah,
that has happened when we've gone to, we usually
Yeah, I
go
mean-
into a different town, they'll always make sure they just drop in and inspect you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you always have to be prepared for it.
Yeah, right.
Same as a restaurant.
Andrew, anything?
Yeah, no, I was actually just, I mean, love the idea, I was game planning it out. It's such a good day. No, I think it's a wonderful idea, I think it's great, further enough away, I understand the concern, but I think it's great.
Talk to a few North Scituate people too that are really interested in trying to do something up there this year, like in the fall and through the summer, to try to bring some people into North Scituate and to do it with food trucks.
Great.
Because it's really, so we've been talking to some local businesses, see if we can do a night there, and maybe get some people to start getting more familiar with Scituate.
A number of you.
Right,
Yeah.
multiple trucks.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yeah.
Susan,
Yeah.
any other concerns? I don't see any. I think it's great for St.
We'll follow up
Patrick's
with what
Day.
else.
Excuse me?
We'll follow up with what else, make sure
Okay.
they're happy with
I
everything.
mean, I think Karen raises a good point, you know, they do the drop-ins, even on in-home businesses, right, that get a year long, they get repeated.
Yeah.
They're a start-stop kind of business to really. All right, so we probably have a couple of motions here. First, we should probably just tackle the St. Patrick's Day. Yes, please.
Move the select board allow the hawker and peddler food truck licenses for the Miss Emily and the Dingy to extend the operation to include Sunday, March 17th, 2024, including the St. Patrick's Day parade. Further move that the select board amend,
Yeah, why don't we do that one first? Do we need to do hours, times of operation for that, or just as during the parade?
What time do you go?
It's 11.
Yeah, what time does it start?
Same
It
time as
it kicks off at 1 usually, we make one.
The hawker peddler license is 11 to
11 to 8.
11.
Alright, so 11.
Bring
Okay.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah,
You want to just stay
here.
aligned with
Yeah.
that? Okay,
That works.
then we'll just stand the motion by Andrew Goodrich, second by Karen Canfield, all in favor? Okay. And then, the second motion is to actually amend the entire, hawker and peddler license policy 5312, to allow them to operate, year round instead of seasonally. So this applies also not just to these folks, but ice cream, everybody, right? Everybody. Why are you shaking your head no? Because I read it that was everybody.
Well, my recommendation was food trucks, separate from the ice cream, but that's up to you. I mean, I don't know how successful the ice
So
cream
we're-
trucks would be in
I was thinking the
January
same
or
thing.
February. This particular motion is just with
Just
two
with-
food trucks that we have in town.
Okay. All right. Makes sense to me. Yeah.
But if the board chooses otherwise,
so when does seasonal end?
October, it's April to October. Is
I
what
know
the
Notice
policy-
does a big, like,
That's the policy.
they do a big football thing a year, but that's October, that's not. No, just making sure it was.
Any other questions, concerns? Anybody else here? Okay. Motion?
Move that the select board amend the hawker peddler license policy 53-18 to allow food trucks year-round rather than seasonal operation. Is it additional? We have a new print out.
it's 18,
It's
it's 18, we had to revise it,
Okay,
correct?
great.
Yeah, yep, you're right, you're right.
Thank you. Thanks,
Hot
Karen.
off the bat. Okay, now I know my bylaws.
Motion by Karen Canfield,
Second.
second by Andrew Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay.
See you then.
Thanks so much, every night.
Yeah, I know you want.
Yeah, I see that. All right, next on the agenda is we'll go back to, the St. Patrick's Day Parade. Hi, Liz.
I apologize, I thought I was 6:35. I had a schedule tonight, which is nice.
We are.
Hi, I like it. Spring's coming if I'm here. Yes.
All right,
Okay, so it's that time of year. Once again, we are applying for a permit for the parade, St. Patrick's Day Parade. This year, it falls on Saturday the 17th, which is kind of nice, festive,
great.
which I think guarantees us some lucky good weather.
Get a big crowd.
In a big crowd, yes. Nothing real new from one year to the next. I have made arrangements with the MBTA once again to stop the trains at North Scituate train station. That's what I handle operations. They will stop service at North Scituate during the parade. I will stop around 1 o'clock and then resume around 3. So we'll have shuttle buses available at North Scituate station to take any riders back and forth Greenbush station as needed. Everything else is coming along. We have a fundraiser coming up in March at the country club. All good.
For mayor.
Oh, yes, so we have 3 candidates for mayor. Christina Carreri, who owns South Cape, Adam Barasano, who's a realtor with Jack Conway, and a new entry, Patrice Mayo, and I believe she's with the South Shore Arts Center. So they're all busy planning their event, so by all means, check out weloveaparade.com. upcoming events.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I do not see any notes or anything from the public safety aspect, any changes?
No changes?
Okay. Didn't see anything.
There's an upcoming
DPW,
meeting with the police
we
department.
appreciate the police and DPW immensely. I believe Eddie Kelly was reached out to them. Eddie, of course, is the chairman and the music man. He takes care of all the music. I handle things like porta potties and trains.
Flex ladders.
Operations.
Any questions?
This 30 year, no.
This is fun. This is the 30th year. It started in March in 1994. And in 1994, Jim and Janet Campbell were friends of my parents. That's how I got involved in this crazy thing years ago. They started it in my, and it's basically a block party. It was corned beef dinner at their house and a neighborhood projecting down to the minor lighting with some music. It was really that simple. And then every year it got bigger and bigger. Then in 1998, I believe, it was too big for the neighborhood. And Mr. Campbell called me sadly and said that the town was requested that we move it to the harbor and asked me if a few of us from the neighborhood stay involved. And I was so flattered. Little did I know he'd retire and the rest of us would just keep going. So, here we are.
Learn the hard
And actually, on the same note, I should mention, the Rose of this year parade is Kate Bucker Maloney. And she was the original Rose of the Parade in 1994.
Oh,
She's now in her 80s, she's in good health. I say that, she's whatever age, in good health, and she lives at Dreamwell. And she has agreed to be our Rose again. And
Oh,
she
that's
still
nice.
has her button from 1994.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Give her a good sign so people know.
Oh, yeah, we'll have plenty of signage, don't worry.
Anything else?
So that was a long answer, I apologize.
No, that's,
I know the history, I'm a historian. Christine Walsh and I have been on the parade
it's a great story.
committee
I
all
love
these
it.
years.
I love it.
Yeah.
It is.
So Eddie's the chairman, we're the historians.
Right. Any questions on the side?
I hope you'll all join us. You're all more than welcome to walk in the parade, ride on the parade, whatever you want to do.
throw the candy around?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, we have rules and regs. We make everyone sign their life away at the beginning of the parade. That they will indeed hand out the candy with baskets
Instead of
and
throwing
walkers instead of throwing it. By all means, stop anyone who you see is breaking the rules. But we do our best to rein that in.
You tell us so. All right, do we have a motion?
Move to approve a special event permit to Ed Kelly for the 2024 St. Patrick's Day Parade scheduled for March 17, 2024, from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. with set up beginning at 10 a.m. and breakdown at 4 p.m. Pending certificate of liability insurance and final traffic safety plans by the police department and DPW.
Second. Motion by Karen Canfield, second by Karen Connolly, all in favor?
Right,
All right.
share it with the committee. We have an amazing committee of volunteers.
Well, great
All
job.
welcome at any time.
Thank you for doing that.
It's
It's a lot
fun.
of work.
Kicks off spring.
We appreciate
All
that.
right. Thank you.
Do we want to call Drew? We're really ahead of schedule, so he probably doesn't think he needs to be here until 6:30. Or we can move on. Well, I think the state, somebody else needed a long discussion. And more, basically, okay. Is there any, do we want to go
Hi,
to?
can you come in now or run it early?
Submit.
Okay, I'll let him.
Meeting minutes.
I'll move it right over.
Is he coming down?
Yeah, it's coming right over, he's next to one.
Thank you. So I was like, it's either that or get Bob Vogel, who can run faster.
The only thing I'm concerned about is we have people that are participating on this topic.
That's why I was
remotely.
wondering if any of these,
Yeah, we have neighbors, and we have the property owner.
are you all here?
So, neighbors.
The neighbors, yeah, okay.
The property owner was supposed to join us, but,
So do we want to wait then and maybe do Bob Vogel if we're waiting for,
He looks like he's on the Zoom.
oh, is he? Okay, I don't know who the property owner is. Is it Gary D?
I believe-
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay,
yes, it is. So as long as he's on,
okay,
it's good.
okay.
I
All right,
just
so
don't wanna
we'll wait
leave
till
anybody
he
out.
comes in. I'm sorry?
I didn't wanna leave anybody out.
No, yeah. Okay. So we're just waiting for Drew to come down.
Bob, I can pop over.
Okay, good, thank you.
And Corey Miles will, just so you know, will also be by Zoom.
She's coming via Zoom?
Yes,
Okay, I think she
at,
was. I
at
thought
her
she-
time.
saw her.
And then everybody else will be next.
Do we want to text Corey and just tell her that we probably won't, we'll probably be to her before 7:15? I think she's waiting to jump on. All right, tie goes to winner. Hi, Drew,
Hey, how are you?
come on up. No sitting, no sitting. How are you this evening? You're great. I know you're here to speak to us about an emergency sewer connection for a parcel on 15 Park Avenue.
Yes,
Some history with regards to it. I don't know if you want to go through it. We also have the owner of the property joining us via Zoom.
Gary, yes.
So I think that's Gary D. He's got two. I'm gonna say twice.
I'm sorry, do we want Gary to be able to speak?
Yeah,
He might want to, I'm not sure. I mean, he was gonna let me speak, but if he wants to throw something in afterwards,
All right, well, if we have a question for him.
yeah.
If we have a question for him, Seth, we'll direct it to you.
Fair
him
enough.
through
Thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, Drew.
I rushed over, I forgot my glasses. So,
Do you want me to read it for you?
no, that's okay. The history, oh, that's some good news. The history of the property is way back in 1997. They went to do soil test up there because it was a cesspool is what they were using. It was in failure. So in 97, they went up and they tried to do perk tests. The soil wouldn't perk at all. If you've seen on the map how much of the property is in wetlands. So in 97, they didn't have any ability to use alternative systems. So back in 97, when this was approved by the then Director of Public Health, Jennifer Sullivan, I guess that's who approved them back then. The woman who owned the property passed away, never got the chance to act on it. Hence, property's been sold a couple times, still in failure. The house is empty at this point, it's being renovated to a new facility, and they wanted to connect to town sewer. Again, back in 97, we didn't allow alternative systems. We allow alternative systems, so we asked them to go up and do additional perk tests to see if maybe you could put an alternative system in there. They can back up the sand, the soil just won't perk at all. So it's very, very challenging up there. Any variances that would be required would be environmental variances, civil analysis instead of doing a perk test. You know, they're not gonna have groundwater separation because it's just so saturated. All the other houses on Park are hooked up to town sewer. It's my understanding that this goes through town property, doesn't go through anyone else's private property at all. And that it's my recommendation that really does deserve town sewer, especially where it's available right there. That is what Title V requires. It is available that we should be hooking up.
Okay, and this is 15 Park, right? So
Yes.
where the green wetlands
Yes.
line, if you will, goes through, it's that.
Almost half the
It
property.
goes over that number.
Yeah,
Is that it?
yep.
Okay, so just want to make sure we understand which lot we're looking at on this page.
I believe it's the only one on the street that's not on.
You're getting head nods the other way behind you, but that's okay, we'll let the public speak. You all get a chance to speak at some point. So this did come before, me in an email this summer by one of the residents. The abutters seems to be concerned that the connection will go through their property. I don't know what the basis of that concern is. Do we have any engineering drawings or anything with regards to how this property would connect to the sewer?
I have not seen it.
So I think we as a board just have to take that into consideration as to what that would look like. Because that's what I've seen the concern is, so I don't I don't understand why there's that concern, if there haven't been any drawings yet. We also have a letter, on record from Morse Engineering, also certifying that it did not. Does the owner, Mr. Del Bueno, have any, commentary or anything additional you would like to add? Seth, I don't know if he can hear us.
Let me find out here.
There's two, there's a Gary D and there's a Gary Del Bueno, which I think.
Yep.
Gary, okay.
I'm gonna say right now.
Unmute,
Well,
can you hear me now?
Yes, Gary, go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, great, yeah. No, what we were doing is, the house was being rehabbed by somebody else, and we were loaning the money to that individual. And what we did was, he was doing a lousy job, so we took over the property. There was that 1997, Ross Engineering had done the whole engineering, the whole sewage system, hooking up to the sewer where they granted the emergency, grant. And then what we did was we used that. We were under the impression that that was okay, still in effect. I think the Leo Costello, who does work for the Scituate, went to the neighbors, and one of the gentlemen next door was upset because he has a nice new driveway. And so we didn't want to go around there. I think I mentioned to him that we would be able to snake around the driveway. But then when I was talking to both um, Will and Mike Breen and Drew, when we're trying to do it, they mentioned that, and if you look at the property, that the landowner doesn't own from 3 or 4 feet in from the road. And you can see that there's hedges along his property, probably 4 feet in. There's fire hydrants. I'm sure that's where you put all the utilities. So my contractor, Leo, was going to go through the grass in front of him. We agreed to go through and snake around the driveway, so we didn't upset that. And I had mentioned to the neighbor, Ryan, saying that, okay, here's the individuals I talked to. I have the copies of the text and everything. And here's what I've been advised by all the town officials to do. Feel free to give them a call, see what they say. And then I didn't hear from them. And then I just heard from the town saying he must have called a lawyer or something. And I heard from the town saying that emergency order had expired. And so then I was told that I had to just do a perk test to see if it would perk, so we could put a septic system in. And I was there at the property too, and the land is horrible. It's a nightmare, to be honest with you. I guess it's a lot of fill as well as wetlands. So wasn't able to perk. And so I'm okay with doing whatever the town is okay with and the neighbors are okay with from that perspective. I just want to hook up to the sewer system. There's 17 other properties on that road that are hooked up to the sewer system already. And so if I have to go along the edge of the road, and that's fine too, but it's up to the town how you want me to do it. I was advised that I would go along where the conduits are, but if that's not the case, that's fine. I'm not trying to upset anybody. I'm just trying to enhance the neighborhood. I think the neighbor would even say that how nice we're doing a job on the house. And so we're just trying to enhance the property there and hook up to the sewer. So
Okay,
that's it.
thank
And
you for that.
there are drawings on record from Ross Engineering, so nothing's changed from that.
I don't think we have a copy of that in our packets, and we don't know what that looks like today, but we can always make a motion, giving any further direction. Andy, did you have any questions still?
No, I'm just looking at. No, Bill's not here, so I can't ask.
Okay. Susan, anything?
Not right now. Well, I guess my question is, what is the problem here? Is it an issue of where the line is going to go? Is it an issue of who is going to pay for it? Is it an issue of,
I think it was more of an issue of where the line was going to go, and by snaking around the driveway. I'm not speaking for the homeowner, I believe that was to satisfy so that the driveway didn't get upset.
And so the owner of the property will have to pay for whatever it is they have to do and to put whatever they back together.
Yes.
And
Yes.
if it did have to go through private property, I'm assuming easements be needed, which are, it's up to the property owners as to whether they grant them or not.
I don't believe it's gonna be going for any private property at all.
Well.
Yeah, no, it never was going through private.
Just a second. I'm sorry, so, did I have that right?
I believe that if the town owns 3 feet in, it doesn't have to go through private, it may run in front of, you know, if this is the 3 feet, it may come down and then go out like that to hook up.
So Drew's here for our approval, we're not here to approve the plans. So, I mean, Drew, I think, his purview is to say, to ask us for approval to yes or no move forward. And I think if it does have to come back to us at another time when the drawings are done, I don't know, but maybe.
Well, they would have to work out the soil file. The issue is before you because the soil line does not run in front of this property, so they do not have a right to tie into the soil. If it ran past the property, we wouldn't be talking, they would have an absolute right to tie to the soil because the soil line that's in the street stops before number 15.
Okay.
They don't have a right to tie into the soil, so they need your permission to do so. Will thinks, I emailed them earlier, there might be a stub for number 14 across the street that they may be able to tap into.
Tie it to me.
So, but that's the decision for the soil department. Your decision is whether or not you allow them to actually tap into
To
the soil.
proceed, right.
Yeah.
Any questions for Drew?
Yeah, that was exactly my question, because the backup said that the sewer line was on the streets, but well, they have it by right. So 0 and the number, I guess there's no house on 0, but number 9 is not on the system. Right.
No, not in the system.
Okay, and then I would assume 6 and 5, okay.
11 is not in the system.
That was my first question, so it's not a by right, it's an extension of sewer, which we have to approve. My other question, and I don't know who would have the history of this, is if this has been built in 1997 and it changed owners several times, how is it possible that it was able to be?
I don't believe anyone's been living there. The neighbors might answer, I don't believe anyone.
No, we're not gonna throw it to the neighbors right now.
I don't believe anyone's been living there.
If no one's in there,
So it was sold as vacant property, as a,
It's just sold as a house, and if there's no bank involved, they don't need Title V.
oh, it's a bank, it's a
The
bank.
banks are the ones that
Alright.
require it.
Okay,
They are
that's
the
why
ones
I was
that
like,
show
how did that?
Right.
Also, if I could just, there was a previous emergency sewer connection approved by the previous select board. But as Drew mentioned, the person passed away and never did the emergency sewer connection. Will told them that was not valid, they had to come back before the board again for an emergency sewer.
Right, which is what this one was, got it.
Okay. I'll hear from, the neighbors, just, if you could raise your hand, whoever wants to speak. Yes, sir, your name and address.
Ryan Gallagher, 11 Park Avenue, my wife Jennifer, also
Ryan.
a resident. And then, Andy, do you want to stick it up to it? Andy Ryan, 9 Park Ave.
9.
Nice. So, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I was referenced multiple times by the property owner, as well as, I think, you've all been provided a copy of the letter that I shared with Rain in your office earlier. This is not a question of us disagreeing with the work that he's doing. Quite frankly, the house was in disrepair. There had been someone living in there for a number of years, which put it into disrepair after the person passed away that you're talking about. So the work that he's doing there is great. This is the issue that we have as abutters is we were contacted by the contractor that was originally scheduled to do the work. He knocked on the door and said, I'm gonna be cutting through your nice new driveway. I'm getting contracted to do this work. Ding, 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 red flag. So I find out, and I figure out what his information is. I reach out. I said, I have no problem. I know you don't have sewer, because I knew that from the prior owner. I know you need to connect to the sewer. But what I do have a problem with you doing is having a contractor come tell my wife, while she's in the middle of seeing virtual patients, banging on the door consistently, until she answers the door that says, we're gonna be cutting up your driveway. I reach out to Gary and I said, what's the situation here? How can we come to a good agreement? In the interim, I reached out to your office, Ms. Karen. Your office pulled my deed, said there's no easements. The attorney that did the closing for my property and the refinance for my property, that's a real estate attorney out of Marshfield, said there's no easements on the property. I then went to the DPW, spoke with Kevin, and spoke with Will. That was all prior to his permit getting pulled. I said at the time, we have no problem as property owners letting him go down the roadway. He did not intend to inform Andy, right, who was at 9, that he was going to cut through his yard, cut through his driveway, cut through his grass.
Well, I don't think, I'm just gonna stop you there, because I don't think anybody would ever be allowed to do that on their own.
They were this close to doing it. They had an approved permit, and they were getting ready to do that.
How would they have an approved permit if?
So,
The application was approved through the sewer department.
the roadway does not delimit the width of the town's right of way.
Right,
Okay, so the right of way is wider than the pavement. So in many instances, people will say, that's my stone wall. Oh, that stone wall is within the layout.
Mhm.
So as long as they're working within the layout of the road, then that's within the public way.
With all due respect, I asked the DPW
What's-
to produce.
What's that? So we're gonna keep order here, so I'm gonna say okay,
Okay.
so just so we just go.
If it's inside on the road side of the hydrant is generally within the layout. So as long as he's on that side, we would assume that that's within the layout, because the hydrant's general, unless we have an easement for the hydrant, which obviously we don't. So,
Is that hydrant close to their driveway?
It's right next
yeah,
Right next to it? Okay.
But I think, I think there may be another solution to this, where there's a stub in front of 14th that kept it active across the street. as
We won't
opposed
even
to-
have to go that way.
If that's the case, then that's great, but what I don't wanna see happen, and they did have, through the sewer department, they did have an approved application, and we're days away from cutting up my driveway, until I spoke with DPW, reached out to your office, and spoke with Will, at which point in time I questioned the validity of the application, because I was told by DPW that they needed select board approval. No one was able to produce that information from the prior application. I then questioned, does this transfer from ownership to ownership? There's a lot of things that have changed since 1997 and 2017. Nobody was able to provide me with any answers, however, mysteriously, his application got pulled. He was gonna put a septic system in, and now we're back here. We have no problem as property owners, if he has to, go past his property and our property. But what I don't want, and speaking freely, he's gonna be my neighbor next year. He's gonna be my neighbor 2 years from now. He's not gonna have anything to do with our land or our property. 2 years from now, he's gonna sell that house. Okay? I could come to an
You're
agreement.
projecting, you don't know that, I mean, we might think that. So our job here is to, work within the confines of allowing this to happen or not. So I understand your concern, I think we all do, we all hear it. If there's a way in which we can, approve this contingent upon it being hooked up to across the street, so they're not going through, I don't know if that's under our purview to.
They would have to
Make
work
some
out, Will. I think
motion.
Will's preferred right now is to come off 14, across the street. The
cross the
reason we
street.
try to stay off the pavement, is cutting the pavement is bad for the roadway. So when we cut a trench in the pavement, it destroys the pavement, and you have road problems, so we try to keep those.
Well, don't we usually require the contractors to repair them back to the
Yep.
state of the road?
But I think we can do it this other way. That's what we.
Hey, Will, can I add comments?
Who was that?
This is the owner. This is Gary.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is
yep.
Gary. Yeah, so we never,
Gary-
ever intended.
Can you just, I don't think I asked you at the beginning for, just an address, your name and
Oh,
address
okay.
for our record, yeah, so.
Yeah, sure. My name's Gary Del Buono. I'm at 37 the Hunt Circle in Mashpee on the Cape.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's why I couldn't get there in person. So, Ryan, the neighbor, is accurate. Leo, the contractor who was installing it, did knock on the door. That was never the intent. I believe, Ryan, in my conversation, I told you that we weren't going to go through your new driveway. We were going to be able to snake around that. When I did come back to you on the last email, I said, is it okay if we go through underneath the gravel, and we would replace the gravel and the lawn in front of your hedges along the road, which is what I thought the town wanted me to do. If the town wants me just to go along the road, I'm fine. We're going to replace everything, whether it's the lawn, it's the gravel driveway, or it's the road. We're going to asphalt it. So I've since day one said we would incur all the costs associated with it and do whatever we needed to do just to hook up to the sewer. And I think that's been the intent since day one. And I know you were upset, Ryan, but I wasn't intended to upset you or never planned to go through any of your property. And I think you I wasn't going to go through your driveway. Leo misspoke when I first hired him. And I told Leo right away, no, you're not going through his driveway. Well, let's work with the town to see what exactly we can do. And that's what we're doing. We're not here to upset anybody. We just want to fix the house, finish it up. And locally, my son has one of his friends and who's originally from Scituate, her family's from Scituate, and they want to raise their family in Scituate. So we're doing the house for that. So they are going to be in that house for a long time, and they're originally from Scituate. So they have ties to Scituate. So that's all it is. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I have no hesitations in doing whatever and incurring the expense.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Does the board have any,
Just not the point of clarification, Jim, so when the permit's issued by the sewer department, I would assume that the plan is attached that says this is what you can do.
That type of will, but generally it shows.
Generally, it
I
does.
think it goes back to the 1997. Should that- It was planned in 1997.
Well, Morse Engineering designs something new, and
But I
the
think it was
contractor,
the same.
same plan. Okay. Well, that plan, I would assume the sewer department would ensure that should easements be required, let's say they
But
would.
the plan would show it within the layout.
Right.
Showing it within the layout, then the sewer department approved.
Okay. So that's what I'm.
it sounds like they haven't been presented with that yet, just because we're still
The sewer
looking at
department
where
would
to.
go out, the town would go out and say, we're gonna measure right away. We get an engineer plan that says this is the right away, and that's.
Well, that's exactly my confusion, if they showed up at his door with a permit in the hand, that's, I don't understand how that's possible, we haven't given that.
It sounds to me like it's an old one.
I don't see what will happen.
Review about, okay, yeah, all right, now I understand that. All right, now we're getting back on the
The
rails.
reason the permit isn't valid, the permit in 1997 was 90 days.
Okay.
Any other questions?
So part of the sewer, when they get the plan, will it include things like when you go to the planning board, stipulations and conditions and this is what you have to
The
do?
sewer department will give them, it has to be this size pipe, it has to be this, it has to be that.
You have to replace whatever disturbed.
There's a cutout, you have to repair the road has to be repaired. The specifications,
So does this trigger a planning board review as well?
no.
But does
Yeah, in there,
is there a hearing? There's no hearing, so these people won't have an opportunity to see the plan before.
We can set it though,
Public
but
record.
if the work's within the public
We're trying
way,
to satisfy you, yeah.
I
Okay,
mean, if the work's within the public way, it's within the public way.
but if I were a neighbor, I would just wanna be.
Right, I don't have any problem when we have the plan and we'll send it out to the neighbors, it's not a problem.
That makes sense.
So does that mean permissions?
No,
So does that mean when the plan gets their copy of it, but what is our recourse? Because I have a copy of the plan, I pulled that, I got it from the sewer department, Will provided it. It does have that 1997, that 2017 information, the block plan information does not show it going over anybody's land. He's saying that, he said that he'd go around the driveway, but that was only after I came to him with concerns, but there's also my grass, my other driveway, Andy's driveway, Andy's grass, and he said, just one more moment, he said, his grass is crappy, so whatever I fix it will be better in his driveways all.
All right, this is
So-
what I'm not looking for, is all that commentary, we're trying to help,
Trying to give you
help this,
background
yeah,
on
I
what's
got it, but
happening.
I don't think you need the judgmental color, to be honest with you. So if you heard Jim correctly earlier, we're going to be looking at a different solution, which is to connect into an extension pipe across in front of 14, which in my mind is not staking in front of your properties. That's how I envision what we're talking about tonight. We certainly understand your concern. I don't think anybody has the right to dig into your property, like you said, without easement. I heard the contractor express that he wants to work cooperatively with all of you and move forward into evaluating this new plan to connect into that pipe, if you will, whatever you call it, in front of 14. So our role tonight is to determine whether or not this qualifies as connected to sewer. Period. And then the second part is the plan with the sewer department and the contractor, which you heard Jim on record tonight saying that he will share that with you so that you will be fully advised. So I think you're hearing that everybody wants to work cooperatively to help this situation. The board hasn't voted yet, but the board will vote whether or not it is permissible to tie in to sewer. Does that make sense?
Based upon the grounds of connecting to 14, to the node in front of 14.
I don't know that we can contingent it to that.
Yeah, but
So,
we'll tell Will.
I mean, you're hearing it in public, you know, we've got a pretty good transparent group that works for us between sewer department, Jim, and DPW. If we're saying this tonight, that that's going to be our objective, we hope that will work. I can't tell you whether or not it's going to work. It's gonna be based on the evaluation of whether or not Will fits in
Pipe looks like.
and what the pipe looks like going through. So that's the intention, which I think is a good intention.
If not, we'll have to have Will sit down with the neighbors, we know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
But this is not unique to this neighborhood, this happens all over town where.
Right.
It's my lawn, it's my tree, it's actually within the public land. So it's not uncommon.
But I understand your concern about all the past things that happened to you. So,
Where in the city, town, or state bylaws does that easement, or whatever you're talking about, the 3 or 4? My question then becomes, what's the difference between the town or Verizon, being a big corporation that does utilities everywhere versus a private homeowner getting that same grant? That is, no one's been able to produce where that comes from. So I know I've been told that multiple times, but
You're inflating even for Verizon.
what I'm saying is, I was
Hear me out, to work in the public way, if you are not the public entity, you need permission from the public entity. Okay, you just can't go in and work in the public way. It could be a road opening permit, it could be whatever. So if you want to connect to that sewer, you would need a permit to come out of the public way and connect to the sewer. You would have to get that permit from the DPW. You just can't do work in the public way. So anybody doing work in the public way needs a permit. Where the confusion comes with people, I have it too, because I have a fire hydrant in front of my house, like that's my lawn, no, that's within the layout. So there's the layout, and then there's the road, and they're two different things. The layout is generally wider than the layout, than the road, the paved area. Right. So that's why when you see a fire hydrant 2 feet off the road, that's within the layout, the public way that's owned by the town. Even though you and I, and everybody else says, well, wait a second, I'm mowing it, I'm watering it, I'm seeding it, that's my lawn. Well, it's actually within the public way.
there's a difference between the town or a major corporation going through with town permission versus an individual owner of a property digging through someone else's land, and that's my.
Well, but
right,
see-
but that's sort of what we're resolving tonight, is because if we give them approval, then it goes to the sewer department, who evaluates the plan to make sure that they're going through the proper avenues, not cutting through starts.
So from this point forward, if you get approval, Will's my contact, and I'll get a copy of the plans.
Yep, I'm
And we'll-
emailing all the
we'll review
directions
them,
right
and
now.
We'll dictate to make sure that it's 14 or not cutting through it.
But whatever's gonna happen, there'll be a set of requirements that happen.
All right, does the board have anything else? Drew, anything additional? All right, anybody else have a comment? Nope. All right, with that, do I have a motion?
I can make a motion.
Okay,
Move to approve an emergency sewer connection for parcel number 39-26-4-015 Park Avenue, pending connection agreement with the. Second.
motion by Susan Harrison, second by Karen Connolly, all in favor?
Aye.
So thank you all, and I look forward to everybody working cooperatively here, sure.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. We will. We'll work through together. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, thanks for
Okay.
joining.
Yeah, good luck. Take care.
Okay. So next, we have Bob. Bob here. Hey, Dan. How are you, Bob?
Very well, how are you?
Good, so you're here to talk about,
I forgot, wait.
sign request. Oh, Nancy's joining you.
Yeah, a couple of different topics.
Okay. And we're moving along with everything, yeah, let's see. So let's do the sign request first, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, we have a picture.
Do you?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. But thank you.
I'm still too little, I don't get this electronic display. At any rate, yes, you've got a picture. The sign is for the repurposing of the original Catholic Retreat Center on the
Like
excuse me.
for your charity that used to be formerly.
Yeah,
for your charity. Yeah.
excuse me, right, for your charity. And so right now it's been taken over, if you will, by the new Egyptian Coptic church. It's moved into former Catholic church on Hood Road. The Church of St. Mary and St. George. They're doing some renovations, doing a nice job, I might add. This would be the identification sign for that facility. And the sign currently is or designed to go within the layout of roads. So you just heard about roads and layouts and how they don't necessarily go inside. So in that case, this sign needs approval to go in the layout from the select board, and that's why we're here tonight. You can see the dimensions of it. I would say that the 120 inches that you see on the post, which is 10 feet, is a little bit illusory because a lot of that is buried in the ground. And so as you can see in the sort of mock-up photograph of the entrance, the sign itself is going to be approximately 6 feet to the top edge. I was wondering if Sean was going to be here to talk about sight lines. I haven't really addressed that sort of to the degree that I really can speak to it. But it looks again from this photograph, the sight line is far enough back from the edge of the traveled way. That sight lines wouldn't be a problem. And I also think it replaces a sign that used to be there in a similar position when this was the foyer of charity. So that's where we are.
And is that's the photo that we're looking at is the driveway, correct?
Yeah.
Questions?
Does this go to traffic rules?
I don't understand that.
And is it simply replacing an old sign?
There was a sign there previously, it's not been there for a while, so it's not a direct,
Okay, so it's.
only selling out of the ground. There was a sign there. Certainly.
Lorraine, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did ask, ask Sean, the property town engineer, to review the sign, and he is on track for the next. And he did provide the measurements the sign needs to be, which is included in your back.
Is it different than what is here?
Now Sean's note is included in the back.
I haven't got that in front of me.
I have a copy of it as well.
I see Bob's note. I don't see Sean's note. Is it different than what Bob's presenting? I just don't see Sean's.
It's not different than what Bob's presenting, but it has more specific information.
Okay, as long as it's still the same, general.
It's the same general information. It's more specific.
Okay, that's all. Any questions about the sign? I mean, it looks tasteful. I know, I don't recall there being one on the outside of the stone wall in years past. I would recall it being on the inside of the stone wall.
Yeah, that's what you know why, Maureen, it doesn't say it's from Sean.
Yeah, it says.
It
to
says
Robert
DPW
Fuller.
engineer.
I know, but it's okay, we're good.
Using the name
I know, I'm
Sean.
sorry, I'm
No,
sorry.
no,
We're all right,
it's
we're all
just,
I know, I think the sign used to be inside the store.
You could be right, I'm not.
Yeah, but, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know if anybody else does.
they buy it every day, actually, no.
Yeah.
No.
In the motion, I put the DPW requirements.
Thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion for this?
Move to grant. Go ahead.
No, well, I'll second you, good.
All right. Move to grant a request to install a facility identification sign in road alignment at 74 Holland Street. The sign shall be located a minimum of 12 feet back from the gutter line of Holland Street to maintain clear sight distance to the west for vehicles leaving the site.
Motion by Karen Connolly, second by Andrew Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Right, so nice tasteful new sign. All right, so next, for point of discussion, I know when you were in here earlier during your budget, we had a lot of discussions about the zoning board of appeals fees, inspection fees, and thank you for looking at that quickly.
It was mine, Bob and I wanted to jump all over it.
Okay, so did you want to give us a little bit of a summary where you're at?
Perfect, okay with Bob?
Go
I'll
ahead.
lead off. So if you are right, we'll look at the zoning board of appeals fees first.
Okay.
And what you have in your packet is analysis of the expenses of that department. Which is in the top grade pool from fiscal 15 to fiscal 24 budget. And then underneath you have the fees, and as you can see, the fees have been insufficient to cover the expense for some time, so they are well overdue to be looked at. There are a lot of fees in the zoning board of appeals, and we provided analysis looking at several different neighboring towns to see what they were charging. And as of course, no two towns can charge the same thing the same way. But there was some inconsistencies that we seemed really low on that Bob and thought we could make a correction on. So the one to two family residential, currently it's 200, the recommendation is for it to go to 250. Site plan review with a variance or special permit, currently there isn't a fee for it, so we're proposing that fee be $300, similar to what other communities are charging for it. Multiple residences that are not 40Bs, so something that is more than two family but not a 40B. Currently it's $100 per unit, and you can see that well out of step with some of our neighbors. And we're not proposing anything wild to go to $200 per unit. And then on the 40Bs, what we found in our analysis is that a lot of communities treat the 40Bs differently because there's so much more administrative work that needs to be done, with more communication. So Currently, the fee schedule for Scituate is $100 per unit, for multi-residents. The proposal is to do something similar to what Norwell has, which is $5,000 plus $200 a unit. Norwell is $500 a unit, which seems a little bit higher than where everyone else is. So the $200 a unit were already there for other things that seem to make more sense, especially with all the work that's involved in 40B. They don't come all the time. It always seems that no about the community groups.
Well, I think, this would recognize the fact that there's a lot of additional multiple public hearings, for example. The town attorney is involved. Review engineering is involved, although that's a separate cost. But Nancy's right, there's a lot of additional sort of expenses that go with administering 40B.
And would that fee be applied, 40Bs can often change hands multiple times? So what,
It would be a one-time fee. I think,
one
at
time
the
as the
application.
initial application, okay.
Right. And would transfer, I think, that change hands, although that's still important. So I think that really is justified, probably covers some of the costs that are incurred, because there's also a lot of staff time behind the scenes that goes into keeping records and monitoring this going forward, and even after the construction, we're charged with monitoring the 40B and how the affordable housing changes hands and things like that.
Okay. That's my question. Anybody
No, thank you for joining us.
Jerry, thank you. Andrew?
Yeah, again, thank you, this is fabulous. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Was there, just curious, I think we had here $300. Marshfield, so 500 and 800. What the variance is 800 and then Norwell 1,500. Is there other reason you thought process not to match what Marshfield was doing, or?
We spoke about this, Bob, and correct me if I'm wrong. You said that planning board normally does site plans and zoning board only gets involved when it's with a variance or a special permit.
You're correct. Most of this work is done by the planning board.
So they would be paying it on in addition to the special permit or variance.
Right, and there, yes, exactly. There are projects which involve both ZBA and planning approval. So this would be the ZBA portion of that overall. Couple of projects right now in the Driftway that fall in that.
I don't think Bob's gonna fight you if you want to do something greater than 300.
Okay.
It's not gonna make us a ton of money. It doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, but the planning board does charge a fee for the site plan reviews.
They do. Yes.
So in essence, if zoning board did it, then it almost be a double hit.
They'd only do it if it comes in with a variance or a special permit that would pay before the anyways.
Right, and that's not usual.
Yeah.
It does happen. It's an occasion situation.
Susan?
Yeah, I have a couple, actually, do have a couple questions. Thank you so much for the honesty. I love this, seeing this up. On the 40B, you said it would be at, application based on the number of units you apply, because a lot of times the application unit and the approval units are different, so it would stay with what you're applying for.
Good question.
Because you wouldn't wanna be giving money back, or, 'cause usually they start out with whatever the most they can possibly get, and they usually end up.
I would say that.
I would
Yes,
say,
I
I
think
would recommend.
we have to
Okay.
nail it at that.
And then I had a question on the special permit variance 300 is only for commercial. So the residential special permit variance, because that's how much, I mean, that's what the ZBA basically does, the residential special permit variances.
Well, the special permit, and finding typically given to residential project. I think what we're trying to do, I know what we're trying to do, is not make this overly onerous or to the residents, to the small project that wants to go forward and needs zoning board approval, kind that the zoning board typically sees 30 or 40 or 50 of a year.
Yeah.
That's not where we want to make a little bit of extra money. We're really looking for the large projects that might qualify as commercial. Any multiple housing, by the way, it's over a duplex, it's over a two-family, is classified as commercial, so it would fall in the commercial category.
So over the two family.
Right.
But I just noticed that every other town, that's almost every other town, does the special permit and variance costs under the residential.
And I think I picked it up probably from another town, had it under commercial.
Yeah, it would be
Oh, and they had it
typically
under-
residential. in that sense, you might run into it for a commercial property, but I can't think that's happening.
We don't have it in either spot, right?
No, and in the motion, it wasn't specific to residential or commercial, it just said site plan review with various special permits, so if that's something you want to delineate. We certainly would, want you to do that when you, if you decide to move forward with any type of motion.
So for most of those, to Susan's point, to most of those 30 or 40 that come through, that's the bulk of the zoning board's work, right?
Right.
That's
I would say
correct.
more than 30.
Yeah,
But are we
It's like
getting,
10 a month.
but are we getting that?
I actually did a count. It's-
Oh, was it?
It averages about 40 a year for the last
Maybe I
5
have
years.
just a couple of years.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can get intense, you're right.
Just for a point of clarification, would that special permit be then in addition to any of the other dwelling permits that are listed to the left? Is that why you left it off?
So that being in addition to.
No, the typical,
Or
well,
we're being
the way
placed
it's,
up?
the way it's done now is that the application fee is that $250. The application is for a special permit finding, different for a normal
So,
residential project. And
okay,
that covers the entire
gotcha.
turnaround process.
So in both towns, most of the other towns, you don't see both, some you do.
Right,
Okay.
we don't charge separately for that.
Did you want
No,
that changed, or what's your thought?
I was just curious the rationale.
Okay.
If you want to keep it on that.
So this would
For
basically
the site.
recognize our existing system of fees, not adding additional fees or additional steps to the process, but just somewhat raising the existing fees. And,
Any further questions with the zoning board of appeal fees? Yeah, thank you for putting this together, it's really quickly. No changes to what's before us from hearing? Okay. So do I have a motion, it's suggested motion in front of us? On page 40,
Move to amend the zoning board of appeals fee schedule effective March 1st, 2024, with the rest of insufficiency of fund fees for the cost of providing the service in the following manner. Service description is 1 to 2 for the residential, the raise from 200 to 250. Site plan review with various special permit will be currently 300. Multiple residents not 40B from 100 per unit to 200 per unit. 40Bs from currently 100 per unit to $5,000 plus 200 a unit.
and I just have a point of order, to ask a question before we go. Is March 1st, does that give folks enough advance notice for projects that are in the queue, or is that too fast? That's 2 weeks away.
I think we would have to, haven't talked about this really, but projects that are in the queue, I think are subject to the fees that
They're
exist today.
grandfathered, okay, that's what I just wanted to do. Okay. Motion
So
by,
anyone who applied after March 1st would be subject to the fees.
okay. Motion by Karen Canfield, second by Andrew Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next is to talk about inspection fees.
Okay, so the building inspection fees are, we had.
Yes, please.
You want to steal your thunder? We talked about the building inspection fees while I was presenting, started again, the concerned about the inspectors, they're currently at $32 per inspection. And the surrounding, the neighboring communities are all well beyond that, which was in the budget documents. We originally, in the budget documents, it was for $44,400 to go to $40 per inspection. What's for 40 tonight is to just go to the 45, because at 40, we're still behind. At 45, we're actually keeping pace with the other communities around us. So it just doesn't make sense to raise fees and still be behind. Or at least that, it didn't seem to make sense to us when we were talking it through.
I totally agree with that.
So we have the same type of analysis that you have for the zoning, board of appeals. In this case, we take in more fees than we, the cost to operate the office. But since we're talking about changing the compensation for inspectors, we would need to generate more fee income to cover that. The large spreadsheet we have in front of you is the same towns that were on the zoning board of appeals. Apologies for all the colors, but it was pretty much the only way to kind of group things together so you didn't really use your iPad going through this. The bottom line in red is what is being proposed to you in the executive action request. We're pretty much in line with most things, so the residential building, that's come up a lot, but as you can see, we're at $11 per thousand, it's been discussed, but everyone around us is either $11 per thousand or $10 per thousand. Where we are out of step is in the commercial. We're well below most of our neighbors at $11. The next lowest is Marshfield at $13 per thousand, and then it gets up to $20 per thousand in homes. Other things that we looked at, we went through, not only is the commercial for renovations or rehabilitations out of step, so as we go to commercial, same thing, it's $11 as compared to what we're proposing at 15. And then there were some other things that just seemed that they were lagging a little behind. Occupancy permits, both residential and commercial, we're recommending that you consider raising them from $40 to $50. Not a big jump, just more to keeping what's going on in neighboring communities. Also, the reinspection fee, that is, it's not necessarily spelled out anywhere, but we recommend that that be brought up to $50 that the other minimum fee is going to, and the minimum residential building permit fee would go from 40 to 50. So not a huge jump, just a small amount that keeps us competitive with, or similar, I should say, similar to what our neighbors are charging as well. The only one that's still being 40 would be Marshfield. This would all bring in additional funds. So in your executive action request, you have the different inspector rates from different communities from when Bob pulled them. You also have a listing of all the different specific fees that would be going up, and there's a lot more than the zoning board of appeals. You also have similar, I didn't print them up, I apologize, I didn't print out the plumbing and gas and wire permits. Didn't think of that.
We do have it
That's
on
what I have
the
some
spread, on the
questions on that,
spreadsheet.
actually, yeah.
They're just small in your thing, I forgot there were so many fun spreadsheets. The same thing on the plumbing and gas, our minimum fee is $60, we're asking you to go up a minimum fee of $75. For additional fixtures, it's $15, we're just asking that we increase to $20. Biggest one I think is deconstruction for commercial and residential, would be $120 going to $250, which is in keeping with what communities. And similar in the electrical permits, just I think we added electrical storage systems next to the solar panels because that's how you store the solar energy, things I learned from Bob when we went through this. And also the generators, we had, depending on the wattage, but to Bob's point, they have to inspect it, doesn't matter what the kilowatts are of the generator. So it should just be a flat fee.
Is that
regardless of-
BAC? Oh, no,
The one above
yeah,
it.
yeah.
And air conditioning and heating ventilation, that would be going for 50 to 75, and some of those are just mirroring what's going on with the minimum fee. Should have a minimum fee that's more than what the fee is for anything else. And once we looked at all of that, this would generate additional income. So if we wanted to go with $45 per inspection for our inspectors for fiscal 25, based on what inspections have been paid in fiscal 24, and year-to-date fiscal 23, we need $65,000. Based on what's in the budget, we always budget additional inspections, because we don't know what's gonna happen, what projects are gonna come, if we have some type of storm or just additional inspections, damage. So what we really need is $72,000. All of the changes that were laid out in the spreadsheets would amount to $93,195 based on fiscal 23 activity. As we know, Seaside's complete, Ferry Brook's complete, Drew Company's complete, so a lot of these bigger projects are now complete, so we may or may not have the same amount needed, but that is, we have to base it on something. That was a bit rambly, I apologize.
No, it's good. And just for the record, 'cause I don't know if this was said, we currently, our inspector rate is at $32, which is considerably lower. $32 per inspection or $32 an hour? Per inspection. So considerably lower than our neighbors who range anywhere from $40 per inspection to $45. And Norwell's actually got something close to 52.
I
So-
think that's actually happened.
Okay, so this process will at least allow us to remain competitive and continue to bring in good inspectors, which we all want in our town, so. Okay,
And also in your backup, they gave you all kinds of data from the number of permits, the types of permits, the dollar value of the permits.
Yeah.
Just let you have complete data and see what you wanted to hang out on the map.
I did another separate quick analysis this afternoon, and if you average the 5-year activity as opposed to the 2023 standalone, that does include Drew, it does include Seaside, most of Seaside and Herringbrook. But it's a little bit higher than what Nancy's talking about, it's around $100,000 that would be additional. But that's the kind of range of area that we're talking about. So I think we could certainly cover the additional permitting, permit compensation or inspection, compensation expense. And it's extremely important to remain competitive, to get the best people in that position. We really can't function without that. So, I appreciate the board considering this, it's very timely and very useful.
well, thank you, and thank you for doing this so quickly. Any questions for Bob?
Looking at it, again, thank you, this is wonderful. Looking at all that wonderful data in the back, it seems probably one of the most used. We're gonna average at least 750, 800 additions or alterations. It's gotta be one of the most fulfilled permits. Thought process, I mean, Paul had a $15 per 1,000 just for alterations and additions. I just don't, I guess I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that we can capture it. I don't feel like anyone's gonna say, hey, I'm not gonna put that addition on, this, that one additional fee, just my personal opinion. I know we wanna stay competitive, but just to make sure that we get to that number of 93, 94. Is there another avenue to make sure that we have enough revenue? Yeah.
Maybe you might ask that question. I did run the numbers based on the exported data for fiscal 23 for Permanized, all 7,000 lines of it. What's the last? If you were to go for residential from $11 per thousand to $12 per thousand, the estimated additional revenue would be 38,000. So for every $1 you add to that, based on that activity, you go up 38,000. So to $13, 76,000, to $14, 114, and it's $15 for something else or $100,000. I really haven't no life.
Was that, I'm sorry, was that new construction or additions? That's all residential.
This was all residential, would be 11 to 1,000. It's really hard to call them out differently.
So would that apply to new additions as well? Is that true?
Well, yeah, because I mean, in this, you know, new construction 82, 14, it's only 10% of the additions.
But if both at 11 to 1,000. So
Again, we were moving in the direction of not burdening small projects, the homeowners, unnecessarily with these changes. I think if you were talking about doing residential fees over, I don't know what the distinction between new construction and build and alteration, renovation. Doesn't really affect our process one way or another. We actually would prefer to get more large new construction projects and renovations.
I just know we've seen such a growth of people trying to do additions or for an in-law apartment or sewer issues and water issues, and
Yeah,
we spend so much more
there's
time
that.
because of it, and we're certainly not reaping, I feel, reaping out there.
So are you suggesting that we're go higher than 11 for every 1,000 per square feet? Or
Yeah, I mean, I would either
Okay.
go more than 11 to even 12, which gets 38,000. And then maybe, next year we can see if we have to go to 15 like Hull does, really. Something's in addition.
Any other thoughts?
I just, a reminder, this is all, general fund, right?
Yes.
So it all goes to the general fund and then split? Yes. So we have to increase our fees a little higher so that we can pay, because we've got to split that out.
I would caution you against doing that because it's not the consumer's fault that we formula that splits.
Yeah.
What we did when we increased the school department here.
But I-
You guys, listen up for tomorrow morning. We have a financial forecast meeting tomorrow morning
All right,
specifically
we gotta pay our
for this thing.
inspectors.
When we increased the inspector's fees in 2018, and we went through this whole process, we did it in the fall.
Yeah.
And then went to town meeting and increased the inspections budget. And financial forecast had an agreement that that piece of the inspections for that 1 year was just held for that. So we didn't split it. After, every year after that, it was just part of the whole. So that would be something that could be discussed at financial forecast meeting tomorrow morning, that if the board votes to increase fees tonight, that for fiscal 25, those fees get held out just because it's specifically to increase the inspectors. And then after that, it's fair game.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't something that was discussed at the beginning of the
Yeah.
projections, and that may be something the financial forecast is not favorable. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, let's note that, yeah, let's note that anyway, because it's, we do need to pay our inspectors. Yeah, that's me.
Giving me the evil eye here.
No, I guess what I'm thinking is, number one, I don't think there's any project that's not gonna go forward because the cost per thousand is $11 or $12. I just think it's kind of I'm sorry, Bob, nuisance fees, if you will. But as long as people know what they are up front. And I hear what you're saying about the split issue. But anytime we increase anything to put in the general fund, that's where we are, we're in the split. I'm much in favor of increasing the town split on this across the board.
Which we did.
Okay, so,
We worked
and
this.
I don't think that we're putting ourselves into any competitive disadvantage by going to 15. I don't see it, I don't, you're not gonna put the addition on your house because it's $15 per thousand instead of 11. And I would just assume that we had enough money in that budget to be able to pay competitive wages for the inspectors. The electricians are almost impossible to come by right now. Plumbers are not much better. So I feel as though if we can increase to make it even more attractive to be an inspector for Scituate, that's all good. So,
Well, at 11, and I hear you, but at 11, there's plenty of revenue to cover it going to 45, correct?
Based on fiscal 23, permits, yes.
With the
But y'all would
adjustments
give
that
you
we
38
proposed,
just
right?
I don't know if we need to go 15, but that's just my personal opinion.
Well, if we're having a hard, if, I don't know, you obviously know the answer to this. Are you having a hard time coming by inspectors, or is it?
I've had discussions with several, or a few at least, of my inspectors, that they're feeling a little under compensated and underappreciated. So that's what started this whole exercise.
Right.
Really.
So I guess in
generated
other
from
words,
that.
I'm saying, if we have to pay more than $45 per inspection, what would be wrong with that?
Well, I think in the short term, the $45 is probably the right number. Fiscal year 25, I think you might want to revisit it, frankly, on a yearly basis, at least to the point of analyzing what the surrounding towns are paying. If those rates are going up, then ours should be going up as well.
But no one's going to surrounding town with permit fees.
No, I understand. I meant inspection.
Or
Inspections
I'm sorry,
compensation.
inspections. I mean, it's, that's where we need to be competitive. It's not on the fee side, it's on what we're paying the people we need to do this job.
Mhm.
So for me,
So by creating a buffer, we have more flexibility to
increase,
increase
we had
that.
to,
We had to.
if the market is as competitive as I as a homeowner feel that it is.
You're right about that.
So that's my 2 cents. Good 2 cents.
Karen, anything?
I don't have anything to add. I really appreciate that we're being competitive, and I think this analysis is so comprehensive.
All right, so there's some discussion about amending that
I was-
dollar per 1,000-foot fee.
I wanna say put a dollar per 1,000, if you pull probably 10 out of 10, they'd be undervalued. Like when you're putting in a permit, they don't value the true value.
Right.
So, I mean,
And
it's,
if
we're
we-
getting it, there's a haircut anyway.
Right, so there's no question here, and if we see something that's obviously, not, plausible.
Yeah.
We do evaluate it, based on the square foot cost, but our square foot costs that we use are also arbitrarily low. Frankly, they're about half of what you actually pay contractor to build it.
Yeah.
So.
Half? Are you kidding?
Why is
We
that?
evaluate new construction based on $150. I'd say, that's a
Is that a
default.
formula that you have to follow, or is that
No,
something
no,
we
again, that's something that this
Why are we
board
doing that?
or another board voted for 3 years ago, whatever it was. Previous to that, it had been $100 a square foot. But again, that's a default cost. We don't apply that to every project. Most projects, frankly, the larger ones especially, come in at a cost that can be justified at a reasonable. Many times we have contracts for the project that specify the cost. But again, if there's something that doesn't, sort of stand the test, that's how we evaluate it. We could raise those, we could certainly raise those per square foot costs that we use to a more reasonable level, with no question about it. Which, again, wouldn't apply to every project, it would apply to perhaps one project in 10, one project in 5, something like that. But I don't even think 1 in 5, 1 in 10, we would employ that. Just sort
Yeah,
of.
well, I think we should be charging.
Well,
recast.
at 350 per square foot is what it actually costs.
Okay, what's the answer to your question? I mean, did you set that? Did you set that? Did the board set that
Is there
out?
some standard, isn't there some book?
Oh, well, there's RS means, but RS means is as inaccurate as anyone else.
Because the whole United States, right?
Well, they do a New England edition, but
Okay.
it still doesn't.
Because it's
I-
different
I-
here than it is in
Yeah,
Toledo, Ohio.
exactly.
So is that something that we need to set, or is that
I mean, we
the
would
building
need to,
department that sets
we would
that?
need to propose it to you for a vote. I
Right,
believe
well-
it happened as part of the
It
last.
sounds like it's,
Homework.
it's needed to be reviewed, that also goes to the
That's fine.
forest. All right, well, let's take care of what we have before us tonight. I hear there's some discussion that that folks want to change the dollar per square foot of the residential building permit fee from 11 to either 12, 13, 14, 15. What is the want to see that? Karen said 15, you said 12.
Yeah, I'm yes for 15, 12, so.
Karen can't feel any thought.
Well, just looking at the comps, they range whether
They're mostly
Paul's
around
15 and
But it doesn't matter, as
Yeah.
Karen said, it's not a
Right.
competitive situation, it's not like the
Right,
built here or there.
Yeah, I would be inclined to increase it on, but not up to 15. I think that, there's a lot of fees, I know it's not gonna make or break an addition. But our job is to make sure that we have enough money to pay people to do their job, but also not to overcharge to build in a cushion. We can, if we end up in another deficit situation, we can revise the whole thing again. But I think that it's appropriate to put it up $1 or $2.
You read what?
$1 or $2. Okay.
13?
Or 13?
Today the 13th.
It is.
Today is the
There you
13th,
go.
that's what, maybe that's.
So you want to amend that to 13, Nancy?
I love to, and just because, we don't have anything else to do tonight. In 2019, sorry. Just go ahead and get over. Get it over here. On June 4th, 2019 Board of Selectmen minutes. The motion to approve for the basis of default computation of building permit fees based on construction costs be adjusted from 100 to 150 per square foot for conditioned space and $75 per square foot of garage space and $25 per square foot of porch or deck effective immediately. Motion by Ms. Canfield. Second by Mr. Harris. And you, sir.
15.
So.
Yeah, that was 6 years ago. Okay, all right.
That was a vote.
That's all right. Let's just, take care of what we have before us tonight. We'll come back, on that other issue at a later time. Is that good? Let's see. All right, I don't think we need a motion to change it from 11 to 13, because that's just within your proposal.
No, it wasn't actually on our proposal, so, under the commercial building permit, we could just put residential building permit 13 of 1,000.
Okay. All right, motion? Yes.
Move to amend the inspections department fee schedule as of March 1st, 2024 to address an increase in the rate of inspection paid per inspection paid to inspectors in fiscal 25 from $32 to $45 to remain competitive with neighboring communities in the following manner as described. Should I go through the whole thing or can I do
No,
that?
I'm just saying.
As included on the schedule, with the amendment, residential fees will be increased from $11 per thousand to $13 per thousand.
Second.
Moved by Karen Canfield, second by Karen Connolly. Any further discussion? No. All in favor?
Aye.
That's good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A lot of work.
Right, a lot.
We'll make some other people very happy in town to come up at us in grocery stores. Take a look at this. So I appreciate you doing that.
Probably true.
Okay. Next is discussion and vote. We have Corey Miles, who is joining us via Zoom. I think we've got Sean here in person to talk about awarding a contract to some company for the North Scituate Beach Renourishment Project for $4,765,000. Corey, are you there? Hi, Corey.
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah.
to
Good.
see you.
Thanks. So we advertised this project for bid in December of 2023. We received 14, or we had 14 engineering companies pull the plans, but we only received 2 bids. Sumco Eco Contracting was the low bid at $4,765,000. So we are requesting to award the contract to them. The town share is $1,102,471. But we have $3,976,479 in grant funds from the Massachusetts Coastal Zone Management Program.
Good job, Corey.
Yeah, excellent. Congratulations on that,
Thanks.
on that grant. So the other applicant was P.A. Landers, who was quite more expensive. Is there a reason why we went with the base bid and we're not looking at the ad alternate? How does that work?
It was just exceeded the amount of funding.
That we had funded, okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so this is to bring beach renourishment onto Minot Beach, going in sort of the center of it at the end of Gannett Road, right, Sean?
Correct.
Okay. And was asked earlier if you guys had samples of the nourishment that will be placed on the beach. I think Corey, you said you had some in your office, right?
Yeah. Actually, our consultant, John Ramsey, is on.
Oh, okay.
The line as well. He prepared the plans.
I don't know if we'll have them right there, but.
Okay. Sean, do you want to talk a little bit about the project?
Sure. As Corey said, we received, well, we actually had the plans pretty far along in the fall of 2023 with a approximately $2 million grant from Coastal Zone Management. While this was going on, we applied for a second grant and we received that grant as well, which got us almost to the 4 months off. Right now, because of the time restrictions, the contractor wants to get going out there as soon as possible. We do have a May 1st no work within the water deadline, which would have felt well with our summer anyways to get them out. They may be doing some finish up work, top dressing the top of the berm, but no in-water work after May 1st. I have spoken with them offline. They've already started prepping to get in here. They were concerned about the shortened timeline to perform the work in the allotted time and the volume specification required, which is 52,000 tons. It is centered off of the end of Gannett Road. And we're just past Collier Ave before it starts to slope down. And we'll head south approximately 3 properties before it starts to slow down. South side of Gannett and down Surst.
Okay. And this has been in the works since 2014.
So we received other grants along the way to get through the permitting. The latest grant allowed it to wrap up the bid documents, the construction inspection. And because of the second grant, the following contract after this one is a contract amendment on the design.
Okay.
To redo the design based on new quantities because of the available funds and the project size. A little piece of that on that.
Okay. Sounds good. Questions with regards to the contract award? So you can get into the design questions on the next page, right? Okay. Any questions from the audience? I know there are a lot of interested. Yes, me.
For those who don't know me, my name is Jason Berger. I'm with Coastal Zone Management and the South Shore Regional Coordinator. And as some folks may or may not know, I am actually stationed out on First Cliff. I'm a tenant of the Stowack-Back National Green Sanctuary Office. Not so much a comment, but just a couple words in support of the project. As many people have noted that this project is been 10 years of making and is really sorely needed for this area, which is significantly sediment starved. As had been mentioned, there have been 2 grants for the construction of this project totaling $4 million, which is the largest project that CZM has funded to date, which I think is
This
a real
year or
accomplishment.
since its existence?
For implementation, having a project for $4 million. The next closest one was down in Marshfield and Duxbury, and that was for about $3.25 million. So this is,
Quite an accomplishment.
it certainly is, and, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Scituate has been the #1 grant recipient of of CZM's Coastal Resiliency Grant Program. The town has received 8 awards from the program over the years, totaling a little over $5 million. So town of Scituate is definitely by far the single greatest recipient in this grant program. So I just did want to say those words in support of the program and in support of the work that the town is doing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And thank you for your advocacy. I'm sure you advocate on behalf of us as well, so thank you for that as well. With all the expert advice that I think you provided to whether it's the coastal advisory team or Sean's office over the years, so it's great, appreciate it.
We definitely do as partnership.
We appreciate it. Anything else before motion for this particular? Okay, anybody want a motion? Okay, Karen.
Move that the select board award the contract for construction of beach nourishment at North Scituate Beach to Semco Eco Contract, Weekly Mass for the amount of $4,765,000.
Motion by Karen Canfield, second by Andrew Goodrich, all in favor? Aye. All right, excellent, congratulations, and thank you, Corey and Sean and team, and we get Tom Ramsey there too, I'm sure. That's something good, so is he gonna speak to us about the design, Sean, or are you gonna talk about the design changes?
I'm not sure, he looks like he's staying quiet.
So just to tee it up for the public, next we have, talk about an amendment for some additional engineering and design and bidding for this particular project. So we need to allocate another $76,000 approximately. So what's changing?
And that's a not to exceed amount.
Okay,
This came about, as I said, after receiving second grant after the first project was already pretty far along. We will be using some of the $4 million grant funds to pay for this engineering contract, but it'll cover our weekly meetings that we've been holding with CZM, which will continue through construction. He's updated the bid spec for the larger project, backing into the $4 million number. And he is providing a number for construction oversight, which may or may not be used. He will be out there on occasion. We will be out there 100% of the time in DPW, so there will be somebody out there if residents need to reach out to somebody. We will, as the schedule, which the contractor is putting together now starts to come together, we'll get another public post out. Probably see message boards go up on Gannett Road, maybe some mobile radar signs. We'll work with the truck route, kind of was already developed, that permitted the project, which is Henry Turner Bailey to Gannett Road.
they're coming down, is it coming also 123 or 123 or 228?
We didn't specify past 3A.
Can we specify past 3A, Jim? Can we specify that they come from 228 or 123? Is that within our purview to keep them out of the west end?
Contract docs.
I think it didn't tell them, it just told them after 3A. So it was getting to 3A and then we directed. Straight to the
So
site.
we wanted to use a different, the other was not specified at this point.
And it may be where the material is coming from. The contractor opted 2 options because of the 2 sources of material. So they need the small gravel from one provider, they need the sands from another. They had 2 options. They could put it on the beach and mix it on the beach.
or they could bring it to another site and mix it on site. And then when the trucks arrived, there was no mixing required. Depending upon where that location is, which he hasn't secured yet, he was waiting for tonight's approval.
We'll tell them we want to stay out, there we go, we'll tell them we want to stay out.
Yeah, I think we need to.
We certainly can.
Okay. And then my other question before I pass it to my peers. We've learned in the past that public outreach is very important. Showing them the actual material, the residents, you know, like the beach is a treasure for this town, as all our beaches are, but are any public meetings factored into this
At this point, we did
part of the process?
two at the
I think it needs
library,
to.
and I
Okay.
think one in front of the board.
Did you have any attendance at the library?
The last one we did.
Okay.
15.
I still think we need to do
Yeah.
some proactive outreach, you know, just additional to Cory. I'm sorry, go ahead, I need to interrupt you, go ahead, Cory.
Okay, yeah, so for the last public meeting we held back in January, we sent out letters to approximately 700 people that live right in that area or who own property right in that area. So that helped to get attendance up at the
Good.
last meeting. So we had, I don't know, 30 people in the room and about 45 people on Zoom. So, and the slides in the video and everything is posted on our website. So, but we can definitely try to do some more outreach, if
Well,
you
it
think
sounds
it's
like
necessary.
It's a good start, for sure. Okay, let's just make sure that, did you have samples of the,
Rented it.
there? Okay.
Yeah.
John had his
Ziploc.
buckets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, John, for those buckets.
I can keep them in my office, just in case somebody wants to come by and touch and feel the material.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to my peers. Anybody in this side?
No.
No.
Good.
Eric?
Well, as much as Cory, we love you, I think people having to go into your office to look at that probably less than optimal. So what I would suggest is, it might be a really good idea to do some sort of an exhibit at the library. We have drawings, we have, you know, and you could have the school kids come in. I just think it's an opportunity for education and to make it really accessible to people so that they can just go into the library, look at it, put their hand in whatever, you know, whatever it is. And what I think we all would like to avoid is the stuff that went on with the Egypt burn and having to go back and source the size of the rocks. So I'm hoping, and I honestly think that if people think that North Situate Minot Beach is going to be restored to its original glory, that is not gonna happen. And it's going to look different. I'm assuming it's not going to look different, but the whole point is, it is a foreshore protection project as much as it is anything else. And I think we're trying through our master plan, through a lot of other means to educate the public about what that means, including the whole issue of permitting. And, you know, how do you get to design? I think it could be a really great exhibit at the library for all the citizens. And I think if coastal zone management had an interest in being, you know, part of it, I think it'd be a really good thing.
Something you can add to, every year we're doing something, not necessarily a nursery, but.
Well, it's, you know, and people need to understand the difference between a concrete seawall and a revetment and a beach nourishment project. And they have lots of questions about it. So, and I'd like to, Dan Bentley's here from CPC, recognize the fact that the project got started with CPC money. And back then, it was kind of like, oh my God, this is a leap of faith. How are we ever going to be able to do this? But it wasn't a giant investment, but it was significant for CPC at the time to do it. So for all of the people who continue to work on CPC, I thank you for their foresight. So that's all I have to say.
Karen Canfield, anything? No. All right, well, I think this point we'll take, it'd be nice to, let's see if those, the material is.
Stereo.
Yeah, the material is easily accessible. All right, well, thank you for all your work, and do you want, does anybody have any questions for John, or any questions in the audience about this project? It's a big project. I don't see any. Sean, is there anything additional that John was going to add? I just don't know if we need to give him an opportunity to say anything.
I don't think so.
No,
Not
just-
that I
just
know
there
of.
in
You're
case
welcome
somebody
to chime
catches
in, John, if you want to add to anything. If not,
All right, well, thank you, John, for all your assistance on this as well. He's been working with the town for years as well. So, I'll entertain a motion.
Move the select board award a contract amendment for additional engineering design and bidding specification, North Scituate Beach Nourishment Project, Sustainable Coastal Solutions in Falmouth, Massachusetts, for $76,060.
Motion by Andrew Goodrich, second by Karen Connolly, all in favor? Aye. Thank you all,
very much.
congratulations.
Thank you all.
It's a great project, long time coming.
starting in a couple of
Look
weeks.
forward,
So,
yeah,
Yeah,
look forward to seeing it tonight.
thank you.
All right, thanks. Great night, Jason. Okay. Well, we're behind now, so. Sorry. So next, we did put in the water abatement policy. Eric's here this evening. I know we've worked with you, Susan and Kevin, after we had some residents come forth in our last meeting. So we committed to them that we would expedite a review of our abatement policy to see what we could do to accommodate some of their concerns. So I don't know, Susan or Eric, who wants to take the lead on this? Yeah.
Okay, so some of it from the old policy was just taking some examples out, changing a little bit of the wording, but the biggest impact was trying to calculate a new formula for the abatements. And what the biggest change really is that we're still, someone would come in with unforeseen water usage. Case of a leak, they've got proof that they found the leak, they've got proof that they repaired it. And in case of unforeseen usage, crunching some numbers, came up with a standard abatement of 26% would apply to the overage. But in cases where that usage exceeds 3 times historical usage, 74% of the elevated usage will be abated. And I brought some examples with me, including the Musselmans. They were a couple that was here before, just to show what the difference would be. And I can give you those numbers.
So we don't have a red line version at all yet, right? I didn't see it in here. Okay. Yeah, Eric, that's fine. Go ahead. Could you share that? That'd be great.
So their bill was 5385.28. Under the old abatement policy, it was reduced to 4,475. Using the new calculation, their bill would have been reduced to 2,811, and their average bill, looking at historical usage, was 293. So it's,
You mean 2,093?
No, 293.
$293.
Yeah.
So 10 times the, right.
Right, so it was, we were kind of, Kevin, Susan and I were crunching those numbers. And so it's, when you look at that, that's an additional $1,200 abatement. But still, significantly higher than the average bill. So that sort of comes down to how the select board feels about it.
I think can I just say one, I think, and Kevin was saying this too, it does come down to the people who use the water, right? Like,
Someone's gonna pay.
someone's gotta pay for it, that the water was used. I do think it's encouraging that, we're fixing a lot of problems, so like we elevated some of the rates. There are quite a few people getting toilets fixed and whatnot, so, that's encouraging, how they are using the water, so to say there should be no cost, we're having trouble with that. But we thought it should be significantly less if they do fix a problem.
Well, yeah,
Go ahead, Karen.
yeah, one of the big problems which this solves is that because of the new tiered system, there's penalty on penalty on penalty, basically. And this helps remove that sort of double counting that was not the intent of the tier.
Right.
So I think this goes a long way towards addressing that. I mean, did you run the numbers if under the old, before we did the exchange tiers, but you know, if it was a $5,000 bill before, you know, under the old, before we raised all the rates? Because that's, I think, where things got really skewed.
No, that I didn't do. These were
That's okay.
payments that had come in at the, you know, the ones that we were seeing, kind of people got the stare shock.
Yeah,
from
well,
the-
because
of
they're
the new
the
tier
top
rates.
tier.
Right.
For all of that loss.
Oh, yeah, there's some very.
So we had talked about looking at that calculation at the baseline level, so is there a reason why you did?
At the base.
So what was discussed, not that we approved it or applied on it too much, but was because it was an unintended consequence, right, they're at this level, that overage usage would then be calculated at where their historical level typically fell.
Right.
That's not how we got to this number, correct?
Not in that discussion.
No.
And I think when.
Did you do any comparison,
When
looking at it that way to this solution?
Nancy had run a few scenarios.
Okay.
And I think using kind of the lowest tier.
Yeah.
You were giving almost 90% of the whole bill back. Like there was almost no penalty at all in that scenario.
And do we need to clarify the language, redline anything about to identify what this actually applies to? Because there's nothing redlined here, so I'm not really sure what we're updating.
Yeah, I mean, there's the old policy, which was like a PDF, and then we did the policy.
So I guess what we can do is decide whether or not this is directionally where we want to go, and then
Right.
Get the policy updated and redlined so we can finally approve it.
The
That's
thing-
what I would recommend.
Pretty much the things that were taken out in the top section were just the examples that were given. Kevin felt, you know, you don't need to give examples for that, it's kind of defined.
Well, I mean, I think that some of the examples would say an elderly person, and you don't wanna think that you can just give a hardship to an elderly person. So we thought that taking that out was good. The examples kind of were kind of pigeonholed, like what someone would think they would apply for. We wouldn't want someone to not apply for hardship if they are not elderly, for example.
Yeah, that definition probably needs to be considered.
Yeah, we took that out.
Oh, see, I'm not seeing the edits, maybe I'm not
Oh.
looking, or is there a whole new?
So it's a whole
Oh,
new
it's a whole
document
new
because
document.
it
So
was
there's
like
no
a
red line.
2003.
Started over.
Okay.
It was a 2003 one, and he started over.
Okay.
Because there was no actual document. Right. But we can, yes, we could I could go back and redline what was actually taken out, like the examples of. Example.
So is the new document, is that what starts on page 64? It's just that one with the new type?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, we should,
Yeah, there's just no data,
explain
there's
that.
nothing in the report.
All right. Thoughts?
I mean, directionally, this is the way I think we need to go. I think it's that tough balance and we still need to recoup some money. Like the flat 75. You know, get a lot of. It's gonna cat many ways this way, but this is a pretty, a universal way. So I certainly support the direction.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is, why would we could, you're right, we can skin this cat a lot of ways. If we were to charge the overage at the tier 1 rate, what would that get us?
Joe's numbers.
Well, it's
It's
under
not
90.
that I have those numbers, but some of these aren't at tier 1. These are
Right,
people
well,
that are always in
at the
tier 2.
average tier, whatever that
Well,
historical
so,
tier was that
yeah,
they
well,
were
when I
operating.
hear, did you say 395 or 385 or whatever? What was the number you used for the?
293, that's
And
not.
that was their
Normal.
use, normal use per quarter?
It's historical usage for the resident. We try to go back 5 years, but if the resident hasn't been there that long, we kind of want to just do for this resident.
So,
And some people's average usage will fall in tier 3. They won't all fall in the lower tiers.
right, which that
So
would be
that-
fine,
Yeah,
right. Well, I guess,
So-
I guess the problem is that these leaks apparently, this leak went undetected for what, 3 months? And that's what happened, because you get your bill every quarter. Right. So you would immediately see in 3 months. What? So I don't
Right,
understand
we're-
how this went from their average use being 295, I keep getting the numbers, per quarter, to, what was it, $5,000?
the Wesselmans?
Yeah, it was
Yes.
Wow.
It's, if you have a big enough undetected leak for that long with these new
But
tiered
it's
rates,
only-
There's like
it
100,
jumps.
100,000. That isn't the highest bill.
Yeah.
That's like 50,000.
It was a lot. That was caused by one toilet leak. I mean,
And then when you
folks.
factor in the tiered rates, you know, you hit.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Then
get,
it-
and I think that was the unintended consequence when we added that fifth tier.
Yeah,
Bumped
and
everything
we're
up.
limited,
So they go from being,
right,
what, a tier 1?
or tier 2 most of the
Right, okay,
Yeah.
tier 2 to tier 5 in 3 months' time?
happen. And we're
I hope
limited,
people
we're
are
limited in when
listening.
we can catch, because of the meters we use. The only time you detect it is when you get a read.
Right,
So we
And
can't
everything else is
discover it until
estimated.
it,
right?
well,
Quarterly bills are estimated
no,
until they're read. How often do you read the meters?
it's different parts of town, it's like, it's generally a quarterly cycle. It falls within a certain range of dates. So if you have a leak that starts right after your last bill, or you go away and you have a leak, you know, we're not gonna see
Oh,
it,
I totally
you know,
understand
until
that,
we
but
get the next reading.
it's just shocking to me that in 3 months' time, that much water. Yeah, and
Yeah.
water is not free. I'm total agreement
Yeah.
on that. So I guess people need to pay attention, but that's just.
I would leave you faucet on the trash can.
I know.
Right now.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So well, I think we've gone from a 25% thereabouts abatement to 75, which I think is a huge step, huge improvement. And I'm sorry to say, you know, in this case, it's still gonna cost them a significant amount of money that they're probably not happy about, but we have to be fair. And if that amount of water is going through out of their house into our system, and it's essentially being wasted, that's not good.
So you're in favor of the
Yeah.
reduction?
Yes.
Okay. Erin?
Yeah, I think you're right, we could slice this 6 ways to Sunday and maybe marginally one way or another, but I think your approach is clean and it's less burden on the department. Calculated.
It's easy to calculate.
Yeah, than having to say, okay, what did we do? Yeah, so I appreciate the work of this. And as somebody who had a leak once, it got the shocker bill, you know, it's nice to know that there's some recourse.
And just for clarification, the abatement process does go through the water department. So we'll keep that, just want to say that publicly, since it's been just straightforward process. Okay. Any further discussion?
And it does go to the last billing cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just so people know, if they happen to have a big water bill, it's 75. Go back to the last.
Gotcha. Any questions from the audience? Don't see any. Okay, is there a motion?
Move that the select board approve the revisions to the DPW water and sewer abatement policy as drafted to be effective immediately.
Motion by Karen Connolly, second by Andrew Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Eric, for tackling that. Thank you, Susan, for helping. And, will you be reaching out to the, what's the name?
Yes.
Oh, and then the kid, yeah, there's a, like, private came in.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
we-
thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, we didn't make this, they didn't make decisions on the 15th.
Okay. That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a great evening. All right. Do you wanna, yeah. Do you guys need like a 3-minute recess?
Yeah, I'm not like at the start.
All right, we're just gonna take a 3-minute recess, Steph.
All right, we'll mute you. We're gonna stay live, just so you know, but we'll.
Yep,
we will,
no, that's fine. So we are live. All right. Good, everybody here. So our next agenda item is CPC articles for town meeting. So Dan and Skylar, welcome.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the board for allowing us to come in front of you and discuss this information prior to the town meeting. What I'd like to do is just go through some of the numbers first and then talk about the projects that we have lined up for the town meeting, for the votes at the town meeting. If you look at the first slide, I believe you all could have the presentation that I sent a while ago. If you look at the first slide, I'm not going to go through every number on here, but a couple of things to note. We did have a shortfall from last year on both open space and community housing. So you'll see two $6,000 amounts on there to make up for the shortfall of the 10% that's required by law. The other comment I make is that the way Scituate spends the money that's collected for CPC is to use the estimated receipts first and then go into the reserves that are in the different buckets of historic, open space, and community housing. Excuse me. So you'll see the on the estimated receipts column, you'll see the $284,000, which is 10% reserve based on an estimated receipts of $2.843 million. Those are the set-asides that we do each year. There's an administrative expense, which we never even get close to, $71,000. That's the lowest amount that we set aside, 2.5%. There is a debt service retirement of $260,000, which is for the athletic field loan that we did several years ago. And then we have the projects that are coming up for this year that we're expecting to have approved and the money taken out of the different buckets there. Another comment, if you look at the next slide, the state match this year went down from previous years to $458,000 as a result of a lot of different things, which I'm sure I don't need to go into, but I can discuss them if you'd like to. We had a high of about $780,000 a couple of years ago, but that has since gone down, and I expect it's going to stay more in the lower amount than the higher amount. The good news is the town has received since 2004 over $11 million in state matches that we normally wouldn't have had as far as revenue. We did have quite a few projects that we rescinded this year. We voted to rescind, and the total is about $679,000. The biggest chunk of that comes from the Wheeler Park Windows project, which was withdrawn because they found another source for the windows. So that was a good thing for CPC to get that money back. All the other projects are completed, and we had reached out in our annual meeting to all the stakeholders in all those projects to make sure that they were done, they didn't need any more money, and we could take the unexpended monies back to the town. So a total of $679,000 should be coming back next year if the voters approve, which I'm sure they will. We do have 3 projects this year. Bailey Ellis House renovation, high school tennis courts, and sale housing project, which I'll talk about in a minute. I did want to mention that we had 3 projects that were withdrawn or tabled. One was the pickleball courts, which is a continuing discussion, and we expect that to come back in the spring. It's not done, it's not over, it's just the timing wasn't right with the tennis courts and other things going on in town. So we expect that to come back and be on the ballot in another town meeting or 2, hopefully the next town meeting. There was a request for the track renovation behind the recreation building that was withdrawn. We're going to look to see if there are other ways of doing that without using CPC money. And then we did have a request from a group at the James Landing, which is basically for invasive species removal. And we determined that that's not something that's applicable to spending CPC funds on. So we voted against that and that project was withdrawn.
Sounds like a fun.
The first project is a continuation of a 2022 project that basically some overrun costs that weren't anticipated came up. So this is from the Scituate Arts Association, and it's due to a shortfall in the original 22 project to renovate the tower and finish some of the renovations that's been ongoing at the Bailey Ellis House. They ran into some overruns with just additional costs of materials. The big overrun on the cost was the staging that's needed to take place to access the tower and be able to fix some of the problems they have with the tower here. But this is basically a continuation on, they're asking for $22,884 from CPC, and they're providing $15,000 in addition to that out of their own funding. And this was unanimously voted for by CPC.
Do you know how much the total project ended up costing?
Pardon?
Do you know how much the total project ended up costing?
Oh, I have to go back and look. This has been ongoing
Yeah, for a while.
for over 10 years
Yeah.
before my
Okay, no
time.
worries.
certainly.
It's fine.
And they have some left because we had asked them about what they're anticipating for the future. And there are some things left over that just, I'd say, more minor repairs and fixes to the facility than major. But I can get that information if you
Okay.
want. It's been, I think, 10 years that they've been working on this, and I think they've done a great job with what they have and what they've done with the house and the money that they put in addition to the CPC funds that they expect. I think they've done a great job.
I just want to add to that too, is that that association has donated a lot of their own money, and they manage all the projects, so there's less of a burden on town departments to manage that work. So part of that is also being very frugal, how they go about doing this. Probably 10 years ago, they did, through CPC finance, historic preservation plan for that property. And so they've been working through that incrementally over the years, applying for relatively small amounts of money from CPC, not millions of dollars. I think, to answer your question, it was around 90,000 was the last request, which has 3 parts. The tower is the last part of that request. So that portion of it is really where this $22,000 overage comes from. And it's timing. Part of it has to do with, of course, the pandemic and increased costs as a result of that. Part of that is the labor cost.
They have always been resourceful.
Yes.
And a potential for someone more to kind of, depending on how we want to approach it. So, and they've been very good tenants, they pay $1 a year, but they do a lot more than that, which is good. And the building's occupied by a town crew, so.
Yeah, and that was certainly something that they've been very successful with, and we're happy to see the Mordecai Lincoln committee moving forward, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward on the parking lot and getting people on the property from passive and active recreation, as well as the historic value of property. So we're pleased to see that move forward. The next project is the high school tennis courts. Last year, we had approved the design of the town approved the design of the courts, and this is for the construction of the tennis courts at the back of the high school. If you look at the diagram, you don't see what's there today, but what's there today is basically 4 courts. And on the right side of the diagram, there's a hill that they will take some space out of to put in the extra space to get the 5th court in. So this is a project to completely replace what's there today, put new surfacing in, put spectator seating in, handicapped access, lighting for the courts, not lighting for the whole area, because I know that's a concern from neighbors. And put up windscreens, fencing, and some bleachers, and also a 200 square foot storage unit for the space. Excuse me. The project would allow the high school to hold NIAA matches with the proposed courts there. It will take the burden off what's being used both at the high school and behind the old gate school. And also, from what I'm told, the high school courts are in very disrepair to the point where they're almost unsafe for the students to play on, for people to play on. There's a contingency built into the amount of the 1.9 million of 174,000. And that is just a percentage of the project, and hopefully the project comes in under budget, then that money will come back to the town.
Who's managing that? The rec department?
Yes.
Or- Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
This is the same company designer is the one who did the.
Who did the athletic fields? Yes.
Activitas, I always forget that, right?
Yes. Yeah, so, same group, the gentleman who runs, the project is a Scituate resident. And, I think he's done a great job, and the company's done a great job with the projects they've had in town. Not just the athletic fields behind the school, but also the new fields at, Central Field. Wow.
On time, on budget.
Any questions for Dan on those first two?
Okay, the last project we are very excited about, it's a housing project that a group called the SAIL, which is the Supported Access to Independent Living, came to us with a request for partially funding this project. Back in October, they purchased the property at 809 Country Way for $1.6 million. And the intention is to turn it into homes for adults with intellectual development disabilities and/or autism. And the vision is creating a supportive community living that includes housing, employment, and socialization. So the intention is to take the existing facility and put at least 4 residential units in there, which will accommodate up to 8 individuals, and this is all age 24 and above, with intellectual development disabilities and/or autism. We think it's a great project to add to the portfolio of the housing projects that CPC has been involved with in Scituate. This is going to be, I think, a model for other communities. It could be a model for other projects as well, not just in Scituate, but in the area. There's also a potential for a small, I'll call it commercial space for rental purposes. That's to be determined, I think, by some of the zoning issues. Mary Nell Henry, I believe, has come in front of you and at least discussed this. So this was something that we were happy to see come from CPC. And they're asking for $1 million from the town through CPC for a $3.3 million project, and looking to get the remainder of the $2.3 million through other fundraising, private donations, some disability grants that can take place, and a variety of things which are all listed on the presentation there. And the intention is to serve families within 30 minutes of Scituate, and hopefully have several members in the from the Scituate community end up being residents there. The timeline is to get the funding this year in 2024 and start construction at the end of the year and have the residents occupied by next year in the spring. This was approved unanimously by CPC, and we're very happy to see another housing project come in front of us, because I think the last large one we did was the housing over by the library.
So since we're donating this to affordable housing, will the deeds on those units be registered as affordable? They will, right? I wanna know how that work.
This type of house, they are deemed affordable because it's a house with people with special needs.
Disability, okay, under the application?
And each unit, each bedroom counts as a separate unit. So it's a 5-bedroom facility, it counts as 5 portable units.
Yeah, to the towns.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
those are
we're
the
very
three
excited
projects
about
we
that,
have.
well, they're three very good projects.
Yeah, I'm very happy about the 2 big ones,
Yeah.
as well as the other.
Yeah, they're excellent.
I have a question, but just financially. What, we don't spend money until all of the money's been raised, I mean, at what point? I just don't wanna see us, and I'm 1000% in favor of this, that we contribute the million, and then all of a sudden they come up short. So is there, will we have some agreement with them as to at what point we start to contribute?
I'd leave that up to Mary Nell, who's on the call, I believe. Are you there, Mary Nell? You might be on mute.
You talk now. Mary Nellie, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, yes. Okay, so can you, one more time, I think the question was about funding and securing funding over and above the $1 million if need be?
Well,
Okay.
I'm saying if we're as a town contributing $1 million through CPC, at what point I just wanna make sure that we don't contribute the $1 million and then the project comes up significantly short in any way of its own fundraising objectives. At what point are you going to start, put your shovel in the ground and make commitments?
So first of all, we have 2 very large grants going in, one for 1.2 to HUD, which will be submitted this Friday. We also have another grant for $600,000 going into mass redevelopment under underutilized building going in at the beginning of May. Both of those awards are, we are notified in September if we get those awards. If we don't get that close to $2 million, we have reached out to 2 entities for additional financing. One being, again, through mass redevelopment, it's bond financing, and another one through the Disability Opportunity Fund. So no matter what, we will do additional financing to make sure that we secure the $3 million in total. And again, we have a loan, a very good loan, private loan on the acquisition cost. So I would hope, I want everyone on this board and the town to know that we are going to do everything possible to secure the financing and then also go out with a very robust capital campaign and grant seeking plan.
Well, and I'm assuming that the town's financial commitment is to your benefit in approaching these other funding sources, so.
100%.
Yeah, I'm happy we're doing it, so.
I appreciate it. And Maura did a lovely letter to actually for our HUD application, which we can also use for other applications, showing that the town is going to, with the approval through town meeting, being able to support this project. So yes, it's huge to get this $1 million for us.
Thank you.
Any questions for Dan or Skylar? Susan, anything? I do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, and we won't vote on this tonight. We'll vote on all the articles at another meeting, but of course, very much appreciative of your work, and can't speak for the board, but I think there's a lot of favor for all the projects, so safety issues.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
everything. Have a great night. Sorry, we're a little behind. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the South Shore Regional Vote Tech first, and then we'll go to our own school department. Welcome, Tom, how are you?
Good evening. Thank you.
We have quite extensive presentation.
And I'm reading the room and I think I'm going to get the high
Nice.
points.
Thank you.
How's that sound?
That'd be great.
So just give us the number.
Yeah,
That's
we
right.
appreciate that.
Let's just skip. Seth, it's okay for me to share the screen?
Yes, sir, you go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I provided you two documents, and by the way, before the Brady Bunch squares disappear there, Jack Manning, your representative to our school committee, is also on the phone.
Hi, Jack.
So we got two documents I typically would provide you. The second document is a detailed unpacking of how the assessment was calculated. I'll presume to leave that one to the side. It is essentially the same presentation I've made to you for, this is 13 budgets now. And it does unpack it in terms of the other parts of the formula from the state, as well as our regional agreement. This is a modified version of something I presented to our school committee. I'll go at a reasonable pace. I'm going to slow down when we get to the numbers. I'll get to the assessment increase, as well as some high points of our MSBA project and where we are in the process. So I tell my school committee that we've got a lot of potential, we've got a lot of accomplishments and a lot of goals to set for ourselves. We've got the highest enrollment in our school history, very strong co-op program, over 100 students in senior year and junior year who are going to work. I joke that when I look out in the student parking lot and it's empty, I double check that's co-op week for seniors. If it wasn't, I'd be unhappy, but I'm happy when it's empty. It's been great, strong applicant pool, very successful with some state grants, including over $2 million for our adult ed workforce development, just help us keep our supply budgets low. We're moving along with an MSBA project. And as you may recall from previous town meeting, Marshfield will join our district starting in the fall. That is, I think, expanding the region is a theme we as a district need to look at even further as we head toward a large capital project and regionalizing resources. We have some goals in the future. MSBA sucks up a lot of the oxygen, but there are some instructional issues we occasionally get to talk about, and we have a NEASC accreditation visit, continued workforce development training, and we actually were one of 5 schools in the state that was selected to be part of a grading initiative, so we're overhauling our report cards and our assessment system, and I'm very proud of the work we're doing there. We're in the 2nd year of that initiative. I tell our school committee that we build our budget on a zero-based model, which you've heard me say in the past simply means everything needs to be double-checked, and we shouldn't merely add a few percent onto last year's number. It's proven to be very successful and easier for me to move discretionary operating dollars around. Someone who asks for less money next year than they had this year is not in jeopardy of, oh my goodness, it just cuts out a bit of the nonsense and allows us to move dollars around. And so we have our first town meeting in our district is April 1st. So we've certified a budget. And so the assessment numbers you see are the ones that the school committee had approved. So our budget for fiscal 25 is up 4.2%. 3.41% of that is operating and capital. Our capital budget last year and our capital budget this year is solely focused on replacing parts of our fleet of propane buses. We own our own, we lease our own buses. We did a lease to own in 2017. I'd like to start replacing them. The story behind these numbers, as you probably know, is that the state aid wasn't what it has been in the last couple of years, much lower inflation factor. We had a reduction of some non-resident tuition, so we had to make some adjustments in presenting this budget. And that's okay, it comes with the territory. When the revenue's not there, the budget's not there. But the second line is a little unique, and I've never had to add this, and this will be probably the only time it gets added, which is our MSBA project will go in front of voters next January if we stay on track. It's a district-wide vote in the aggregate. And the long story short, for now, for tonight, is simply to say that the statute requires that we cover the costs. And of course, you pay the bills for the budget anyway. So this is a one-time, we're going to use money from our excess and deficiency account. So that estimated cost of 125 grand to run 9 elections, if you will, on the same day will just be offset by some savings, and it's not baked into the operating numbers that we have for this upcoming fiscal year. The headliners for our budget, as I just mentioned, we had to take a haircut. The aid did go up. Our enrollment went up 7%. The aid went up 3%. That's better than a lot. A lot of districts are at the minimum aid of $30 a pupil. That's a challenge across the state. So with those anticipated reductions, we made adjustments in our budget. As I did last year, I'm trying to move some positions incrementally from grants onto budget. I don't have an ESSER concern. So I'm using both budget money and special ed 240 entitlement money, some Medicaid money for a part-time nurse. We have a full-time nurse. It was a big deal we'd want to add, and last year we were able to add a part-time nurse. And our speech pathologist, adjustment counselor, and special ed teacher, again, just trying to make a migration. Costs go up, federal grants could be flat, so I would likely have a similar slide next year. And the one brand new ask in this budget on the operating side, as a school of 670 students with one phys ed teacher, it's long overdue, and it's just competing priorities. But with this position, I think hiring somebody who is perhaps isn't deep on the salary scale, we could bring a comprehensive health and wellness program to our 9th and 10th graders. That's the goal of adding this to our operating budget. This is just a brag slide of the competitive grants that we've done well with, and just at the bottom there, but those are some of the entitlement grants. So we get entitlement grants like any other public school district. We're using it for supplies, professional development, and personnel. These are our in-district enrollment trends. The green is, the green has been hovering up in the 600s for a while, but that little bell curve you see, that's the non-resident enrollment. Change in regulation, we're not admitting non-resident kids outside of grade 10 and above. So as the yellow disappears, you see almost an exclusive green. I would anticipate a year from now that 6, which represents 6 non-resident kiddos, probably be close to 0. And the top number probably won't go up much more than that, where we really are at capacity, unless we saw a slight increase in upperclassmen. We're probably going to be at this plateau for a few years, pending perhaps a project that will go online in 2028.
And did you get to that number through demand or just through policy change?
Demand. We have a waiting list of about 68 kids on average for the last 3 years in districts. That's right. Thanks for asking that. The next, come down from the 5,000-foot view. This is the town by town. Find your favorite line. And this year is another increase. So in some respects, I'm presenting there's a similar ask. We've seen a significant increase. I had to go back to 1982. In 1982, Scituate had 57 students in what was probably a much smaller school in 1982. This is the highest Scituate enrollment in 40 years plus. We're seeing similar trends with Hanover. Hanover's numbers, again, similar, doubling their enrollment in 4 years. So again, I've said this every time I come, that the Scituate Public Schools have been top shelf when it comes to providing access to information. Families feel fully informed. What's best for their kid. They're a true partner in all of this. And in this case, we see an increase. I know we're graduating 6 Scituate seniors in June. They will graduate, they will all graduate. But the demand from rising 9th graders is probably in the double digits. So Jim and Nancy have enough to deal with right now, but the trends might be that there'll be another increase, perhaps not as large as that, but it's far too early to tell. But I do like to forecast. You folks do a great job with all of your financial forecasting. You'd like to get an early start. So as soon as I get a sense of things, I like to share that information with you folks. This slide tries to pull some of the salient numbers from perhaps that other more dense assessment slide. This is a 5-year look back. It doesn't always trend neatly, but you can pick whatever column you want. So you can see where if the enrollment is flat, the assessment sometimes is flat, maybe it's even a little less. I would like to tell you that it's supposed to be in a logical sequence. Oftentimes it's not. But more state aid in the last couple of fiscal years has helped to mute assessment increases. But what you see now, and if you look in the October 1, 2022 column, which was for fiscal 24 that we're in now, as well as the next column, you can see it's actually trending where you have a jump in enrollment and a jump in the assessment. And like I said, there are a lot of other factors involved. Had there been more state aid, the assessment percentage would have probably trended a little bit lower. That's the assessment story. Madam Chair, I'll hit the pause button here. I realize you're pressed for time. So the other slides in my presentation have to do with our MSBA project, but I'd be happy to answer budget questions, or I could wait for everything to the end, or stop here if you'd like to just save it for another
Why
time.
don't we do budgets since it's top of mind? Does anybody have any questions with regards to the operating budget?
Appreciate it, as always, the very thorough backup.
No worries.
I just have one question.
Sure.
You said there's 66 kids on the wait list in the district.
Average 68 in the
How
last
many
3 years.
kids in Scituate want to go to VOTEC and don't get to go?
Historically, Scituate has not used all of its seats. No. That is changing. And we apportioned seats initially based on 8th grade enrollment. So I could be off by a couple, but Scituate is probably apportioned 23 or 24 seats for an incoming 9th grade class of about 175. And then the admissions process works from there. So we have oversubscribed communities, we have undersubscribed communities. If there are any leftover seats, they get redistributed to students on the waiting list. And they're in an application score order on the waiting list. So if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would say everybody, if Scituate has historically been under-enrolled. Like I said, that's getting close to, if I were to project with Marshfield coming in the district and us being the same size, we would probably see mathematically, there will be a slight haircut of numbers for all of our towns. But the trend lines seem to remain consistent that Norwell and Cohasset historically don't use their allotment, and therefore those numbers will go back. Marshfield right now will be our largest sending town. It'll be apportioned 30 to 32 seats, and I believe there are 25 students in this inaugural class that have been offered acceptance. It's February, we're still in the admission cycles right now. Some folks who say yes may end up saying no, but we're pretty nimble about moving that waiting list along if there are openings, especially when we get deeper in the summer.
With that, I mean, everything you read in the paper, there's what, 20, 30,000, 20, 25,000 kids statewide who are on waiting lists, or I mean, is this just as a region, or we're going to be catching up eventually, or finally are we starting to see that? I mean, interest seems to be statewide increasing dramatically.
Interest is increasing statewide, and I think our school district we're at a confluence of all of these. It's a rather unique situation. We're on the cusp of a project. Our building committee in the next 2 weeks is going to figure out a target enrollment. There's a trade-off of larger enrollment, higher operating costs, never mind building the building. But we also have no longer Marshfield, but 4 other communities in our region that could reasonably say they're interested. And I've had at least 3 conversations now with a regional planning subcommittee from Pembroke. And if I were to put a dollar down, I would tell you that I'd probably be coming to you this fall at a special town meeting with a regional agreement amendment to talk about expanding the district. So I think there's a trade-off. I think school construction is expensive. We've got an opportunity to share resources and expenses by enlarging the district. So that's something that it's a complicating factor. It's okay though, because if the cost is high, we don't know what the interest from communities will look like in 10 or 15 years. Let's build the best school we can that's the most affordable, and if we expand the region, that might be a way to go. So we've got some more, we've got a bit of a deeper dive to do on that, but there's potential there. The interest is strong.
So to follow up on Andrew, the new school, I know you're gonna get there in a minute, has an enrollment of 900.
We're studying, right now we've got 2 preferred enrollments, 805 and 900, yes.
So when you bring in other towns, like in Pembroke, does that impact our seat allocation?
It would. And that, Madam Chair, I think is where the trade-off is in terms of bringing in more roommates and sharing space on the couch. And where is that tipping point where you say, we do want to expand seats. I think it would be short-sighted of us not to consider the expansion of seats. And in the same breath, I need to say, and we need to make sure that it's affordable. And so I think we may be in the next 10 to 12 months having to go to voters in our district saying that if we pick an enrollment that is going to be larger, we show the data that there's a demand, and we try to say that there are other ways that we can help to offset some of the costs. Part of this conversation, and you'll save me some time on some future slides, is how do you apportion debt share? And right now our regional agreement talks about debt share being a fixed amount. And we're probably going to come to you with a regional agreement amendment to make it adjustable on a rolling 4-year average, so that nobody locks into a rate for 30 years on a share where enrollments could change. But we do not want it to be adjustable and volatile, because we only get to bring you one assessment number. And there's going to have to be a lot of education that if we're successful in bringing forward a project, that all of a sudden in the warrant, we go from here to, oh my goodness, where'd that come from?
and that'll be debt, and that'll be debt share. And if enrollment drops or enrollment goes up, we should not have it have a major or at least initial impact. But you're absolutely right. So I've done a lot of analysis looking at seat apportionment and what it would look like with each potential enrollment, and what it would look like if we went to a 10th community, perhaps the size of Pembroke. And what I'm focused on, I guess, stability. If Scituate has X seats right now, what would happen to that if we added a 10th town? What would happen if you had a 10th town and kept it at 9 communities in the district? We went to 10, because perhaps there's some cost sharing that would help. So there's definitely more to be said on that. And it's still early, but if we have to make a decision on an enrollment and design, we go into schematic design for 6 months. We'd be in front of MSBA in the fall, and hopefully in January, there'd be a vote. So I hope to be back in front of you, or at least some written correspondence to keep you updated on.
And if I heard you right, we have to coordinate that vote across all towns on the same date.
Yes, yes, and I appreciate the work of our town clerks. We held a meeting with town clerks in
great.
December. The message was, anything that ends in a 2024 with an election cycle, you better just stay away from that.
Right.
And we listened. So we brought them in 2023 for a conversation. They seem to coalesce around January 25th, 2025. There's some more conversation about the length of time for polling and whatnot, but there's definitely more to unpack for that. There's more to unpack for each of our communities relative to debt exclusion, and that is not in our control whatsoever. But I stand ready to collaborate and talk about that as you approach. You know, several other things on your plate prior to that, but it's
Just a few.
it's on the horizon.
Good.
Let's see how good we did. Yeah, we did that. Oh, here's some pretty pictures for you. If we build new, we're gonna build on the ball fields on the back of our property. We're surrounded by wetlands. It's a very small site. This is the cars that you see in the middle is roughly where our school is now, and we put the fields in the front. Design 2.1, the only difference here is that our gym and dining common will be in the center of the school. It's a little more expensive. We don't want football players walking through the school with their cleats to get out to the field. So we like 2.0, I think we'd like 2.0 a little bit better, but we'll make that decision in a couple of weeks. The third option is an ad reno. What you see in gray is our current school. A portion of the 1962 building gets torn down. Our project team is going to be providing our building committee with some information about, this is the cheapest option, and it seems like a nightmarish 52-month active construction zone very close to everything. So there are some significant trade-offs here, but that's what we're going to be digesting over the next couple of weeks.
And who's on your committee? Is it Jack? Is it a member from every community?
Yes, our school building committee is made, we basically, it was the entire school committee to make sure every community was represented, and myself, our treasurer, and a few administrators. Yeah. So those are the designs we're looking at. I've asked our project team, because even though we're early in the process, at the end of the day, people need to go from nice pictures down to, what about my house and where does this go? So my project team says, I think they make me wear a sandwich board that says, these numbers are for comparative purposes only, and they will be revised. And we all know the drill, don't we? Right? We know the drill, but we know people have got to work with something, because there's a feeling that comes with a number. So what you're looking at across the top are pairings of options. First 2 columns are your ad reno, the middle 2 columns are that 2.0, where the gym and the locker rooms are closer to the fields, and then there's the 2.1. Construction, juice it up by 25% for soft costs, back out in MSBA reimbursement. That's the most disappointing line, and there's not much I can do about that, although I am asking the MSBA to show me how they've calculated numbers. These aren't, but MSBA didn't give us those numbers, our project team has to do it. Vocational schools are reimbursed at the same rate as regular high schools. We're not the same, I wish it were different. We're gonna continue to ask them to explain how that's carved up, but it's late 30s to low 40 reimbursement rate. So the numbers at the bottom are the local share and how that gets unpacked. Scituate's initial share of whatever we bring to you folks will be 6.6%. That would be the out of the gate first year. And by first year for us, I mean in fiscal 26, if this is passed, we do a bond anticipation note for about $20 million. We have about $700,000 of interest. So Scituate's share in fiscal 26 with all the assumptions I mentioned, would be about 6.6% of about $700,000 of interest. It would ramp up significantly in 27, but not go on fully until 29. The next slide here takes the busyness of the previous slide and boils it down to the local share. The two columns in gray are enrollments we're not studying, but I've asked the project team to keep them on the grid anyway. So folks understand that if we don't end up going with something smaller, there could be multiple reasons why. Demand, thinking longer term, don't come back to us again in 30 years for something else. And what I'm looking at now is that the ad reno numbers are probably artificially low. I'm not exactly sure how you buy a modular for the carpentry shop, but I'm waiting for someone to tell me what that looks like. So I believe that the ad reno numbers, when the project team looks at it again, might be a little tighter. Most of the time, ad renos are close to new, based on the code requirements, and you're no strangers to talking about buildings that were built in the 60s, and we have a similar story here. So we've been trying to crunch some early numbers, looking at 3.755% interest rate, level principal, and then get to the slide where it's where is the impact. I love everything about what you folks do, but what are you going to ask us to pay? So you can choose off the menu, not really, but there's your menu, and it's taking those 3 designs and those 4 enrollments and saying that if we were to use the average single-family home and all of the debt came on at once, that's what the cost would be. Pick your line, pick your, so if it's a 2.0 design at 805, that would be $101. Again, we're trying to push this information out earlier, simply because we want to raise awareness, and I think this is something that draws people's attention more than where you put in the cafeteria in your designs, because we'll be in front of folks soon enough to talk about the other details. I think this is the last slide. This is just this is a repeat of what I had said earlier. Marshfield's in our district, and Marshfield will pay a share of the cost. They'll be onboarded on a pay-as-you-go basis for several years. And part of the regional agreement amendment is that they'll eventually, if this amendment were approved, they'll eventually do a 4-year rolling average, but they need to have historical data in order to make the rolling averages fair. If you were to ask me tonight, as I wrote here, if Marshfield sent 20 kids a year for the next 4 years, through the end of the 27-28 school year, they'd be about 12% of the building. And so what I would like to say is, while I want to separate facts from projection, and so much of this is projection, but I can say to you that the previous slide here might be lower by about 12% out of the gate, with the 9th community paying a share. So recognizing the limitations in the margin of error, I hope that this at least frames in where we might be going with this, with greater clarity and detail as we get deeper into this calendar year. And Steve, budget presentation ends with our roadshow for the spring to town meetings and FinCon and advisory.
Well, thank you
You're welcome.
very much. Always very comprehensive and easy to follow, and understand. I'm sure Nancy and Jim and Andrew are tied into the financial forecasting number for the next couple of years, and tied in for this project. It's a big lift.
I'm not making eye contact with them.
I know, but it's an important, it's important to our community as well. It's always had a good partnership. We recognize that our students need this option.
Try to be practical as we continue through the process, but thanks for your time tonight.
Any questions for them?
So this will require a debt exclusion override by the time of Scituate.
When and if this project is full.
Right, I'm way ahead of it right here, I understand. Does this debt exclusion override have to pass in every single town?
No.
Oh, really?
The debt exclusion process is done separate from the district-wide vote. So if we have a district-wide vote that says the project is approved by a majority yay vote, each community is obligated in a similar way with a regional school budget. It's just that this is like 17 budgets, and it's much more scaled up. So the concept is the same. And so one of the items that we're looking at is the idea of having perhaps a district-wide election and a debt exclusion question perhaps even as close to being on the same day as possible. But we have no say in what each community does, so I don't wanna presume to, I'm not trying to overreach, but our area is district-wide election, and then each community will decide, is this something that you would put on a debt exclusion ballot? If the answer is, oh yeah, we would, then you would proceed accordingly, and
But you would only need a majority of the communities to agree to put it as a debt exclusion override in their community.
what we would do, it's not even a majority of the communities, as it is with our budget, this was a district-wide vote, so it's as if we become one town for one Saturday.
Oh, all right.
The total number of yays against total number of nays.
It's total.
Yes.
And is it the same for town meeting that you have to go through to get, so you don't need the 2/3 vote at town meeting?
Correct. This is a part of the statute that 7116N, which prescribes the process. It even prescribes that the election hours are no less than 4 and no more than 8 hours, has to be on the same day. But yeah, this is part of that. So it certainly is a two-step process. But the difference, of course, is that if a debt exclusion vote fails in a municipal debt exclusion, it's over.
Done.
Whereas in this project, it's a district-wide election. And so I think from the point of view of our member communities looking to figure out funding sources, they want to know where the residents stand on the project and also on how they're gonna wanna pay for it.
So we have the flexibility to do our borrowing at any rate, or doesn't have to be 30 years.
Well, they do that, they give us the bill. There's two separate questions.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
District-wide question, yes or no on the regional VOTEC on the building. How each individual community is gonna pay for it is up to each community.
Right.
So once it passes, everybody votes for it, let's say Scituate votes no. We still have to come up with our share of the fund.
Yes. And we would still have to go to ballot to decide how we're gonna finance it.
This question is just on
Just
the school. And then there'll be a
And
separate
it's the total
question.
number of voters, and it's not proportional.
It is not.
Okay.
And then there'll be a separate question for Scituate, a separate question for Noel, a separate question for Marshfield. How you fund.
And what we would do as a district is try to be as responsive as we can to our communities, bringing in respective financial teams to say, if we're, as Jim said, if we're the entity responsible for the borrowing. So feedback on level principal, level debt, et cetera, we bring in our bond counsel and Unibank and want to sit down with the people that are going to, give us feedback on what's going to work best for their communities. So when we get to that point, that won't be done in a vacuum.
It's a lot to think about.
Happy to come back at a future post-town meeting or whenever to talk more about it, if it helps.
Anybody else have any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for staying
Good night,
late.
everybody.
and
No worries.
we Appreciate all your efforts. Good luck.
Thank you.
Just so the board knows, we'll be having another event at the VOTEC shortly when we get our third Humvee finish. Spent all the Humvees over there, completely redone the Humvees.
Well, the fire engine,
Fire
yeah,
engine.
terrific.
And the starter shack at the golf course. We built the starter shack at the golf course.
All right. Thank you, Tom. All right, moving on to all things
Don't
public
forget Jack.
education.
Jack Manning was.
Oh,
he's
Jack,
gone.
he's already gone.
Okay.
You didn't waste any time. So we're gonna change the order and do the new building update first, so the project manager and the architects can get out here before we talk budget numbers. Does that sound good? How's everyone?
Great.
Good, good to see you.
Or a 1 inch snowstorm, so it's all good.
I know, so exactly. We feel the same. So, just for the public, I know you've made many introductions over the past several months, and for the board, if you folks could introduce yourselves and, forward to hearing the update.
Sure. And boss. Thank you, I'm here for switching the order, paying down $11.
All the more reason, I never know that.
You have a long ride home too. Bill Brickett, Superintendent of Schools.
John Lemieux from Vertex, owner project manager. We were also your owner's project manager for the senior center and the public safety building.
And Don Walter, along with your principal over there. Most of you, but we're the architects for gates and project.
And Director of Business and Finance, Dr. Brown, will be joining us soon, shortly, but this presentation, I know it's getting late, it's only 45 minutes, so.
Schedule.
We get a lot of laughter.
I didn't want to sit in front of one.
I've seen this.
Only 6 minutes.
I know it by heart.
Tom, Rudd, Director of Business and Finance for the school.
And Seth's helping us out with the slideshow, if we can kick that off, Seth, next slide, thank you. So tonight we wanted to come in and update the committee. I know Chair runs on the school building committee, but it'd be a great opportunity to update the select board as well as the community on progress on the building project in some greater detail and answer any questions you may have moving forward. So we'll start with the timeline. So we're done.
So thank you, Superintendent. This is an abbreviated version of a presentation that was given just the other night, a public presentation. So we always start our presentation, where are we in the schedule? This is the kind of summary of what your total MSBA project would look like if approved by the voters coming up in a couple of months. Obviously, this whole process was started very similar to the Gates project with the statement of interest that was submitted to the MSBA sometime in late 2021, I believe. The town was invited into eligibility in 2022, and then in 2023, they said, okay, come on, we're going to do feasibility studies. So at that time, we hired an OPM, hired us, you went and hired Gordon Whittier, and such starts the process of just the feasibility schematic piece. Then you come up to the whole, which is MSBA takes the project, they like it. Okay, prove it, town of Scituate that you're gonna vote for it, and then once you do that, then we move ahead with basically another 13 months of design, and we would be bidding this project in roughly June or July of 2025. Getting going right at the end of summer, beginning of fall, we would build through the end of 25, through all of 26, with the building completion roughly in March of 27. Once the building's done, then you have to get it outfitted, furniture, fixture, equipment, get all of that stuff in there. Let the other schools get out of school for the summer, at which point the move starts. And we, with the decisions the town has made, we demolish not just the existing Powderly, but also the existing Cushing schools with a substantial completion of the overall project in August of 27. Basically see the project, demoing Powderly, being able to do all of the site work, and then the team that demos Powderly moves over to Cushing, takes care of that, and basically that would end the project. And then we go into the MSBA closeout process, which we show here is a few months, but it usually takes a little bit longer than that. This next slide kind of really talks about just what we've been going through since we were brought on in the beginning of 23. The MSBA's process is broken into, really taking the many decisions, honing them down to a few, and then concentrating on the one. The preliminary design program is where we had the many options. The preferred schematic had the few. We decided on the option that's being designed on the Hatherley site right now. The MSBA, as you're aware, approved the project in October this past fall, and then we've been working on the schematic design process ever since. We've been careful to make sure that we've had public meetings along the way. Obviously, we had the last big one the other night where we kind of released the number, and we'll get to that kind of at the end of this presentation. Along the way, there's been lots of other meetings. We have, of course, our building committee meetings. We did our first roadshow tour a couple of months ago where we get all the PTOs. We had a meeting at the senior center. We see a lot more of that too moving forward once the submission comes up at the end of the month. And that's really our next big milestone is in order to get the MSBA's approval at its April board meeting, we need to submit the schematic design package by February 28th,
28th, 29th is actually the deadline. We gave ourselves a day to make sure for weather and all that. But at that point, it's at that point that the town commits to the project scope and budget, what we're going to build, where we're going to build it, and how much it's going to cost. And I'll get more into the budget piece as we get towards the end of the presentation.
I want to make sure to include this piece because building a new school, I think it's a story. It's a story about how it reflects our values and why it's important to the community. And so there has been some feedback. John's spoken. We've been in multiple meetings. We've had a lot of great feedback, and we act on what we hear from our community. And one of the questions we brought from the beginning is, do we include pre-K in this new building? And the first thing we asked the MSBA is it reimbursable? And they said yes, or we wouldn't move it, right? So there's been some, some questions about that. Space is reimbursable, and John will talk a little bit when he talks about the bigger picture, some of the things that in the entire project, including pre-K, that aren't included in MSBA. But that's the big piece. Expanded access to pre-K. We have been having waiting lists for our pre-K. It's an opportunity to expand our number of students so that all families that want to send their children to our preschool will be able to. Doesn't mean the entire community is 3 times that. We need a whole other school just to fit all those kids, but to expand that. And been talking about this for about a year. I think we'll be ahead of the curve also because I do believe, especially in Massachusetts, that pre-K will be universal. And folks will have to be reacting to space issues when that does come down the pipe, and we will not. Also, I put the governor's piece here, the recent article of Governor Healy already putting money aside for gateway cities to support universal pre-K, and surely there are aspects that will come to laws. Obviously not the only reason. When we went through our meetings around town, this was overwhelmingly supported. Something we want to do. So we believe that as well. Next slide, thank you, sir. Okay. So another question that's come up and a concern is, we've got the 2 schools now about 600 kids, and then we're going to move down about 460. We're going to have to redistrict. That means, reassessing where folks live and where kids are going to school. I think that's a good thing because right now I would say that there's over time there's folks that are going to school that they could probably go closer to their home. So it's a good look, an in-depth study at our entire district. That'll happen closer to the build because things change, people move in, people move out. But I wanted to, a couple of philosophies so that folks know, because when we went and listened to people, they still have traumatic stories about Jenkins and not being included. They felt what we heard in the conversation, and that's still bothering people. So this will be an inclusive process and will include seaside chats. If those are me personally going out and listening to the community and saying, what are your concerns as families? What are your concerns? What are your needs? What are your wants? Your fears? And having a conversation. It's kind of like we're doing with this new building project. You'll really learn a lot by that. Secondly, minimizing social emotional impact on children, meaning ties into these 2 bullets here, is keeping families together. So if they've got an incoming student and you move one over to the new school, the other one doesn't get redistricted. Not good. So, and then prioritizing, for example, children that are already in the building, both the buildings, trying to get all of them over there if possible. And then communication always is important. Just kind of being transparent, being honest, and upfront with people.
So John mentioned the kind of the process we went through to get us to the preferred option. It's going to be submitted to the MSBA and ultimately voted on by the town. The preferred option is a new school on the existing Hadley site to address both Cushing and Hadley school needs. But some may ask, well, why don't we just fix the existing schools, right? So in all the options that we put together, the baseline option is what we call the repair only option, which is required by MSBA, but it also gives the community a chance to know, hey, what would it take to just fix these buildings? And it's important to note that we're just fixing the buildings, right? We're not addressing any space needs, we're not addressing any program needs. You'd just be fixing the buildings, you would be making them handicap accessible, new systems, new roofs, new windows, new finishes. So that cost that you see up here is $62 million to do that. That's if you stop today, close the buildings and fix them. There's no place to put the students, right? So it's either has to be done over a period of time, whether it's school vacations or after hours. You would probably need some modular classroom space in there. And as you can see here, we put together a plan that it may take about 6 years to do. And what we've been seeing is with the cost of construction escalating over time, they're about 5% annual escalation current. So if you plug that into the $62 million, just to give you a sense of what that cost might be, it comes up to about $80.6 million. The important point here is that it's 100% town share. Because since this solution would not be meeting the stated goals of the project, MSBA would participate. And that's hugely important. But the building that we're going to show you here in a minute, and then John will get into the details of the cost, the town share is about $83 million. So basically for $3 million more, you get a new building that meets all of the needs that have been identified through the visioning process in the district, in the community. So that's really important. The other thing is you look at the schedule, the way the schedule is lined up right now, we can occupy the new building in fall of 27. We can start to do this over a 6-year period. It's going to be 5 years later before the buildings are even all repaired. As I mentioned, highly disruptive to students, no educational space improvements. And then it diverts maintenance spending from other buildings, which is occurring now, back into Hathaway and Cushing. And we can talk about that.
Yeah, on the estimated escalation per year.
Yep.
Why is that not included for a new building cost? Which we're talking about 3 years out.
It is.
Okay. So the new building, our town share would be 82.9 plus 15%.
No, it's included in those.
Right, so why couldn't you do an included bid for 6 years? The Hoover Dam was built in 5. 6 years at 5, can you do a contract without this escalation like you would for a new building?
It's where you put the students. Right, so you need to move students around to make it happen, so it's gonna happen over a period of time.
Right.
So it's either, so I guess.
So what was the
to
62
clarify,
based on?
So the
That didn't
62 is
include any
based upon,
modular? Did the 62 include any modular?
the 62 did include some modular construction, but it also is all the detail of all the systems that need to be replaced within the building, right? So the escalation for the new project is already built into the cost estimate. So that 82.9 that you're seeing right now, that 6%, because the building's not being built today, is already factored into that cost.
They're saying that that initial one did not include, it was 2 different formulas essentially. But the new building included a proposed 15% increase in construction costs when we originally had an estimate of 62. I'm just trying to.
Yep,
Apples to
no, good
apples.
question.
The 62 million, that number is represented, that does not include, so there are 2 different kind of estimations, but now we're adding on a 30% that wasn't there before.
So,
If we're saying 6
yep.
years.
Great question. And the answer is yes. Because when we first established the cost for repair, we don't know how it's going to be done. So we do it in current, snapshot in time. Here's what it would cost today. But to be a true apples to apples comparison, we said it's going to be done over a period of time. It's going to be phased. So this is our best guesstimate of what it might cost, not knowing fully how the town's.
Okay. Yeah. Start at the dots.
Yeah.
I think the other thing I would add is another, if this wasn't the route, we were to go to a piecemeal approach to fixing the buildings. We'd likely go through capital for a lot of this. And in the budget presentation, I have some of the great things that the community has done together on our capital, over $6 million in the last 3 years, spent on building improvements. Because when I sat here my first year, This committee had told me that there were outstanding capital improvements for the school district that weren't being acted on. Not only did we take care of that, but we made a commitment and a promise to the community that we'd be responsible with taxpayers' money and not only maintain our buildings, but improve them. And I think when I show that slide later on, we'll get to that. My point of bringing that up is all the money we're spending right now in capital is going to the other schools, anticipating that we're gonna do something here. It wouldn't make sense to put a new roof on Cushing right now. So we put two new roofs up in one summer this year, one on Jenkins and one on the high school, improvement there. So the same thing with Wampatuck. Wampatuck being the oldest building in the district, but having better homes than the other two, has seen a considerable amount of money poured into it in capital and is looking really good. All of that money, point is, all that capital will now, if this were to be a no vote or if we were to go for repair, would have to go to these two buildings, majorly, which would kind of defeat the purpose, in my opinion. Now the other buildings would fall in disarray and we'd be back asking for a Wampatuck. So. That's where I lie.
So on the repair only, wouldn't those, if that were to be the way we have to go, wouldn't that qualify for the accelerated repair program that MSBA has?
No, accelerated repair is roofs, windows, and it used to be boilers, and now it's not boilers, it's heat pumps.
Right.
So it's just those items. It's not, it's when they, boilers as an example, it's nothing outside of the room. It's not the heat registers, it's not the piping, it's nothing besides the boiler. For the roof, it's just the roof, and for the windows, it's windows, and they'll pay for exterior doors as well.
But to be fair, it's not exactly correct to say that the repair only would be 100% town share.
That is all.
Because it doesn't qualify for the MSBA.
So,
MSBA repair accelerated repair program, there are some eligible costs for repairing.
Correct, but you have to submit a separate statement of interest each time. So I think to Don's point and why we have like 6 years on there, if you saw just recently, when Superintendent Hickey was here, I think he said that ad reno version was like 52 months. And it won't take them 52 months to build a new building. I think that's all because of if you decide the roof at Hatherley has to be first and you submit a statement of interest, then you're just doing the roof at Hatherley first. And you've done the first 2 million, and now the other 58 gets pushed. But that 58 goes up 5%, and it becomes a question of Don's point, plan. What's the plan? The easiest thing would be had an empty building somewhere, and you took the entire student body from both buildings and moved them. Then you could do it a lot faster and get it done. So yes, you could go after the MSBA accelerated repair program, but to what?
We're just trying to think how we managed to
in
get
what order?
Wampatuck in better shape.
Correct.
I mean, we did many years
Oh,
ago.
it's a great program.
Yeah.
It's a great program, and the whole basis of it is if you use this for these things, there's less chance of you coming for a
the
new
windows
Wampatuck.
and the roof and the et cetera. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I'm only asking questions that people
No, it's a great question.
usually ask.
It's a great question.
I agree. I don't think people are gonna buy 100% cash.
Yeah.
Based on how we run the town, or how the town is, we go after all opportunities.
So.
All right, well, even if it's not this,
I think-
I'm just giving you
it's
feedback on
it's
that.
great point, but I think that the most important piece of this and why it wasn't studied beyond establishing a number as a baseline is because it didn't meet the educational programs. At the end of the day, you're gonna spend this however many million over how many years, and there are still classrooms around the gymnasium. That does not fit the educational program.
We will still have it Wampatuck.
Now we have 3 schools.
I'm just saying that problem will continue to exist.
Yeah, but that's the lowest common denominator, I don't.
Okay.
All right, let's go to the next one.
So, new school. And I think it's important, while this is a Cushing and Hadley solution, it's also been approached to be a community resource, right? So not only will pre-K be something that anyone from the community could participate in, but the way we've set the building up, you've seen the plan in a minute, starting with the site, is that there are resources out there for the greater community in age-appropriate playgrounds. The Flannery Field you see in the upper right-hand corner is being replaced from its current location and built new. We have outdoor classroom opportunities. We have a walking path that goes around the perimeter of the entire site. And in the upper left-hand corner, you see conservation land. We see opportunities to maybe extend the campus beyond out into the conservation land, into maybe out as far as the Squashkin Brook. So that's some of the community resources. In terms of the site circulation on here, we've done a really good job of separating bus circulation, which comes in and circulates on the left all the way around the building. Vehicle circulation, which comes in and circulates around to the right, to the big lot, and to the smaller lot for pre-kindergarten students. So it's really managed quite well. And we think it's going to be a great resource, not just to the neighborhood and to school population, but to the entire town. Next slide. So in terms of the floor plans, the way it's set up is basically in thirds. You have a middle third of the building. We see the main entrance with the red arrow in the bottom, with the library media center to the left. And the idea of that is to have learning on display as students walk into the building. And then we have art and music in the red spaces, the administration in the blue in the front, overseeing the comings and goings activities of the school, the gymnasium, the cafeteria, the kitchen, and service. That's the middle third. That's the public spine, right? So the way that's set up, the two classroom wings on either side can be shut off after hours, and you can use the center public part of the building. It's also good for security purposes that you can shut the wings down if there is any kind of an emergency where students need to lock down in place. So to further explain the way the education classrooms are set up, on the left, we have the lower elementary, so the kindergarten and pre-kindergarten classrooms are on the ground floor. And to the right, we have grades 4 and 5, so the upper elementary. And each of those educational spaces are set up around outdoor courtyards, which is really kind of nice. It's a nice feature. They're outdoor spaces. They're bringing in natural light. They're allowing students to spill out into those spaces, whether it's for play, for small group activities. In the case of the upper elementary courtyard, we're thinking there might be some garden opportunities for the kids in their spaces. They're contained within the building. And then when you go to the upper level on the next slide, you'll see grades 1 and 2, which are on top of pre-K and K on the left, and grade 3, which is on top of grades 4 and 5 right. So that gives you a sense of plan. In terms of, go to the next slide. In terms of back to the site, just want to quickly touch on the construction. Concern has been raised, well, how are you going to build it on the site? It's a tight site, but it's a relatively flat site, especially when we compare it to Cushing and how that might work. But we've set up a plan where the red line that you see all the way around would be a 6-foot-high chain link fence in place. The new building would be built and that would be completely closed off from the school activities. The existing Hadley's, obviously the green rectangles that you see there. We'll be able to have site circulation, temporary play areas, temporary parking on there. And we separated on an vinyl the construction entrance to the left from the public entrance. So we think that will work actually quite well, even given the close proximity. So in terms of what the building looks like, we've taken our clues really from all around town, from both the seashore, some of the snow fence, the grasses that we see, the variegated colors and the rocks, especially like in Egypt Beach. And we've kind of built this into the building. The other thing we try to keep in mind is that we're in a residential, right? So we tried to keep the building at a lower profile, but you see some of the undulations in the roofs kind of harkening back to some of the pitch roofs of homes in the neighborhood, or some of the sand dunes and the rocks out in the out of water. So this is the entry view. Go back, please. Entry view from Anvano Road. Cars are going up to the right, buses going off to the left. You can see a brick base with some metal panel siding, which actually has a wood grain to it. So it has that sort of residential feel to it. And as you kind of go up that road to the right, next slide. And you get up around where the pre-kindergarten parking is and the big playground in the middle, you get your first view of the main entrance under that large roof. And where that large roof is, that's your library east front door. A lot of glass, you can see some color in there, which is kind of reminiscent of some of the seagrass and marsh grass that we see, in town. We can continue to the next slide. If you come around a little further, looking back towards that library, the main entrance is actually right under that cursor right now. Administration is in brick. You're seeing the fifth grade wing here to your right. Continuing along. And then a nice aerial view here, looking over the main parking lot, the parent drop off, Flannery Field to the right, school, and the metal panel facing out to the public view. Nice feature in this lower left-hand corner is actually part of the stormwater detention system. That actually is a nice place for exploration, not unlike a vernal pool where it took advantage of gates for some outdoor classroom activities. So that gives you an idea of the building on its exterior. And then quickly in the interior, as you walk into the main lobby, the administration is here to the right. We've created almost like a living room effect where a waiting area for parents coming in to pick up their students, or students to actually have some small group learning opportunities. And then moves down to a gallery with the art and music on your left. Gym is on your right. Next slide. And if you were to spin yourself around from that lobby, you look back out through the library and media center with all that colored glass. Next slide. And then in the cafeteria, looking out into the upper elementary courtyard, where you can see students could maybe spill out and have some dining out there. We have raised planters out there. You see a stair going up to the second floor. Next slide. And then one thing I didn't touch on, but outside all the classroom wings, we have what we call extended learning areas. So not all the learning is going to take place in the classroom. We also have small group rooms and extended learning where students can spill out along the wall looking into the courtyard, but there's still a visual connection with glass doors and side lights, so teachers can still observe activities that may be happening out there. And then lastly, one of the classrooms you see with flexible furniture, sinks in every classroom. You can see the glass looking back out into the extended learning spaces. And that's a quick overview of the building site plan, floor plans, and imagery. On a budget.
I guess to talk about the fun stuff. So as far as the project budget, so on the left, we submitted the PSR, the preferred schematic report. So basically, we're dealing with, from a very high level, basically the diagrams that were at the beginning of the presentation that Don showed, some square footages and a rough idea of the site. So we're able to get a conceptual cost estimate of $92.4 million for that. We then at that point add soft costs, right? We just say soft costs for the project, everything else, OPM, architect, contingencies, FF&E, you picked up the building and shook it, all of the things that would fall out of the building, those are all your soft costs. At that point, we don't have enough information for details, so we carry 30%. So at the time of submitting the PSR, we said 120.1 million was the project budget. We figured an estimated anticipated grant from the MSBA of around 28%. People say, well, wait a minute, our reimbursement rate with the MSBA is 43%. It's important to understand that the MSBA, your reimbursement rate is 43% of eligible costs. The MSBA caps their participation, but one of the biggest items is cost per square foot. The cost cap for the cost cap for the cost per square feet is $605. So they will pay the percentage of the $605, but the going rate of construction is about, I'm gonna make the math easy, $905. So you get your 40 whatever percent of the 605 and then zero the additional 300. They also have a cost cap on site costs. They have a cost cap on furniture of $1,200 a student, technology of $1,200 a student. Kind of all those things play out. So when we say our base rate for MSBA was 43, we said, let's use 28 because in our combined experience as a project team, we see that kind of deterioration of the project reimbursement rate against the total project costs. Fast forward, we're getting to schematic design, and at this point we say, so let's just continue on the reimbursement rate for a second. Well, as we move from feasibility study with your rate of 43%, now we can talk about reimbursement points, additional reimbursement points, incentive points. Because of the decisions that were made with the HVAC system, we're going to have a chance to go after 4 additional points from the MSBA for the choice of HVAC system. So now your reimbursement rate goes from 43 to 47. We also know that there's maintenance on the project on the town side of how they take care of the buildings, and the town will get between 0 and 2 additional points. We said, okay, Kevin and team do a really good job. We're going to estimate 1.5. So the estimate we're using in the overall project budget right now is not 43, it's 48. Now, when does that become official? We've requested those incentive points and the base confirmation of your base 43% from MSBA. We don't have them yet, but we still went ahead and put together this first budget to say, we've got to show the town something, right? We've requested it. They know that our submission deadline's coming up. They promised us within 2 weeks we'll have that number. And we'll go ahead and be able to confirm what that percentage is. But what we also did since then is, the drawings that Don talks about are very conceptual. As you can see, we've now got developed landscape plans. We also have a pretty decent set of schematic drawings, probably 50 to 60 to 70 drawings, and now about 1,000 pages of specifications that will be part of the package that goes to the MSBA on the 28th of the month. Additionally, those drawings and specs have gone out to 2 cost estimators, his and ours. So now we have 2 very detailed cost estimates that have come back for the project. So when we have to put together this full total project budget, now we've actually got estimates for things that are really solid, not just conceptual. We now have as you can see on the right, this is the summary sections of what's called the MSBA 3011 budget. So we now have a construction budget. We take the number that you already had appropriated for the feasibility study of 1.1. We break out all the rest of your costs. Your administration, which is your OPM, your architect and engineering fees moving over. Miscellaneous project costs, what are those? Those have to do with utility costs, costs to move, costs for third-party testing that's required by the building code. We have a line for FF&E and technology. Then we have contingency. We carry roughly 5% of construction for contingency for what if, and 2% of construction for soft costs for what if. So although the total project budget still totals to 120 million, we now know that 6.5 million of that is contingency that we hold aside. It has to be authorized because something always comes up for change orders and those sorts of things along the way. What's a change order? A change order could be an unexpected latent condition, could be an ad later on in the project that the owners that you, the town, say, hey, we should have put an X in the building. What would it cost for us to do that? That's what that money's for. We then can also say that, the anticipated grant, as we run through the numbers, that grant percentage went up. The MSBA, when we first did the PSR, was at a lower cost per square foot, a reimbursement cap. They moved it up to the 605. So really at the end of the day, we're able to get the town share while keeping the total project budget just the same, the town share down to 82.9 million. In addition to that, some big differences between PSR and SD is now that construction number includes the Cushing abatement, demo, and site restoration. That wasn't contemplated before in PSR. We had a number, but it was below the line. We were able to get it into the project. Additionally, the budget includes $360,000 for construction of a new force main out on Ann Vinyl, and an additional $75,000 in design that work. If that is deemed to be necessary, we're still working with the outside consultant and the DPW figure out, should that work, does that work need to actually move ahead? That force main is about 25 years old into a 50-year life. Will we do it or not? Still to be finished, but it's in the budget right now. And the other thing that also helped us out and being able to get that work in is our soft costs, although we estimated at PSR at 30% of construction, it's really more like 26. So the project team was able to kind of squeeze that down to be able to grab the pushing demo and pull it into the project. And I will tell you that, when is that number final? So as I said a few minutes ago, the MSBA's reimbursement rate will be released to us in the next hopefully couple of days. Will that 43 go up and down, up or down 42.8 or 43.4? And then those reimbursement points. 4 points are of the project team. We know we have a good chance of getting those because of the HVAC system that was chosen in concert with the building. But the maintenance response could come back from MSBA 1.6 or 1.4. Where those numbers play out is really the play in what the town share is. We're going to go ahead and submit this budget to them with what we think their anticipated grant is, but then they take our sheet, and for the first 2 weeks they have it, they'll go through it and come back to us and say, okay, time for the phone call. We're either going to say, really good job, or more than likely, we've got a couple of tweaks to it. So although we're going to talk about these numbers and publicize these numbers up and through getting that phone call, understand that there is a small amount of flexibility. Okay? We're much more at a point of, compared to where Social Voc is, they're still 3 or 4 steps behind us, right? But they're trying to drive to the same place that we are now, but from a higher level. We're at the point now where we're talking about the actual numbers that will get voted and will be on the project funding agreement, with the MSBA. Next slide, please. This next slide was put together with Nancy's help big time, and I'll let her speak if there's any questions. Based on that town share of 82.9 million and an estimated average household price of 921,000, she is showing the share for the, is it level principal or level? Level principal, using a level principal strategy as you've used on lots of your projects. A first year impact to a homeowner of the $921,000 home of $869, and a 25th year impact of $416. So that would be a total estimated taxpayer impact over the 25-year period of just over $16,000. Again, the notes are important. These are estimates. They're based on the average current home value, based on a 25-year bond, and a conservative estimate of a 4.75% interest rate. If you have any questions on this, I can bounce them right to Nancy when we're done. So next slide. So what does the yes vote mean? Yes vote is pretty straightforward, right? The town would execute a project funding agreement with the MSBA if there was a yes vote at both town meeting and the ballot. And the design continues along the lines of the timeline I showed you at the beginning of the presentation. Construction commences and keeps moving, and the school is open in the fall of 27. What does a no vote mean at either the town meeting or the ballot? Well, some folks will sometimes reference the MSBA has a failed vote policy. They have a failed vote policy just for the purposes of giving the town more time to figure out how to get the votes. There is no plan B per se, because once this plan gets submitted at the $120 million for the building on the Haverly site at 108,000 square feet, that becomes, you're going to sign a project scope and budget agreement. And then after you prove that you support the project, then you'll sign a project funding. And that's the vehicle with which the state says, for your project of 120, we're going to commit up to that $37 million share. That's the binding piece at that point. But make no mistake, at that point, you're already locked into the project. So if it's a no vote, it's a start over. There's no going back and saying, well, let's just do the renovation. It really isn't going back to square one with a statement of interest and doing, starting the whole process over again. At that point, you would, if you started over again at some point, you've spent over $1 million before reimbursement on your project team. That money's kind of out the window. And really, I think the important thing to superintendent's comments is with a no vote and kind of a waiting on any sort of capital projects that Hatherley and Cushing, suddenly now those are back on the front burner because you've been waiting because, hey, if we're gonna take these schools down, hold off on those projects. Now those are back in competition with those other capital funds, at the end of the day. Rejected costs, rejected solution. All of these projects go up right now at 5% a year, and that's kind of 5% across the whole thing. We have seen a little bit of leveling and escalation, but it's leveling off around 5%. I think when times before the COVID spike happened and before that really intense period in 2020, 21, 22, where we saw some skyrocketing prices, we were seeing 8, 10, 15%. We're back down to 5. We'd love to see it a little bit lower, but the numbers and the budgets we're carrying there are reflecting that 5 to 5.5% escalation. So whatever, doesn't happen, those costs move forward. And then, those educational needs that the superintendent discussed, those with a no vote, those continue to be educational needs. So, just next slide, just as kind of background again, just to refresh memories. This was the time for the process to get to where we are right now. The statement of interest was actually 2020, and you were invited in almost a year later, feasibility almost a year later, OPM 4 months after that, design 6 months, then 14 months to get here. So really, if you were to vote no and start over, you will have just missed the statement of interest period for 2024, meaning you would have to wait to 25. So you're adding essentially another 10 months. So now you're at 56, you're at 4.5 years. If you were to go back, apply right away and get invited in, that's the assumption, that's our assumption. And how would the MSBA look at another statement of interest from Scituate after just saying no to a project? That would obviously play into it too. So again, 5 years to get back to the same place. And just as a note, the current $120 million project in 24, using that 5% a year compounded, is $153 million 5 years from now, kind of projected forward. A little bit about the cost estimates. This is kind of the tracking from the MSBA's website of where bid prices have been going over the years. And as you can see, they have a really great cost data. Through 2023, it's hard bid data from all of their projects. For 24 and 25, it's schematic design numbers. Obviously, our project would be going to construction in 2025, so we're part of that 790 group. You say, wait a minute, if I do the numbers on the Hatherley job, it's around 890 a square foot. That's right, because the projects that were at the beginning of the year in this 2025 grouping are less than the 790. The projects towards the end, Scituate, Dedham, Stoughton, are all higher than 790. It all averages 790. So again, cost data that's in there for schematic, also understand that the strategy, when we give you this number, will hopefully result in good news on bid day, right? If we were to be using the construction cost that we hope is the winning number, it gives us no flexibility for any sort of increases. When the estimators look at this project, they want to be the middle of the pack number. So if 7 firms bid your job on bid day, cost estimator is trying to give you the 4th place number. Not the 1st place and not the last place, trying to give you the middle of the pack. And that's why these schematic numbers, you say, wait a minute, look, these increases from 2023 to 24 and 25. It's because it stops being bid information and starts being more conceptual. We'll hope that a couple of years from now, when we go back to this list, these numbers for 24 and 25 show just 5% increase that we're estimating now, what we're seeing in the marketplace. And again, the data here is really a combination of elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. So it's a little bit of apples to oranges. It's all fruit, but they are slightly different colors. Next slide. So next steps, really, as we said, the schematic design package will be submitted on February 28th. We're going to, continue getting out there and getting the message out. We've got 3 big milestone public meetings, March 6th, 21st, and then April 2nd. Again, we will be filling in with lots of smaller meetings. Superintendent will be willing to have a coffee meeting with anybody who's interested. So we're really going to get out there and get this information out. the board, you know, becomes an official MSBA is on board with the project on April 24th. We have the special town meeting vote on April 29th, followed by the debt exclusion vote on May 18th. And with that, I will turn it over to the superintendent.
So I just want to close by giving a little summary. This, I think John showed the slide of how long, this is 4 years into this now. I got here and this was already in the process. All the research that I have done, there was stacks of documents that a large community group put about a year of study into, do we need a new school? So that was determined, and you go through a statement of interest process. We were denied the first year. It's extremely competitive to get state reimbursement. I know we've mentioned that, okay, you can go back and get a new roof here or there. We've had a waiting line for those too. So there's no guarantee. If the town votes no, the common sense will tell you the MSBA is not gonna put you back ahead of multiple other towns who've been denied or in the waiting list. So I think this is a great opportunity. Hope we shared, and we're gonna show the budget after this, over the last 4 years and more, that we've been responsible with the taxpayers' money, and that we've really beat this price down and continue to do so as low as it can get, understanding that it's taxpayers' hard-earned money. Slides we didn't show, I encourage folks to go and check out at cit.org. We put it on our website. We have all the information that you can imagine there. So if anybody wants to get caught up, scit.org, right in the main page, we get a whole building set up for this. We show pictures of the current conditions of the buildings. We've offered many opportunities for tours, and we'll continue to do that. We encourage people to go and see with your own eyes the learning environment of our kids. This is, again, a community issue. It's not a Hathaway family and a Cushing family. It's a community problem. And it is a problem. And again, I think the question should be, can we afford to? My question would be, can we afford not to? Philosophically, as an educator, my personal beliefs are to make all decisions based as if my own children were in these classes. If I look at these kids, I would think, I want that decision, would I want that for my kid? Right now, I think our parents have been great. Our teachers are phenomenal, but the buildings are old. They're tired and getting older. They're not getting better, not conducive to instruction. And in 3 to 4 or 5 years from now, they're not going to be any cheaper. So again, I know there's some sticker shock with this, this number. I wanted folks to know that I am always open to conversations about this. You don't have to wait to a public meeting to come in and have coffee, an email, phone call. Really want, and we'll be out and about everywhere, but I also want folks to know that these personal conversations, you might have one-on-one question, impacts your family. And we received a lot of those. So I just wanted to give that narrative on why I feel this is so important and why I've obviously strongly supported it, but wouldn't have endorsed it from the beginning. I didn't believe we really, really needed it. And then if we don't do it, that we're just going to be funneling money from capital and other projects to band-aid this thing in 10 to 15 years, maybe having, fixed up. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for that. Heard it a couple of times, so I'm sure everybody found it very, very enlightening. There's no doubt that those schools need school. I don't think anybody on this board questions that at all. Half of the board, 3/4 of the board's kids went to both of those schools, so you know all too well. I have a question just for Nancy, and then I'll turn it over to the board because I know we'll have lots of questions. Can you remind me, for every $1 million that we borrow, what is that impact on the taxpayer? Like, where do you go?
It depends on the rate. So we were using the rate of 4.75. If you remember, Superintendent Dickey, they're using 3.75.
Right, yeah.
Which I don't agree with, but I did run numbers based on a 3.75, and that would lower it to 770.
Right, but so I just wanted, for every $1 million that we borrow. So say there was $4 million to cut out, let's say that there is. Like, is it $100 for every $1 million that you
Yeah.
take out? Is it $10? Is it $8? Like, what is that number that the taxpayer saves?
It's,
And there's a reason for my math, I'm not gonna share it.
it's fairly de minimis
Okay.
on this side of the project, but I'll tell you about one point.
Okay, you can tell me when we get that. Who wants to start? Andrew, do you want to start?
Yeah, so we're at $890 for construction costs. What is, I'm just trying to go apples to apples. What's the total square footage of this project?
The,
And then I guess my follow-up to that would be.
106. 106,
Right now,
I think 107.
107, 550 right
107. And so currently, talked earlier, we need more space. What's the current square footage of educational space for Cushing Avenue now versus what we're getting? I was like, what are people getting? And you can't include the pre-K because it's not apples to apples.
Yep. Yeah, the pre-K is approximately 5.
Is your question square footage or?
7.
Well, no, I'm just like apples, right? So currently there's no pre-K. There's classrooms there. And so let's say it's 40 and 40 and now we're at 100. Oh, great. We're gonna get an extra 20,000 square footage.
Yeah.
That was one.
Yeah, pre-K is about 6,000 square feet. Net. If I remember correctly, only 38,000 square feet.
I have 40 in my brain, but it's not, I can't.
Over 40, 38, 40.
Each.
Yeah, so roughly 76,000 square feet. Pushing that.
That's 6,000,
Take that away, so you're gaining about
30,000.
34,000.
And then is there any efficiency or staffing savings, or what are you saying, from combining two different schools? What's the thought process on, you need 2 principals, you need, what's kind of the staffing? Again, these are some of the questions I get, and just people need to hear, and what do we?
Yeah. I think, we're gonna have the same amount of kids, so I don't know if there's a reduction in staff necessarily, there will be some cost savings. We're not gonna need 2 principals, and administration, but kids aren't going anywhere. So it depends on where we move them, so for example, if we move 25 kids over Jenkins, there's a teacher can go with them. So you're not gonna be able to cut teachers and things like that, no sugar. So I think class size would also be. I don't think there's gonna be a huge savings in people necessarily.
And so any other, I'm trying to get to those other, I won't say soft costs, but, the efficiencies, but also, I mean, electricity costs, I understand, does any of that, those formulas kind of, hey, we're gonna be able to save, 10,000 a year on electricity, or any of that. Again, I'm trying to, basically, what are we getting? If I'm a taxpayer, getting this, what are we getting?
Yeah, I mean, I can address it in round figures. I think, remember, it will certainly be electric building. We did combination of gas system. It's going to be more efficient, but it's also a bigger building. So I think in round numbers, we're not going to see a huge increase in costs, but we're not going to see a huge decrease here. I think it'll maintain itself over time, over the 50 years of the building. And we're also part of this project will include a solar array on the roof. So we're looking toward that to help us with the costs.
Not out of cap, right? Infamous cap.
Any other questions?
That's it for now.
More to your earlier question, Joanne, $1 million first year impact is $10. Overall, 194 over the 25 years.
$10?
Yeah. 194.
I thought it was Okay. Susan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I know.
Karen?
Yeah, I have a question about the general landscaping. And I know we're not there yet, but I'm concerned about making sure that we are able to maintain whatever the site has. And, you know, the town pays for everything outside the building and to maintain it, so I'm concerned with just from the town side that we're cognizant of that fact. I'd also like to make sure that we look at things like, I believe the Wampatuck playground, they were able to get some sort of warranty on it that was like a 10-year warranty. So I'm hoping that going forward, we're looking at those things as well as, you know, it's a beautiful site, but if it's expensive for the town to maintain, I just hope this group is looking at that. My question about pre-K is, how does that affect the other pre-K schools that are in town? Are we taking kids from them or?
Well, in fact, when I first came out with, and we were considering pre-K, a few of those groups reached out to me, and I went and visited them. And we ran the numbers, and no, like I said earlier, there's so many kids going to pre-K that an additional 20 on our end is not going to impact their businesses.
And is that a tuition program or not?
Ours?
Yeah.
No.
So.
Yes, right, we have tuition peers. There are tuition peers, students with special education plans, both for this. Yes.
So will we need more teachers because of the fact that we're adding pre-K?
I think back to Mr. Goodrich's question, I think if we make a move transition efficiently, that we need an extra teacher, we can make it happen with the teachers we have. The previous point about the landscape, that has been discussed at great length, because when I first got here, I just remember having cleanup days, the PTOs at all the buildings, because, you know, we have a great facilities team here in town, we have great custodians, just can't keep up. And that was the first thing we noticed, is that we wanted to be cheap, more hardscape, and less maintenance. That 100%.
Yeah.
We're on board with that. And I think that last meeting that we talked a lot about, you know, for example, initial thought was bringing in these beautiful rocks. We said, whoa, are we gonna find rocks when we dig in the ground? And they said, yes, let's put the pretty ones aside and we'll use those. So we saved money there. So I think those are real conversations that are happening, that we're looking at every single dollar on this and trying to make it, obviously, safety is a priority, but affordable and smart, and maintenance is a big deal too, and saving.
Well, to the safety point, you know, I think we don't like to talk about it that much because it kind of makes people nervous, but I assume that everything is being done to make sure that this is an ultra safe school, and that, you know, when I see all that glass, I get a little worried, but.
Yeah.
But, you know, I know, I'm sure these conversations have been had over and over and over and over and over again. But if people are watching us tonight and they haven't watched the other presentations, you know, it was a little disappointing that the gathering in Hadley was, I thought, small. It's hard to get people out at night, but I hope they're looking at all the information, and there's a ton of information about this project on the school website, tons and tons and tons.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just if I could, for the board, when they got into really the preliminary design, they were meeting with the town departments, police, fire, DPW, facilities. So one of the first things Kevin Capley says, we mow, that's what we do. Mark Thompson says his is important for security, our police want to see it, fire department. So we were involved in this from the very early on to make sure not only that it's meeting their needs from an educational standpoint, but also facilities, safety, things like that.
100%. And that's why we're here, obviously, to answer these questions. So thank you, and I want to hear what you hear from the community in maybe different circles than we do. So this is part of it too, because I think next to, when I looked on the ratings, next to The Bachelor, this was the number 2 show. So I'm looking for huge ratings tonight. The safety, Mr. Boudreaux's right, there's a lot of meetings with the police, fire, but even it goes back to Ms. Goodrich's question on where we get it. Right? And it's not only about square foot, to me, it's about the educational experience, flexibility, special education needs, accessibility, all these things we don't have right now. Huge. The safety, even the concept of the courtyard, we thought was a really great idea. And I think we're one of the only schools with 2 courtyards. We saw one in Rockland that had 1 courtyard. What we really liked about that is the kids go out there, especially the younger ones. We have playgrounds outside with people driving and all the safety concerns with that. You have built-in learning spaces and play areas, 2 of them now, for our children to play in a very safe, confined area within the building that's locked. and has several layers of protection. So even the location of the building with some of that terrain in the wall is on purpose, so that you can, visibility and things like that. So a lot of that's been talked about, but I have to have those detailed conversations with people that have specific questions.
Thank you.
Eric? Thanks. Two general questions. One, what has to do with, and this is probably with you, Superintendent, about the impact on instruction and kids, obviously, no matter how you slice it, there's gonna be impact on kids' learning. Obviously, the duration of, a standalone building mitigates some of that. If I read the instruction timeline correctly, we're really talking for a two calendar years of instruction for the kids at Hathaway under this. Have you looked, and the date from your budget presentation, about 250 kids, 40 per class, on average, 40 kids in each of the classes at Hathaway now. Have you looked about potentially relocating those kids for 2 years? So they are not disrupted, they'd be obviously disrupted because of the move, but not disrupted because of instruction as an option in the timeline. Is that feasible?
In my opinion, no. The first thing would be, we talked about the redistricting as a major fear on many people's minds. I think if you were to take those students who are already gonna be learning in that environment and then basically moving them twice, potentially more, I think you'd have a lot of people upset about that. I think as far as the learning environment, if we move those students, we'd have to lay off a lot of teachers.
Well, let me ask you the first question. Could the system absorb the 250 kids in other buildings during construction? If you
want
took those,
Yeah, thank you, it's a good question, it has come up. One thing we pride ourselves on is class size and Scituate, talk about that tonight in the budget. I think our elementary goals have been under 20 students in the class. If you move all those kids, you spread them out really good, you may increase your class size in certain locations. Could they fit? It'd be tight. And the question is, why do we need a new school if we can fit those kids there? So I think that's a concern. So the answer to your question, could it happen? Yes. Would I advise it? Absolutely not. I think it would be a death knell and a vote no for all those folks that kids have to move twice.
okay, the second question, I think I'm not a little bit, but goes back actually to design. Because we've had some experiences in the past and learned some hard lessons. You're relocating the field, which downside, we're gonna be without a field for 2 years that we desperately need. Are there, in the design, are there plans for innovative or, cutting edge water retention systems to capture rainwater to use for irrigation on the property at all? Is that been anticipated at all?
So we have looked at that and we will continue to look at that, but what we found historically is that when you need that water for irrigation, it's not available, right? So you would need some really big cisterns below ground to try and meet that demand. And we can continue to look at that. Right now, it's not part of that. Discuss.
Yeah, water, yeah, you understand the issue. That's all I have right now.
You kind of went down the path that I've already went down the 250 kids at Hathaway, whether they could be relocated. And the reason why I asked that as well was because of the enormous amount of money that it's gonna take to truck fill off the property. Right?
I think it's a great question, and I do think that even since we've had that presentation, Dora Whittier's continued to work, and I do think that share in the total project budget, it's gonna come down a little bit more, not
a ton more, but I think we're gonna be able to get it under 120 million. I think we're gonna be able to get it under the 89 point. So, beginning at point two, I think we're gonna be able to get that a little bit further down too, because one of the things that we talked about as a team is leaving a little bit more dirt on site and just raising everything up just a little bit. To the point where you and I won't notice it, but it's dozens and
Infinite
dozens
amount,
of truckloads,
yeah,
yes, and it does, it changes those things. And I can say from experience in working with Burley or other projects that, you know, it's really important to understand that this design that gets submitted is only 30% complete. We got the other 70% to do. There's a lot of work to try to keep the budget down, to stay within the budget. We're gonna make sure that, you know, there's multiple times throughout the next 13 months after the approved vote, where we get another set of documents to us, we have to look at it, we reconcile it and make sure we're in budget. We look for other opportunities to save, you know, do it again in construction documents, we actually do it twice in that area as well. So that we're always making sure that we're within the budget, but also what are the things that we're saving? As I said, we put a stake in the ground the other night, had a public presentation. And I think the number that we're gonna show on Thursday is gonna be lower than that number because they've continued to work. So I think that it's important that the town realize that always looking for a way to save, do things more efficiently, because frankly, it becomes a more attractive project for the bidders as well. You know, less headaches, less issues, more interest, more bids, get Scituate better, hopefully better bid day result.
I think people will appreciate that, and that's a strong message to continue to get out there. Okay, I don't have any additional questions. I think the design's really nice. I think you would have done a lot of nice work. The 10 million that you pulled out already, right? Changing some of the materials, and they've already done a lot of that, which is great. You know, a lot of great work. So I think you're great partners to Scituate. I think we're fortunate, you know, you chose well, Superintendent Burkhead, to hire them. So I think they do great work. I was gonna ask that question. I mean, if it's only $10 for every million, really, you know, is it really worth the argument to move 250 kids if you're only gonna save $40 a year? You know, that number is right. That's why I asked that. Because I think that question's gonna come up a lot, and with all due respect, I find it hard to believe that there are people there that still are scarred by Jenkins only because our kids are 28 and 29. That means I have a 7-year-old. I don't think so. So there's just not that many that are still in the system that live that. So I think when you answer that question, you know, it's not worth the move maybe because it's really not going to impact the cost of it that much either. Even also from the educational aspect that you said. Right, really, that's just my observation in my experience.
I was there.
With this. Yeah.
4 years. It was the parents who were misbehaving. Not- It was the parents. So, kids adjust, you know,
But thank you, it's been a late night, and thank you, hopefully people will watch this film so they can see it. You don't think we're very highly rated. We'll get it out there a little bit more. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
My phone is.
I know. All right. So we're just gonna go through the school budget hearing.
Seth, can you hear us?
Yes. Great presentation. Read it everywhere.
Yes, you got it. You good? You see it?
Yes, thank you.
So just turning the page a little bit, but that's good stuff, thank you. Just outline here, the budget is going to be a reflection of you know, what we value and what's important. So we'll try to tell a story with a lot of numbers. And balance that out. So here you can read that, I guess, folks, so we can, you know, with time, we'll run through this. That's all the things we'll cover there. You can hit the next slide. So last year, we had a comprehensive 6-month process involving the entire community to come up with a 5-year strategic plan and 3 overarching objectives were teaching and learning, communication, and partnerships, and number 3, finance, facilities, personnel, and technology. So I'm going to kind of connect some of these to our rationale, tying our money back into what we value, what the community values. That will be reflected in our money, where it's spent. So this is a level services budget. It's, but there's also a lot of enhancements in here, and I want to just highlight a few as we go through, and we'll do that later on. But under the teaching, learning, leading, the curriculum instruction investment, we've put together in the last couple of years, thanks to our teachers, department chairs, and assistant superintendent, we've put together a process for identifying each content area and improving that. So this year's mathematics, we've had textbooks that have been outdated for several years. So updating textbooks, curriculum, and calibrating that will allow our educators to get on the same page and teach the same materials at a high level. And you'll see that later on. It's several $100,000 to do that where we're at. And that's an investment in our curriculum. I think you'll see it's one of our biggest investments over the last 4 years. Next one ties into that is curriculum, and the last one, professional development. With any of our new programs, we certainly want our teachers to be trained, and these are some things that we pay for. That cast is a live link. We'll be sharing this. These presentations, by the way, are all up on our website. Hold of them, so there'll be live links here that we won't go to tonight. They do go for people that want to dive in a little deeper on who's providing our professional development to our teachers, and that's what that is. Thank you. So community partnerships and communication are huge, and to any well-run school district. So the communication that we've been working on is communicating out to our community as many avenues where people are at. So we have the ability now with a brand new website, investment in that. When I got here, it was one of the major concerns of the community and certainly the school community to advise that up to get reflected. It's one of the first things people go to. So a little plug here, sit.org, go check it out. And we're still improving that. Mass communication, for example, when we had the no school announcement yesterday, that went out. You could have got that via the app if you have it. So we have an app that you go and again, another plug, go on the apps and Scituate Public Schools. You can get announcements and communications from all of our schools or the district, so that folks got a voicemail, a text, an app blast, and an email. It used to be just an email. So there's, sometimes it might be too much, but then you can say, don't do this, don't text me again. And then some other things, the recent safety communications that we had to go out for the high school, and others went out through those communications as well. And so people are getting those communications. And the next one's collaboration with town. I do want to give a shout out to the financial forecast. Nancy mentioned it tonight. Boudreaux's here. Rich is on it. In my 4 years, I haven't seen a town do it budget process like Scituate, and people are calling us asking how we do it. Still calling Dr. Dutch, and he's trying to get it implemented where he's at now. I just think it's a very collegial, collaborative, and smart way, and proactive way to manage money to work together. I just want to thank that group for our last 3.5 and this hopefully 4th year budget process. And then the other two on the right are just important partners we have. The first one's Mass Insight for our advanced placement. You can go to that link and see more about that. We've increased our professional development in that area. We've increased our numbers of students taking the AP. We've increased our opportunities for students, more classes, and those offer a partnership, offer mock tests and things like that that were never happening here and really helped our students out. And the next one's more for professional development for our teachers. This is online stuff that they can do comfort of their own home if they want to get professional development points and improve as an educator. Next slide. So there's a lot here. I broke it out best I could. So facilities, sustained a maintenance budget. Again, you don't see this in every district. And this was part of our building trust with the community and knowing 3 years ahead I'd be coming and asking for folks to vote and trust us that we need a new school and that's worth the investment. And that goes back to us starting 3 years ago, a maintenance budget of $250,000, $250,000 in our budget, not on books, not on teaching, learning, but on facilities improvements. And it's one of the best investments we've made. Something breaks, we fix it. Not only that, if it's something that breaks, and we see 2 or 3 other things that need to be, I guess I'll use the example that we're asking capital money for this year, it's science room sinks. So we inherited a bunch of sinks that don't work in our science labs. Can't run science lab. Fundamental thing. So if we were here when that happened, if one sink went, we saw the other pipes rotting and all of them, we would have fixed them with our budget. What sometimes happens when budgets are tight and it's people, it's teachers, or it's fix a pipe. Always go with people. Over 80% of our budget is people. So I'm spending a little time on this because I just really want the community to know that, and in fact, last year we spent about $300,000 in that line of budget of $250. Because we want to be responsible, we don't want to come back here asking for more capital. We really appreciate everything we've got. So we're playing our part. And then additional positions. So this year it's the lowest percent increase that we've had in the 4 years I've been here. But we've tightened our belts, and we'll show you that in some of the numbers that we budgeted with our staff, so that we're able to get some much needed positions. We're looking at revamping our technology. As you know, with our one-to-one, we've moved to one-to-one computers. We have 4 staff members in the technology department. One's the director and 3 others. Certainly not enough to manage what we have, so we're looking to add 1 more computer technician and revamp that entire program. Then the out-of-district coordinator of special education, that's a 0.7. We don't have a special education, it's the only department we don't have a department head for in the district. Probably one of the most important things that we talk about day to day. So that 0.3, we thought for about $18,000 investment to make that person was very good. But it's really about position. Adding about 0.3 to that, making it full-time, is adding some administrative responsibilities, meeting more with parents, just having more time to do those things that impact students with special needs in our district.
Can you clarify that? You don't have a head of special ed in the district?
Well, yes,
How long has that been going?
never had a department head for special.
Director.
Director of special.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay. That's.
Central office, so that's the equivalent
Right.
to, yeah, that's us.
So where's this position? So you have one in central office, and then what's this one?
Yeah, this one's an out-of-district coordinator, just that we've always had. But it's part-time.
Just bring them to full.
0.7 would be adding a little extra hours
Okay, so.
to handle more responsibilities. So this next position is something that is not only self-funded, but is actually bringing a lot of programs and opportunities to our district that we may not have if we didn't have this position. We funded this as a trial with ESSER money. It's the only position we funded with ESSER money because philosophically, we knew that when ESSER money ran out, what are you going to do? Some districts are finding themselves in this position. You're going to lay somebody off, or you're going to absorb those positions in your budget. And so we put this in here to try it out, and this position, and if it didn't make it, make its money back and pay for itself, and the understanding was we were going to get rid of it. In the 2 years we've had this position, and basically what it does is it does a lot of grant writing, but it does more than that because some districts have grant writers. But this position, it not only writes grants, but makes sure they align to our needs, then follows up with the grants, meeting with either community groups, state groups, teachers, principals. I gave a couple of examples here, but I think the cost last night it's made us over $500,000. So we're at a net right now, only halfway through this year, of being in the black, $188,590. So we anticipate, and we've got a bunch of grants out there. So our accelerated academies, if you haven't heard of those are Saturday opportunities for kids that they can do some learning on. They're always filled in their elementary, and now we're starting a high school one. So they're very popular. It's a $245,000.
You used to call that detention.
Oh, no, these are
Saturday.
learning opportunities. Well, the high school kids, I think it's 7 through 12, will be dissecting the cows out there. So that's, yeah, they're not in trouble. But imagine that, kids are wanting to learn on Saturday.
On Saturday.
So that's how cool this thing is.
Yeah.
Have your kids come in?
Yeah, no, Matt, yeah, my middle one, they loved it, the science thing Saturday
Yeah,
morning.
they send you the materials, right?
They did it the whole morning.
we wouldn't be able to afford that, like $245,000, not budget would be a deal breaker. So just wanted to celebrate that position. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this was wanted to just give a picture, and this was included in the presentation with the community, but I want to do it twice, so I wanted to share here to mention the commitment. And this is more than just capital. This is me going back to the collaboration. What attracted me to this town is that they spent money on education. And so, for example, Wampatuck, broken up by school, here's all the money we've invested in the last 3.5 years in Wampatuck. And this is what we've been doing. These are major, major deals. And they impact students, families, and family learning. Jenkins, I'll let you read them. But there's also some collaborative stuff here that is community. So the playground under Jenkins, if you haven't seen it yet, go try it. Dr. Rabi went down the slide, tested it. I got some pictures. Beautiful. Yeah, great pictures. So, so the playground, if you haven't seen it, you want to go down the slide, we can do that. 400,000. That was CPC funded in a TTO collaborative funded program. Amazing. So, and again, kids, it's already in, kids are using it. So I'll let you see some of the other things there. And again, over $6 million. And I'll go back to this new school plug. If we don't get the new school, all this money is going to get sucked up by those two schools outside, right? So, but I think that's just, I wanted to brag about the community partnerships that we've done. And then next slide, please. And we'll shoot into what we're asking for this year at the town meeting. The locker room phase 3 of 3. Phase 1 was the physical education locker rooms and teachers' room. I think Mr. Griffith, you want a tour to see that one was done a year ago. I'm inviting you all to a tour if you want on the new girls' team room, which is, I would say, mimics a Division 2, Division 3 athletic facility. State of the art, is beautiful. So really did a good job of that. That's the girls' team room, and the boys' team room will be the final phase that we're asking for. And we've got state of the art facilities outside. And this is another example of, on the inside of improving schools. Wampatuck bathrooms and accessibility. You see the price tag on that? That's a lot of money and it needs to happen, but that would have to happen at Hadley and Cushing as well, just because things get old and change. But that's a really good upgrade. Science lab I talked about, and then technology, switch replacement.
So the switches are the back of the house way that the internet works through a school building and all of our buildings. The switches are really at end of life, and we've gotten to a point now where not only can we can't replace them, but the software that runs them is also end of life. And we have an opportunity through E-rate reimbursement to get up to 40% reimbursement. So we've had some initial estimates of these switch replacements, and we're still working on estimates coming in over 400,000, probably 500, 550,000, but we know that we'll get 40% back. So we're really maximizing this article in order to replace all the switches.
Next slide, please. Okay, so real quick, just on the process of a budget, it's ground up. We obviously assessed the year before, and Dr. Rabi knew this year. This was a great process, and went through it line by line in great detail, and what things are going well, what things can improve, how does it reflect on the strategic plan. At that time, the financial forecast meetings are starting to happen, so we're getting some ideas of our monies that we may be getting. And then it starts with the teachers requesting through the principals, their needs, classroom supplies, all the way up to what the principals might need for maintenance materials, things like that. That goes through the department chairs, through this administration, and then we all meet, and every single request has to be justified and validated. And we ask a few questions in that. It's, why is this a priority? Can we do it better? Can we do it cheaper? So all those tough questions are asked. So again, I think you'll see that the principals have listened and done a really good job listening to their teachers and getting the feedback on that. Then we go to the finance subcommittee, which is a subcommittee of the school committee. So the school committee is always informed. It's their budget, and they give feedback as well throughout the process. Then Budget workshop was last Saturday, the budget hearing was 2 Saturdays ago. The budget hearing was the following Monday with the school committee. The vote was last night, we approved unanimously. Then we're here tonight on the 13th. We'll be presenting to the advisory committee on Thursday, and then town meeting. Next slide. And I turn over to Tom to talk about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burkhead. And it's been said before, but I really have to say it again, coming due to Scituate, this is the 10th school budget I put together in my career. And to be perfectly honest, the amount of collaboration between the town and the schools is something I've never seen before in my career. I just have to say that. It's extraordinary. It's true, and it's extraordinary. Being able to meet in the financial forecast over the past 4 or 5 meetings that we've had, I know we're meeting again tomorrow, we're constantly evaluating that revenue, gives us the assurance that when we're putting our budget together, we're building that budget based on solid information. And it has made it accessible, available, and a way that we can all work together to put the budget together. So it really begins when I present the budget. I start at 60,000 feet, just like Dr. Hickey mentioned earlier, and we drill down from there. So the first step is, what are the funds available? And funding comes from 2 sources for the schools, primarily from the town, but also comes from grant and revolving funds as well. And so I know that we're meeting again tomorrow, but as of right now, the school side share is $46.9 million of the total 70 million. And again, I think part of this collaboration at the recent meeting, we were asked if we could contribute 1/3% back to the town for this next fiscal year. And we were happy to do that. And so we were able to build the budget based on that $46.9 million number. Go to the next slide. You can take a look at the entirety of how our budget is put together. So a lot of people think that our budget is built only on the town side, $49 million, or $46.9 million. And in fact, it takes another $4 million in grants and revolving in order to fully run the schools. And these are grants that are entitlement grants. So we know we're going to get them every year. There is no debate about that. We know we're going to have them, and I budget them conservatively. So again, given the lateness of the hour, I won't run through each of them, but our Title I program supports math instruction at the middle school. Title IIA and Title IV support professional development. Dr. Hickey had mentioned IDEA. We get the same grant here, and that supports special education tuitions as well as special education transportation. Our early childhood, we do get a little bit of money from the state to run our early childhood program. Our METCO budget supports the METCO administration as well as the transportation for those students. And circuit breaker, which is a big part of the grants that we get back in a similar kind of way from the MSBA. We get 75% of eligible costs back from our special education and the district costs. And we are anticipating in FY25, $1.8 million back. Out of a total, you'll see later, our total liability is $3.5 million. We'll get $1.8 million back in grants, and I offset that in the budget. I think that's important for people to understand. This isn't just added twice. We offset that $1.8 million in the budget. Additionally, in revolving, we do tuition some students in. This came up at a capital meeting article a couple of months ago. We make about $340,000 in FY23. I budgeted FY24 and FY25 very conservatively at 225 because this is a volatile line. You never know for sure if the students going to come back from one year to the next, primarily supported by our IXL program at the high school. For early childhood, we raised about $140,000 in tuition receipts, and those offset the cost of the staff of the early childhood program. Our bus receipts and our sports events receipts. And then we also include the bus leaves, which is part of the joint cost and part of the financial forecast. This year, we're in year 1 of 5 of a new lease. And in fact, the cost of the new lease is $304,000 a year. And one of the other things the school department has done is absorb that additional $54,000 into our own operating budget. So we're going to become a liability on the town joint costs. So we were able to handle that this year, and I've all absorbed it into FY25 as well. So when we build the budget for the schools, we build it at $51 million, and we make sure that all the costs are included. So including grants, revolving, and the school share. So before I talk about the expenses, I wanted to give the select board a little bit of an understanding of our enrollment, our FTEs, our surrounding town comparison. I'm gonna move a little quickly through this, simply due to the lateness of the hour. But there's been a lot of talk about enrollment. If we jump ahead 2 slides, I always put some pictures of students in my budget presentations. I have to remind myself while I'm doing this. And so you'll see kids sprinkled throughout the presentation. But if you look at our enrollment history from October 1 of 2022 to October 1 of 2023, you'll see that on paper, it went down a little bit. It went from 2759 to 2745. And I was a little concerned about that because as I was talking to the principals, they were all telling me how their enrollment has increased, or at least maintained itself. They're not seeing this anecdotally. So I was putting this presentation together toward the end of January, and if you go to the next slide, again, enrollment fluctuates every day, but on February 1st, 2024, we were up 31 students since October 1st, and we absorbed that with no additional staff. But I think it's just important to understand the volatility of enrollment. And if you jump to the next slide, you'll see NESDEC is the New England School Development Association. They do projections for us for enrollment for the next 10 years. And you can see that they're showing our enrollment stable, if not going up a little bit. They're not showing our enrollment going down. They're certainly not showing any spikes and going up a lot, but it's not going down. And I think it's important that we see that in the next 10 years. So the other way that I like to compare ourselves is with surrounding towns, but also with dark districts. And I don't know if you've ever seen an analysis like this before, but DART is the district analysis review tool. This is all public information. Anybody can go online and take a look at it. But I like to compare ourselves because these are the same districts as we are with similar enrollment and socioeconomic status. In fact, Duxbury and Hingham are DART schools for Scituate, but Cohasset and Norwell and so forth aren't. So what I've done is I just took a look at the DART districts, and I've also looked at how we compare to the state. And so should anybody suggest, how is Scituate doing compared to DART districts? Are we spending more or less? You can see that we're basically staying with the state average. This is latest information is FY22, FY23 hasn't been released yet. And you can see in Scituate, we're $18,000 per pupil, and the average is $18,109. So we're right on the average, which is where you want to be. This does not include out-of-district placement. So the out-of-district students that are going to have $20 for those students has been backed out of these equations. Again, trying to do an apples to apples comparison. And then just because it's of interest, I also put surrounding towns here. And I did try to mimic a lot of what Dr. Duff put in the presentation last year so that you could see it from one year to the next. And again, you can see Scituate as well as the average and against the state average as well. We're doing a little bit better than surrounding towns in terms of average for FY. So again, interesting information. I try to limit the amount of statistics I put into a presentation like this because it can be a little overwhelming.
You slice it a lot of ways.
You can, and there's a wonderful spreadsheet. It's public. You can go online. It's called per pupil expenditure. Easy to find, and it will sort any town any way you want, and you can take a look at it. Another thing to take a look at is how many staff members do we have? How many people are on our staff? And I spent a lot of time trying to make this make some sense for me in terms of full-time equivalents, who we have, how they work. And so for 24, we have 495.7. And if you add the 2.3 that we talked about earlier, it brings us to an even 498. And again, I think it's important when we talk about those additional 2.3 FTEs. One, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, earlier, simply making somebody who's currently on staff full-time. One is going to be self-funded through grants, and it's really just that additional 10. And in a district this size, that is absolutely necessary. So before I get into the details, this didn't seem so long when I was putting it together, but it's good information to have. So I did go by the schools, and again, what I like from this slide is our money's going toward our school budgets, and that's what you want to see in any school department. Most of our money is going to high school, K-12, and it's happening, and it's the smaller wedges of that pie are the administration. You go to the next one. These are a couple of different ways that you can slice the budget up. Mr. Burke had mentioned earlier, 80-20, salaries and expenses. We are primarily people, that's what we do. We hire people, we have people working for us, but there are expenses that are the necessary part of running the schools.
80-20 is what you'd expect to see, so I was actually pleased to see that. A lot of times too, coming in new to a community, I'm looking for certain benchmarks. I'm looking, as I look at the budget, are they doing this, are they doing that? Later, we're gonna talk about where the money is going in terms of curriculum and building equipment, building maintenance. Here, there were so many wonderful things that were already embedded into the budget. It made it relatively seamless to put it together. And the final pie chart that we'll look at is special ed versus regular education. We have about 17% of our students are in special education, but our budget is 2772. Again, that includes the added district tuitions in there, which is about $3.5 million. So going from 60,000 feet to 50,000 feet, I tried to take a look at the salary and expenses and summarize them by building and by major cost center. And so again, you can see most of our money is going into the schools. We did make a commitment to not reveal the individual salary of any individual. So our elementary principals are not volunteers. They are paid for their work, but we don't reveal those salaries. So anytime you see a blank number there, that's what I was trying to do.
Can I stop you for that?
Sure,
Ask you a question?
please.
When I looked at, enrollment, Jenkins, has the smallest enrollment next to Hatfield, but it seems to have a larger piece of the pie for expenses. Is that just because of the size of the building and what you have to maintain, or is that, what's driving that?
It's the size of the building. It's also a special education program.
That's at Jenkins?
At Jenkins.
Oh, okay, how does that happen?
They have two small ones.
Oh, and they have one, okay,
There's a larger one.
thank you. Okay, great, thanks.
So if you go, again, I saw the added district tuitions. We've actually been doing better on our added district tuitions for FY25. Right now, we're slated with 29 kids. Currently, it's at 32, 33, so we're doing better from year over year. But that's one of the most volatile parts of the budget, and so we want to make sure that we have funding available for the most needy kids. Transportation numbers have gone up a little bit. The price of everything in special education transportation has gone up. We've been able to manage it, that 555,000 is a combination of the IDEA grant as well as the budget. And we'll go through the details in a moment. If you go to the next slide. And then this is the rest of the summary to equal the 51,064,537. So the entire budget is built on that $51 million. With athletics, it's about a $60,000 increase. What we found there is ice time. It's getting very expensive for girls and boys hockey. So that's the primary driver for athletics. And we'll talk about the individuals and some of the individual changes in different areas as we go through each slide. So we go to the next slide. So what I try to do, and there's many different ways that you can present a budget. And when you're dealing with a budget that, as Nancy knows, is about 750 lines, I try to roll it up into cost centers. So it's in general areas where makes it easy to understand and a little bit easier to unpack. So, and these are the same charts, to be perfectly honest, that Dr. Dutch used in last year's presentation. All I've done is make it. But I basically showed the comparison from 24 to 25 and the change. And anywhere there's a significant change, I put notes in here so you can see where those changes are coming from. The school committee budget is primarily what they need to do the professional development they do, as well as memberships in the Mass Association of School Committees. One part that's a little unusual here in Scituate is that the teacher course reimbursement, which is a contractual obligation that we have, is in that part of the budget. So, it's just, that's just where it is. But it's $88,000 last year. Jump in?
No, we should look to move that as school committees just as building on place there. Yeah,
They do not.
You can see they're not,
Fancy tricks.
nothing's getting raised there except the teacher contractuals. That line, again, each year we catch things and be careful about moving them, but that'll be moved next year.
It could move into one of the professional development clients would be appropriate for support. Next slide, please. So again, if you look at the superintendent's office, again, we keep the central administration numbers tight. I really try to only add there where I have to. We're going to talk about texts and supplies later on, and we do the same thing Dr. mentioned. We do a zero-based budgeting from the beginning. When we do our expense budgets, the department had went right back to zero, and they told me what they needed, some went up, some went down. And this is our commitment for next year, and it's not just locked in just because you got $10,000 in one year, that you're always gonna get it, you need to show us every single year. The only main increase here is our copier lease, we're entering year 2 of 3 next year, and there was a $10,000 increase when that copier lease was renegotiated. We absorbed it this year, and I need to make sure we budget for it next year. You go to next slide. Oh, and, but actually, well, you can, that's fine, I can explain it either way. The other thing that I've done, which I think is a little bit different, is I've shown exactly how we incorporate the grants and revolving money into the budget. So primarily, it's our operating budget, and that's what's in blue. But anywhere a grant or revolving is involved in that particular cost center, I've tried to include it, so people understand that this is a necessary part of what we do. It's not extra. So again, you can see at the top that additional 31,000, the primary driver there is the additional 0.3 FTE increase, that $18,000 increase if we move that person to full time. The rest are just contractual increases. Curriculum supply. A lot of this in curriculum was me moving things around a little bit. It wasn't so much change from, you know, we spending more or spending less. It was more personal preference in terms of where some of this money would need to go. And so overall, there's an $80,000 increase in leadership salaries and curriculum together. About 50 of that is in the expense of curriculum. So most of it is in the curriculum work. We're putting together a new math curriculum next year, and there's some money in the textbook budget later for that. There's also a significant commitment to the teachers over the summer to train them in the new curriculum, and that's primarily the driver for that increased curriculum cost. Now, I put notes everywhere, I won't read them all, but basically it just shows you exactly where that money is going.
And I know we're moving fast tonight, so I think, but I appreciate Dr. Rabb doing this new this year, that folks that go look on the SNO website after, and you all have time to digest. Well, the notes section is really, I think, helpful and even more transparent. Every year we try to be more transparent, so that's really just kind of summarizing, I think, and hopefully that's helpful for folks. Just we wanted to get it in layman's terms, like this is where the money is actually. So, just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Next slide, and I haven't been put that on it, I can't slow down. So basically, central office, this is the rest of our district office. And the reason there, the expense adjusted for FY25, this was one of those areas where we saw an expense that we didn't need as much money in FY25 as we had in FY24, and we adjusted it down. We adjusted it down so that we would have just what we need for that particular line item. And then it's the rest of the salaries and legal services. And that has stayed consistent, $75,000 is consistent for any legal services that we need. For IT, that has gone up primarily because of the contractor services, and the IT salary that we're talking about is in another part of the budget. The computer technician is not part of the budget, so it's not reflected here. But that $67,000 increase in contractor services, that's the only line for computer expenses in the entire budget. So you saw curriculum was broken up in 3 or 4 different lines. The $207,000 for IT expenses district-wide is the only line in the budget for that. Again, I'm just on my own experience for a district this size and the resources that we have, they're stretching every single one of those dollars. I'm accustomed to seeing those numbers higher. So we're doing a lot with that money. We are getting money back from E-rate as we can, but all of the things that we do there are included in that $67,000. It's also upgraded. So you see in there Gates Art iPads, and it may not seem like much, but right now a lot of what we do in art is electronic and is working with iPads, and students need the current version of the iPads and the current software in order to stay competitive. And so, you know, we're buying 5 or 10 iPads for them. So it's that level of granularity, working with the teachers and working with the department heads that we've been able to embed into this. Go to the next slide. So curriculum and building leadership. Again, we talked about the department heads. So all the department heads are together in one line. These are all contractual obligations. The only thing that's new sort of here, actually there's 2 things. We've embedded $12,000 for field trips for students and afford field trips. So I'm not talking about necessarily the trip to France or trip to Germany. I'm talking about a whole grade level curriculum. You know, the whole grade is third grade, perhaps is going out to Plymouth Plantation. And if we have families that cannot afford that field trip, we wanted to have money in the budget. The principals know who the families are. They confidentially make those recommendations to us. And so that's a new component of this budget. And then you'll see later on that we kept the $250,000 line for extraordinary expenses the same in FY25. But where I did put some money is in replacing the equipment in the buildings that are not happily in Cushing. So if you were to break that building admin replace equipment line down, we embedded an additional $15,000 to $20,000 at Wampatuck, Jenkins, the high school, in order to make sure, and a little bit more at the middle school, because even though the middle school is new, it's still 6 or 7 years old and starting to need some replaced equipment. And so instead of adding to the 250, I effectively added expense money, but put it in this line because it's more appropriate to each individual building. So we've been able to do that to avoid the situation of dealing with the science labs, to avoid situations like that. I want to make sure that we're on top of that, and we have funding available. It's also replacement desks and chairs and things that just break and need to be replaced. In a lot of other districts that I've been in, when you need to replace a classroom full of desks or chairs, it becomes a capital item, it becomes a crisis. Here, we're able to embed it back into the budget, which is extraordinary. If you keep going, again, this I wanted to show with the teacher salaries and special education salaries. When you add all of that together, we do also use the non-resident tuition receipts. We use the early childhood receipts. We use the Title I money to offset all of those different things as well. So those are all part of that as well. This is where the additional FTE computer technician is in teachers and specialists. Currently that role is part of the STA, and so it's just in that line for that reason. But the $141,000 line includes that additional salary, which is the primary driver for that line. Everything else is pretty standard. For our paraprofessionals, you'll see that that has gone down a little bit. That changes with the needs of the students. Paraprofessionals move from building to building. Needs of students change from year to year. We do have a lot of support from the different grants and revolving accounts for that as well. So the big driver here is our math curriculum. So you'll see that this year, science received the funding at $358,000. To replace a math curriculum 6 to 12 is more expensive. So the mathematics number is $478,000 for math. And one of the extraordinary things here in Scituate, I mentioned earlier, you know, when you've been to a couple of different districts, you see how things are done. There is embedded curriculum improvement money in the budget from year to year. So this year was sciences year, next year is maths year, the following year it might be English or social studies, and you go on a 5 or 6 year curriculum improvement cycle, and it doesn't become a capital crisis every year. You want to change the curriculum. Curriculums have to stay updated, typically in 6 or 7 year cycles. And so having the funding available and being able to move it where it needs to be in any given year allows for that curriculum improvement to be continuous. It also allows the department heads to rely on it. So, you know, the science department head this year knew that this was the year to get what they needed to replace the text curriculum. Next year, math knows that. If English has needs, they're going to wait a year or two because they know it's coming, and they're not going to try and hoard and move the things we produce. They know it's coming, and they can rely on it. And it allows everybody to work together collegially from 1 year to the next. And again, instructional equipment, it's down a little bit simply because, again, people are really, really granular about their requests, and if they didn't need it, they didn't put it on there. I even made a couple of phone calls to some department heads, and I said, "Are you sure you want to cut that one by $1,000?" And they said, "Yeah." So I can let them in. Supplies is pretty much, go to the next one. Next slide, please. Supplies, it's up a little bit, primarily because of industrial technology supply. Project Lead the Way is partially grant funded, but we're looking to expand that and into the high school. And so we did a significant increase in industrial tech, but you'll also see those numbers go up and down. We have an elementary curriculum initiative in social studies. I think it's in 3rd grade. So some additional funding went there, but the department had said, look, you know, we're good. We need it this year, we can come down a little bit next year. And so all of that up and down was important to me. And it really showed the level of care the department has took when they put together all these budgets.
I just wanted to point out one thing as well, because we haven't, when we make these decisions back to the strategic plan, you know, a big part of our plan is equity for all the kids, and I just caught it here with the music, it's 15,000, well, that's a big chunk. We want to make sure that kids have the musical instruments they need, they don't have to go and buy them, so I think we've got incredible music program here, so investing in that, again, it's like capital. If you buy the instruments every few years and have a process, you're not asking for 100 grand worth. Down the road, we're asking parents to buy them all. So just another example why that music that is a little bit higher this year.
Thank you. The next slide. So these are smaller things, but again, it shows the granularity of it. Our virtual high school contract was 17,000 this year. They thought they were going to be doing more sections of that. And in fact, virtual high school is a program that the students can take advantage of, where it's outside of, they do it during the school day, but it's asynchronous. And we didn't need $17,000, so I'm not just going to carry that to carry that. We need 9, and so that was an $8,000 savings in that budget. And again, the membership for music and is needed for competition eligibility. So all of the things that our students do when they compete at the different competitions, the teachers need to belong to those professional organizations, and we support that. We go to the next one. Again, this is just our guidance and adjustment counseling line. We have a strong guidance and adjustment counseling program. We have adjustment counseling in elementary schools, strong 6 to 12 guidance program. Again, an area of savings. We currently use Naviance for college planning for our high school students. Squire is another program that does the same thing for a lot less money. And so our guidance department made the recommendation that we move towards Squire. And again, not only a cost savings, but my understanding is Squire is a pretty robust program as well. Similarly, with membership and with supply, it used to be that we would print all of the course of studies guides and we would print everything. Now, most of the college admissions process is online. And in fact, so is the program studies. And so we were able to lower those supply numbers. Another area, it's small, it's $700, but it speaks to the granularity that our department has used. We go to the next slide. Special education and psychological services. Again, you know, we do have our IDEA contract services, our 240 grant, which covers some of our evaluations, so we were able to lower that by $2,000. And then we lowered the purchase of services and we lowered the materials and supplies simply because we do have grant funding. So we lowered those knowing that we would have to increase some of the other areas as well. And again, you can see there, it's a pretty significant IDEA support for all of that at $116,000. And it didn't go down from 216, I just moved it from that line to administrative efficiency. We go to the next line. Health services, we have a nurse in every building. And again, contracting services there are simply if we need extra hours here and there, and the supplies are the supplies for all the nurses. Transportation, the big drivers here are the lease, like I said, in 25 are going down to 250 because we use the bus fees to make up that difference. So we're not going to make that a liability on the town. We're not going to make that a liability on the joint costs. We'll take care of it. And so that's just something we can do because of the bus fees that we have. Otherwise, the transportation I kept pretty flat. The IDEA grant, I brought it down to 100,000 because again, I put it in the out of district tuition line. Metco supports on Metco transportation, supports those drivers and buses. So all of that is supported through the Metco grant. And we also get over $225,000 in bus receipts, which I brought down a little bit just because I wanted to be sure that we had that money. So I was very conservative in the bus receipts. Finally, with athletics, if we go to athletics, the main driver here, the increase was the ice time. Ice, girls and boys ice hockey, ice has gotten very, very expensive. Otherwise, athletics is pretty flat year to year. We fully support our athletic program. There are no fees for students to play any sports that they want. And our sports events receipts, we do include those in the budget, and we use those in the budget. So we do anticipate about $35,000 in event receipts throughout the year for a strong program. The one thing with athletics that we did this year is, and maybe even started last year, we are introducing a unified program for our special education students. We have a unified basketball program happening actually in a couple of weeks. And then we hope to do cross country and soccer in the fall. So we're introducing that and embedding that. Next slide. We're getting toward the end of other student services for student activities and teacher salaries. That number at 257,000, that's all the stipends that win all the student public activities K-12 that we work with our students. And it's wonderful here. I will tell you, another just anecdotally here in Scituate, our students have a wonderful panoply of opportunities after school, and teachers support that. We support all of those activities. Situations, I did add a bit of money to that. That's a book that's put out at graduation. It's very popular. The support for the online platform that's built on has gone up. And so we were able to embed that into the budget. So some small little changes here and there. With the termination and severance, it was $29,865. I just simply rounded up. That's and then custodial maintenance and utilities. Again, you'll see toward the bottom of the page. It's in capital letters in the budget, which is why it's in capital letters there. It says building maintenance, $250,000. And again, we support all of those unanticipated things. If we have pipe burst, if we have any number of things that happen in other districts that can become a capital crisis, here we're able to manage with those funds. And like Mr. Burke had said earlier, last year we actually overspent that line, and this year we're trending on spending it. So I just, this is the back of the house stuff. These are the things that we do. We're able to keep them the same. Utilities and gas is very predictable. And we're able to, most of these the same. The only thing really increases here are contractual salary obligations. Otherwise, we were able to keep these the same. But again, our custodial staff does an extraordinary job maintaining the buildings, salt, sand, all the stuff that they do along with DPW to keep everybody safe. So I was able to keep these lines pretty flat from one year to the next. And then finally, our out-of-district tuitions. Again, when you add up all of those, it's about $3.5 million. We like to shoot for about 1%. So when you're looking at, what's a typical out-of-district tuition number, the state will tell you 1% of your total enrollment. So, our enrollment's about 2,700. If we have 27 to 29 kids out, that's pretty much what you'd expect. A couple of years ago, my understanding was a lot higher. Our current director of special education is working very hard to only put those students out of district who absolutely need to be there. We have a lot of in-house programs. Currently, we mentioned the one at Jenkins is 2 at Hadley, there's one at high school, one at the middle school. We keep many of our students here in district, but there are certainly situations where they cannot stay. So there we go. So thank you very much, Seth. That was the lightning speed $50 million.
Excellent, a lot of great detail, thank you very much, and especially for your knowledge being here, just less than a year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's great, and thank you for your partnership. I just have one question on request for the future. I think a challenge with the school budget is always, we just look at a budget, we never know where we came from.
Okay.
So, if we could add next year, where 2024 landed, so we can understand, because we all know we have a bottom line budget, so you get to move your lines around, we don't. We have to be very transparent at town meeting to move anything around, so I think even from a public perspective, to understand where everything goes and would be really helpful. That's my own observation, but thank you for your partnership this year as well. Any commentary? Susan? I've seen her a couple of times.
Yeah, no, I just want to say thank you on the maintenance line item. We talked about that for a long time, but it's in there. It's such a huge asset. I think communication, where we've been and where we're going, just the trend line is excellent. And yeah, I look forward to talking to you. Some more good news.
In a couple hours.
10 hours.
We're gonna sleep here.
Guys, just go out for breakfast, just.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
My brain turns off after
I
eleven.
know.
I just, and we're not done yet.
11:15.
I'm
not done.
But thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the detail's great. I love the notes. It makes it much easier to understand where the sausage is being made and all that. One thing, I know it's a little different, but this comes up when every time somebody, we have this very intense review, and I'm sure it came up in your meetings internally, is having a thumbnail performance. Because that's the question, right? We're spending all this money, we're making all these investments, we should be able to, I'm not talking about, 17 slides on it, but, just some metrics that we can track year over year would be really helpful, because I suspect that all these investments are paying off, and it would be nice to demonstrate that, so that would be neat in the future, but, no, thank you for that. How much, and then you come to town meeting and you have the booklet and you talk for 2 seconds, so for 70% of the budget, awesome. Thank you for your service, school committee. Thank you.
Any other questions for us? I think you're pretty tired too. Yeah. Thank you so much. Sorry about the late evening, but we know you needed to get your school building information here so we could vote on that tonight. Otherwise, we would have pushed one of them off. So we'll be here till 11:30.
Thank you very much.
Sounds good.
No, that's a lot, so if there's any other follow-up questions, certainly reach out individually, be happy to answer.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Cheers.
Yeah, from the
I said meet with anybody.
So we do have to take an official vote to put the fishing handling project on the ballot. So we do need to vote that tonight, so we stay in line, right? That's why you want.
It would be helpful if you could.
Yeah, so basically, we just need to, we have a motion here to recommend, to authorize the town clerk to include a debt exclusion question on the May 18th, 2024 town election ballot for the design, construction, and equipping of a new consolidated Cushing Hatherley Elementary School. Do we need to read the as follows? Yes.
That's just the question.
Oh, this is how you're gonna pose the question.
There's no dollar value in a debt exclusion.
Okay, great. Okay, awesome.
You can just make a motion as.
So I just read that as a motion. Does anybody want to second that? Second by Susan Harrison. All in favor? Aye. Great. Add ballot question, who did that? Planning board vacancies.
Yep.
Do I have a motion? I guess we have a gentleman that's resigned, right? Yeah. Correct, so we need to put these positions on the town election ballot as well.
Right, and the alternate was a replacement.
So that has to go as well, yeah, okay,
Like a motion.
yes, please.
Move the select board approve the planning board position 2 vacancy be added to the May 18th, 2024 town election ballot, and move that the select board approve the planning board alternate to fill a vacancy be added on the May 18th, 2024 town election ballot.
Motion by Karen Canfield, second by Goodrich, all in favor?
Aye.
We have some 2024 annual appointments. Some folks that, are these folks that we interviewed previous meetings?
These are
reappointment.
Oh, the reappointment,
reappointment.
I missed the read, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Motion.
Yes, please.
Move to reappoint Jonathan Grant to the Coastal Advisory Commission, resident inland, for a term of 1 year or until a successor is named. Further move to appoint Joan Blanchard to the Coastal Advisory Commission, resident coastal, for a term of 1 year or until a successor is named.
Moved by Andrew Goodrich. Second by Karen Canfield, all in favor?
Aye.
Great.
And then we have William Francis for registry.
Move to reappoint, William Francis as registrar of voters.
Good job, good job.
Thank you.
Moved by
Second.
Karen Connolly,
Second.
seconded by Andrew Goodrich, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Drain
drain layers,
Motion.
yes,
Move to appoint the renewal of the drain layers license for McDougal Brothers Enterprises, DL Sungrow Corp. and McEachern Contracting.
moved by Andrew Goodrich, second by Karen Connolly, all those in favor?
Aye.
We have an emergency, 1 day, blank wine and malt licenses that we usually do on an annual basis, so it gives, the office the flexibility to distribute those.
Move to approve 6 blank emergency 1 day wine and malt licenses.
Moved by Andrew Goodrich, seconded by Karen Canfield, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, and then we also have a 1 day, wine and malt license for the H Bowl Club.
Move to approve a 1 day wine and malt license to H Gold Club for event at Route 405 First Parish Road on February 18th, 2024 from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Second.
Moved by Andrew Goodrich, seconded by Karen Connolly, all those in favor?
Aye.
I think we're gonna skip liaison reports unless there's something that somebody absolutely has to share. Is that okay? Good? Everyone good?
Move to not do those.
Everyone's
so interesting.
Yes, there's some correspondence here that we can
Yes.
just review swiftly.
I can swiftly review those. We did get quite a few correspondence though. Situate Commission on Disabilities, 4th Annual Accessibility Awareness Event, Saturday, March 9th from 10 to 1 at Situate High School. More details will follow in January, to come. Plymouth County Register of Deeds, Community Preservation Act surcharges in 23, 4,102,448 total, and as far as Scituate, we received $175,075. We got another one from DEP, notice of application, and that's the town of Scituate, seawall and stone revetment, and that is between Kenneth Road and Scituate Ave, and that is a notice for a 30-day public comment. We also got correspondence from the Ancient Order of Hibernians. We were also copied on the letter regarding Easter Rising in Scituate Harbor. They are inviting folks to speak, including Senator and Congress. We get our grant report card, the first month, which we get this every month, 2024. We had a total of 231,883 for this month, and the largest was the Harbor Master feasibility study. And then Plymouth County Mosquito Control Project, their 2023 report, which was quite a bit of work in Scituate. What?
Do we post them, see,
Oh, 2020.
do we post that anywhere for public to read?
I mean, you might want to.
Usually.
Plymouth County Mosquito Control.
Yeah,
Board of Health should post it.
They should post it.
I think so too.
Anyway,
Is there a
there-
report on it?
There's a lot of good information on them monitoring and testing mosquitoes and how many insecticide applications they did in Scituate over the year and how they removed standing water throughout. So all good information.
Great.
I know you wanna read it. Anyway.
You wish you were the
Saves
clerk.
lives.
I'm sure read it out loud.
It does, and there was no West Nile in Scituate last year. All right, that's all that I have.
All right, and so do we just have, a motion, make a motion to move to accept the minutes for the select board meeting that was held on January 23rd, 2024? Second by Karen Canfield. All of the favor?
Aye.
And further to accept but not release the executive session minutes for the select board meeting held on January 23rd, 2024, since matters discussed are still pending at this time. Second by Karen Connolly, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I think just need a motion to adjourn.
So
Moved by Andrew Goodrich, second by Karen Connolly, all those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much, everyone, thanks for hanging with us.